I can hear him. I don't know if I can hear myself.
Yeah, I don't hear myself either. Well, good morning. This is the final day of the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta here in Philadelphia, right on the beautiful Schuylkill River. I have Megan Calmo joining me in the announcing booth, and we are ready to start. We have an 8 a.m. start here today, and we will be beginning shortly as soon as we get our cameras focused in on the starting line. We have a few drones that will be flying as long as the weather cooperates, and we'll be giving you live presentations as we go down the course of the day. Our first race of the day, which is the men's varsity heavyweight 4 with Cox semifinal. There's 3 of these semifinals. The top 2 will go straight to the final. The next 2, third and fourth place, will go to the petite final, and 5th through 6th will go to the third final. Megan, what do we got for this first round?
Well, this is our most heavily subscribed event, the men's heavyweight 4. So we have 3 of these semifinals, which is sort of an unusual progression. Usually if it's a semifinal, you'll have 2 races.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit different progression for us today for these athletes. Instead of going top 3 out of 2 semis, we're going to go top 2 out of 3 semis. So it will be really, really tough racing for these guys in these first couple races, just the top 2 advancing out of these 6-boat races.
Well, what we've seen a lot of times, especially in situations like this where only 2 go on, the racing is spectacular in these semifinals. And many times I've said to my teams when I've been out there is the semifinal, you may as well call it a final, because you've got to be in the medals in the semifinal to get on.
That's exactly right. So we're going to see some really great racing to kick off the day here at the 83rd Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. We're so excited. We had such amazing competition just across the board, top to bottom, all day yesterday with all of our athletes. We ran, I think, 87 races yesterday.
Yeah.
So we got to see a lot of rowing, and it was really, really cool for us here in the commentary box.
So there's actually 75 teams participating here this weekend, and I believe there's something in the order of close to 300, maybe just a little bit under 300 entries in racing of all different categories, from singles all the way up to the big boats of the 8s.
Yeah, that's right. We have 30 different events that we're offering here at the Dad Vail, and we have 21 different states being represented from all the different clubs and schools that are going to be competing. A lot of them are local here on the East Coast, but we have schools coming from as far away as Oklahoma, Louisiana, Colorado, Florida, Georgia. There are really teams and clubs that have traveled really great distances to come here to Philadelphia to all come together and race at the Dad Vail. So.
Well, that's kind of a tribute to the history of the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta, in that it has been the small college championship for years, known as that for years. And after we've come out of the last 2 years, it's really expanded back again to where it previously was prior to the last 2 years, because we had to I won't say shut it down. We had to ease it down a little bit, but we're glad to be back here.
Yeah, and just looking out at the river right now, before we can give you spectators any pictures of the river, it is just a perfect morning for rowing right now. It's very cool and overcast with just a little bit of tailwind on the river. The water is extremely flat. Hardly any wind at all at the moment. So it is just perfect conditions for the athletes who are going to be lining up this morning.
That's always a real bonus up here, because you know, Philly is in an area where it gets transitioned between weather systems from the north and south. So we're very grateful to have these conditions that you would consider basically perfect. There's a little fog on the course that just lets you know that the winds are benign, nothing going on there. And we can see a clear view all the way up to the bridge at the turn of the dog leg on this course, which is about 650 meters into the regatta, into the race itself. And from there, it is a absolute straight shot right down to the finish line where we're sitting. So this first round here of the men's varsity heavyweight 4 semifinal 1, we don't have the signal of them starting just yet, but I'll give you a quick rundown of who's in the lanes. And we will have the University of Vermont in lane 1, Fairfield University in lane 2, Drexel in 3, and Embry-Riddle from Daytona Beach in 4, Georgia Tech in 5, and Pittsburgh in lane 6. And again, I'll remind you, we have 2 more semifinals after this one, and we are running potentially at 6-minute centers is what the goal is for our referees, to make sure we run on time. And we'll give you the rundowns on the next events here coming up.
Yeah, so for this morning, our program is going to be starting with some more preliminary rounds of racing, including some semifinals and some repechages that are going to help dictate which teams are going to be filling out our grand finals for this afternoon's program. So we still actually have people who don't know yet if they're going to be racing for medals yet today. And for those people who do end up making those grand finals, that means that they're going to be doing some really hard racing twice today. A number of our athletes have already raced twice yesterday, so this is a very compressed regatta format with these athletes racing potentially 2, 3, or 4 times, depending on their event, over the course of just 2 days. So that's a pretty big physical commitment from these men and women. And
they've been trained for that. The coaches have prepped them for months ahead of time for this, as culmination of their varsity rowing season, athletic rowing season. But the most of the rowers out here, they've done weight training, they've ran, they've done cross training. If they have trainers available at their university, if they're varsity sport, the trainers are keeping the kids healthy. The club sports, on the other hand, usually don't have access to something like that, so their coaches have gone through this kind of regatta situation, race situation. The coaches are teaching them what they need to do in order to succeed here.
And for those of you just tuning in, this is actually my first time ever being able to attend the Dad Vail. It did usually coincide with my competitive season as an athlete during this time, so I was not usually available to come. But Casey's been a regular fixture for a very long time, and I would love to ask you and just maybe explain to people who are maybe first-time viewers or maybe they're long-time viewers, what does the Dad Vail sort of signify or represent during the season for these athletes who are competing today? What does it mean to come here, compete, and maybe win a medal at the Dad Vail? Well,
this is typically the culmination of the season for most of these programs, because their school has ended. A lot of finals and graduations already happened. Some graduations actually happening this weekend, and we have seen in the past where you'll have graduation ceremonies here at the regatta. Which is, we've had presidents from universities come here and conduct graduation ceremonies for the rowers that are doing so. So this is each of the races leading up to this event. You're trying to step yourself up. The coaches are trying to peak at this regatta. And like you had mentioned, we've got sometimes 2 races, sometimes 4 races. And how do you peak for 4 races in 2 days? It's tough.
That's right, because as you're going through the regatta, you always want to make sure that you have your best performance, hopefully in your last race, although as we were mentioning earlier, sometimes that best performance does need to come earlier on just in order to advance to that final. So,
well, and saying that, a lot of these women's events out here are NCAA Division 2, 3, also some Division 1s here, and they are being ranked by this regatta, getting ready for the NCAA championships coming up. So we've got on our screen now, Megan, the first event, which is through the bridge now there in the straightaway down to the finish line here. Let's see what we've got here with Vermont, Fairfield, Drexel, Embry-Riddle, Georgia Tech, and Pittsburgh.
For those of you tuning in, your lanes are going to run on your screen from right to left. So lane 1 is going to be on the right of your picture, and lane 6 will be on the left of your picture.
So if you're on the screens now, we're watching in this first event, we're getting a flag from the official to appears to be appears to be Drexel, that they're moving a little bit too close to the lane of Fairfield. Actually, we have flags on both sides of the course. So what happens is in these 4s with a bow cox, the bowman or someone in the boat has to let the coxswain know they've got to move a little bit because the coxswain cannot see behind them.
Yeah, so all these coxswains are going to be riding in the bows of these boats, or for us as spectators in the front of the boat, looking forward down the race course and not back at the rowers like you would see in an 8.
Looks like Embry-Riddle may have that early lead coming out of the bridge there. And again, they're crossing the 1,000-meter mark. Actually, they're more closer to the 1,500-meter mark. So about 500 meters. About 500 meters to go. As you come down the course, you see these numbers hanging over by the wires there. That is about a 400-meter or quarter mile to go. So as they get down here, that's kind of the indication for their potential sprint area.
Yeah, so remember in these races, these first 3 races, we're looking just for the top 2 to advance to this afternoon's grand final. It does look like our 2 middle lanes have established those leads that they're going to need to get into those top 2 qualifying positions. Embry-Riddle and Drexel in lanes 3 and 4.
Yeah, and Embry-Riddle with that advantage right now as they come by the island, coming down the midpoint of the island here as they approach what's called the red buoys. The red buoys are a 250-meter mark. The rowers can see those buoys. It gives them an indication. That that this is the area where they know how many strokes it takes to get there. It's about 25, 30 strokes to get to the finish line from those red buoys.
Yeah, so at this point, it does look like we do have two boats that are well ahead and in qualification. It does look like it is going to be Embry-Riddle coming through these red buoys, being followed by Drexel in that second qualifying position. Drexel maybe just working to try and close the gap between themselves and Embry-Riddle, but at this point they are advancing. It's going to be a little bit too late, I think, for Vermont and for Fairfield to get back up into the mix, but these 2, Fairfield and Vermont, will be advancing to the B final given their 3rd and 4th finish positions.
It's cutting out.
Yeah, a lot of cheering coming from the crowd for this first race of the day. Embry-Riddle is across the line in that first place position, followed by Drexel. Nice close race between Fairfield and Vermont on the close side of the course for advancement into the B final. And of course, our last 2 crews in this race, Georgia Tech and Pittsburgh, on the far side of the course, will be advancing into the C final.
So, Megan, I was just taking some ratings on the sprint of both Embry-Riddle and Drexel coming through here, and Embry-Riddle was running about 37, 38 strokes a minute. Drexel a little bit higher, about 39, 39 and a half. So they weren't leaving it out there. They weren't making sure that they want favored lane status when they get into that grand final.
That's right.
So speaking of that, favored lane status. We were mentioning yesterday when they were running through the heats that sometimes they race for lanes, sometimes not. But the favored lane status typically is the center of the course. And you'll see this over and over again during the course of the day where the boats tend to follow what we call a chevron or a dovetail pattern where the middle of the course, lanes 3 and 4, typically are your leads, not always. So we'll see how it turns out today.
Yeah, so if you like a good upset or an underdog story, you're going to want to keep your eyes on those outside lanes 1 and 6, because people who have ended up in those lanes might be over-rowing their seating.
So in this next event here, we have Mercyhurst in lane 1, Washington College in 2, Bowdoin in 3, Oklahoma City in 4, St. Joseph's in 5, and Loyola out of Maryland in lane 6.
And just as we were talking about those center lanes, maybe providing us the favored crews, looking at this image, it does look like it is going to be those 2 middle lanes that are leading this group right now. Bowdoin and Oklahoma City, these 2 fours probably out in front of the field at the moment.
Yeah, and yesterday we saw those 2 crews actually do a pretty formidable job there in the heats and qualifying for these the semifinal run. But it is Oklahoma City with about a boat length lead over Bowdoin. And they both have some open water over the trailing crews, Washington College and St. Joseph's, in the lanes either side of them.
Yeah, this is a really nice race here between these 2 lead boats. It does look like Bowdoin still has some of that overlap over Oklahoma City, so absolutely still within striking distance if the Bowdoin crew decides that they maybe want to sneak into that first qualifying spot and have a better shot for one of those middle lanes for the final this afternoon.
So in the middle of the course here, they're running what we call the body of the race, and they have to be at a level that they can sustain. So Bowdoin's running about 34 strokes a minute. Oklahoma City a little bit higher, about 35 and a half, 36. But that's a sustainable level for these crews as they go into the trying to qualify for the final here.
Yeah, so we'll see if we can get another shot of the overhead so we can get an idea of what the margins might be like on these crews. It does look like there might still be an opportunity for...
It's Mercyhurst there. They're still a couple lengths of open water down as they go to the tip of the island here, so they have to do something now if they're going to get into this grand final.
Yeah, that would be quite a sprint that we would have to see from Mercyhurst in order to sneak into that grand final. But of course, in the sprint, anything can happen. As we're seeing these 2 lead boats come up, it does look like Bowdoin might be eating into that Oklahoma City lead, using that sprint to just kind of drive through that boat next to them.
Well, let's see what they're at now. They were, I said Bowdoin was 34 before, Oklahoma City 36. Let's see where that is. They come into the red buoys here. Bowdoin still running 34. They haven't taken that rating up, but they're within a half a length of Oklahoma City, and they've closed that gap. So Bowdoin trying to get that nose out in front.
Yeah, it does look like about half a length or maybe even less between these 2 crews.
Oklahoma City at 37 and a half.
Yeah, possibly Bowdoin and Oklahoma feeling pretty confident against this Mercyhurst crew that they might not be able to be too challenged by them.
Oh, that's going to be really close.
Might not have to go too hard at this finish, but maybe...
Look at the bows here.
Yeah.
Bowdoin coming up.
But maybe they're just going to put the pedal down just a little bit to see and if they can get the heart rates up in the Oklahoma City boat. And it looks like they did just that, but I do believe it was the Oklahoma City boat that came away with that top qualifying spot. Nice thumbs up from the bowman there. Thanks for that fun race, guys.
And if you're watching on the camera, you see the exhaustion of these 2 crews. Oklahoma City really having to put a lot of effort out there to hold on to that lead. Bowdoin heads down there, getting their breath back. But these kids are probably running heart rates of, 180, 190, even over 200 sometimes.
Definitely. But really nice show of sportsmanship from all these crews with their finish down there. Just the hands in the air, the thumbs up, the wave to the crews around you. I always really enjoy seeing that as a spectator and a commentator, that all of these athletes just have such a strong mutual respect for one another once they get to that finish line. So swinging the camera back up to the start, we will have our 3rd and final semifinal for this men's varsity 4. Looking at lane 1 with Grand Valley State, lane 2, West Point, lane 3, LaSalle, lane 4, Florida Tech, lane 5, Lafayette, and lane 6, Marietta.
Well, let's see how this progresses as we come through that bridge and they get that line. And once they make that turn down there, again, that turn is crucial for positioning yourself for the second half of the race. The coxswains who are steering these boats have to know how to make that turn. They make it as short a period of time as possible, usually 3 or 4 strokes, maybe 5 to the outside. And you want to make sure you don't overshoot your turn or undershoot it to make the turns too wide, but you want to hit those lines right away.
Yeah, unfortunately for these athletes, they do have a coxswain on board in order to help them with that steering. We will see some events later in the day where the athletes don't have a coxswain to help them steer.
The 1,000-meter mark, probably 800 meters to go or something like that. It appears to be FIT and LaSalle again in the middle of the course.
Yeah,
we'll see how it ends up.
Yeah, this looks like that chevron pattern that we were talking about earlier. Pretty clearly looks like we have our middle lanes out in front, and then our two other middle lanes, lanes 2 and 5, bringing up those positions 3 and 4, and then lanes 1 and 6 bringing up those last two positions in this field.
So I'm catching both boats about 36 strokes a minute in the body of the race here, and they are fairly level, like we've seen these other crews overlapping as they're coming in towards the tip of the island here, with about 600 meters, 650 meters to go.
Yeah, so it does look like it is, to me, probably the Florida Tech crew that is out in front of LaSalle, but it could be that LaSalle is giving them a really nice race. We saw some excellent racing from the LaSalle team
Sure looks like
yesterday.
LaSalle's challenging them in a big way. You know, and what's the strategy here? Maybe come out a little too hard, maybe not. But on the other hand, both these crews know they're going to qualify for the final unless they have an anomaly somewhere down the remainder of this course. But now they're 300 meters to go. The red buoys are coming up here in about a few more strokes, and it is FIT with a little bit of a lead over LaSalle. LaSalle rowing very hard here, trying to stay with them, trying to get through them. 37 strokes a minute for FIT.
Yeah, as they're coming by here, it does look like the Florida Tech guys in those striped unisuits do have a pretty handy lead over the LaSalle boat right now. But it does look like both of these boats are putting in a full effort.
39 for LaSalle.
Yeah, I think the Florida Tech guys are going to want to try and maintain that position and not give anything away to these LaSalle guys. That's the psychological approach that they're going to be taking for this final, not wanting to give any kind of quarter to these LaSalle guys as they're going into the medal round.
FIT, notice, did not bring their rating up. They were staying at that 35, 36 all the way down the course. It did not change going into the finish here, so they did not sprint.
Yeah, and there's your 1-2 finishers there.
So, yes, Lafayette and West Point looks like they're going to be our next across the line here. Lafayette in the third position, West Point. And those two will go to the petite final later on this morning.
Yep, so those are two advancing crews just coming through. Okay. I don't have any audio.
There we go.
Okay.
All right, thanks. We're back. Had a little bit of a downtime right there, but our next event is the men's varsity heavyweight 8. So one of the premier events of the day here, the fastest boats on the water. This is Stetson University in lane 1, Jacksonville University in 2, Drexel in 3, George Washington University in 4, St. Joe's in 5, and Minnesota in 6. So several locals here in the middle of the course. Oh.
Sorry, that graphic that just came up was incorrect. That was some names for our 4s. But again, these are the 8s that are coming down, and the lanes that Casey gave you were correct. So we are looking at these 6 8s. These are going to be the fastest boats at the regatta, these men's varsity 8s coming down. And we can see it's going to be a good race. Again, this is a semifinal. We're going to be taking the top 3 out of these 2 semis of men's 8s.
We know Drexel University has had some good results in previous races, and looks like they're having a good one here as well in lane 3, with looks like it'll be an open water lead over George Washington.
Looks like maybe we have just a touch of overlap possibly with the boats next door, but again, yes, Drexel having a very
coming through in that 5th position, Minnesota in the 6th position. And we have one more heat of this with another 6-boat race coming up, and 3 to the final, and the next 3 go to the petite final. You can see the crews paddling through the bridge just beyond the finish line, total exhaustion in many cases. In lane 1, Delaware in 2, Colgate in 3, Temple in 4, Marietta in 5, and West Point in lane 6. And of course, your seeded crews in this event are Temple and Colgate. We'll see how it comes out. So they run these races pretty tightly together. 6 minutes is about the time it takes for an 8 to cover the length of this 1.25 mile course, 2,000-meter course. So you'll find out when we're announcing here, many times there will be a race still in the water down here at the finish line, and they've already started another one up at the other end. And we'll move back and forth as quickly as we can.
So with this shot, it is pretty misty on screen, but you can see that our crews are just entering your picture now and are going to be executing this turn as they come down the race course. For people not familiar with the course on the Schuylkill, this is an unusual feature of a 2K course. It's not traditional for a 2K to have a turn in it. Usually it is just dead straight. Certainly at the elite level or the Olympic level, you're never going to see a turn in a course. So this is a really cool and unique feature of the Schuylkill race course that these athletes get to take on when they come and race at the Jefferson Dad Vail.
It is kind of odd looking as you watch them up above the bridge there, where they're almost 45 degrees to the angle of the course where we're sitting. And now you can see them starting to straighten out as they come through or come towards that bridge, as they get their angles lined up as they come down the buoyed albino course. Also helps them stay in the center of their lanes. Those buoys you see in the foreground there, coxswains use those to keep their guidelines on either side of the boat so they stay centered in there.
And so another part of racing on this course with a turn in it is that the boats do not start with a level start at the beginning. The stake boats are actually staked so that there is a stagger in the boats in order to accommodate the geometry of the turn as they come down the course. So we're really not able to get a good idea of what the margins might be until these crews actually come through the entire turn and get straight again on the race course, which it does look like they have done all 6 now.
Yes. When it's not foggy like this, a lot of times you can actually see who comes through that bridge first, especially on a sunny day, because the bridge casts a shadow there, and you'll see the boats go dark as they go into the shadow, and they'll go light as they come out of the shadow, and you can kind of identify the leaders as they come through. And I'll also say, as you go through that bridge, those abutments are, I'd say maybe 100 feet long, twice the length of an 8. So when you get in behind one of those abutments, the lanes 1, 2, and 3 can't see lanes 4, 5, and 6, and you can actually make moves under that bridge. And if you're not where you want to be going in the bridge and you execute a turn properly, then you can come out ahead as you come through that bridge.
So here's our first shot of our crews up close that gives us an idea of what the margins are, and it does look like
I believe that was Temple.
I believe it is our center crews that are out in front. I think it is Temple leading this crew, and a really, really tough race here between these next 3 chasing boats.
Oh, that's Delaware and Colgate there. Just inside of Temple, closer to us, closer to the cameras. But looks like those boats are nose to nose. And
Marietta's still in it, too, on the far side with those checkerboard blades.
So this is, from a rower standpoint, coxswain standpoint, they are putting every ounce of energy into that, every aspect of precision into this to try and gain an inch. If you can gain an inch per stroke with 240 strokes, guess how long that is?
It's enough to win.
That's enough to win.
That's enough to win. So again, looking at this field that we have leading the pack, we are only looking to take 3 of these 4 boats into the grand final this afternoon. So at the moment, it is Temple leading the field over Colgate, over Delaware, and Marietta. It does look like West Point and Rutgers maybe not up with this chase group right now. But Temple doing a good job just to try and get that full boat length margin that they're going to want over this Colgate boat.
Yeah, something about the Temple University crew. They have put every one of their entries, the 8s down to the small boats, into the finals. Other than this one right here, but at least advanced yesterday. So they've done a very good job. The depth of their program is pretty substantial.
Yeah, so as we're coming into the last few strokes of the race here, the crews are well into the middle of the island, which means that they are in the red buoys and well into their sprints. Temple has taken their rate up a beat or two just to try and hold off this charge from Colgate. Colgate definitely putting on a push in order to stay ahead.
Colgate at 4-2. Look at the coxswain Temple. His hands are up in the air, just urging his team on. Just give me more, give me more. Looking back, he knows he's got that boat length over Colgate.
Yeah, so these are going to be your 1-2. It's going to be Temple and Colgate, but it is all on between Marietta and Delaware for that crucial third place position in order to advance. We do not have that picture on our screen at the moment, but it is going to be very, very close between Delaware and Marietta to the line. We do not know who is going to advance. There's your 1-2, Temple and Colgate. We just missed the finish on the screen, but we're going to have to wait for the official results for those guys.
You're talking about that Marietta crew trying to get in that third position. You know what they were stroking at the end here in the sprint?
I did not get it.
46.
Oof.
That's the highest we've seen in this entire event here, and Marietta throwing everything they have out there trying to get in that third qualifying position.
That is a stroke rate of desire, to be sure. That is really showing that you want it to take the rate up that high. For people who might not be familiar, anything over just about 41 strokes per minute is considered quite high in rowing. And the closer you get to 50, you're talking insanity up there. So.
Yeah.
So really, really great finish. Really interested to see how that turned out between those third and fourth boats. It's going to be a heartbreak, I'm afraid, for one of those two crews being so close and someone ending up in that fourth place position.
Well, that kind of a finish there too. Even in the finals too, these kids will talk about this. As they came out. If they're seniors here, they're going to talk about that semifinal run, how close it was, and if they get in the grand final, they'll be talking about it as well. But these are the memories they're going to create for years down the road.
Let's see if we can get that result pulled up for you guys, because I want to know too.
And while Megan's doing that, we have the women's varsity at the Division III repechage. This is the second chance where they didn't make it through the heats or the heats into the finals yesterday. So now they have a second chance to make it today, and there'll be 2 to the final. The remainder will go to what they call the petite final. So in this, we have a 4-boat event. Again, women's varsity heavyweight 8. Division 3, Marietta in lane 2, Washington College in lane 3, St. Mary's in lane 4, and Catholic University in lane 5. And they are through the bridge already. And we'll see what we've got here.
For those of you wondering about the finish of the men's 8, in case you have not pulled up your results, it was Delaware that ended up getting that third qualifying position in a very tight margin between themselves and Marietta. Delaware 5:44.2 and Marietta 5:45.5.
As we're looking down the course here, Megan, I'm seeing 3/8 come down the course, not 4. And it would it would appear to be the gap in there would show it to be St. Mary's. It's the one that's not on the course.
It does look that way to me as well. There is a significant amount of water and lane in between our boats on the close side of the course and the one boat on the far side of the course. So,
and that's tough for that boat on the far side of the course because it's a long way across to try and judge where you are. Although that boat is trailing a little bit, the coxswain will be able to see the other two pretty clearly.
Mm-hmm. So in an 8s race like this, these athletes are going to be accustomed to it being very loud, a little chaotic, noisy, a lot of water, a lot of noise from the other athletes and from the other coxswains. And again, being very isolated on the other side of the course like this will be a very different experience than a 6-boat 8s race that they might be used to. So we're looking at this picture here. It's a little bit clearer now. It does look like this boat on the close side of the course, our Marietta boat, is our race leader.
Washington College looks like they are squarely in that second position to move on to that final. And Catholic University on the far side of the course, kind of rowing by themselves, and that's tough when you don't have people next to you.
That is a very tough thing to do. A lot of these 8s athletes are in these boats because they are very social athletes, and they are driven by community and having a lot of energy and other athletes around them to motivate them and drive them. So kind of missing that component for this Catholic boat on the far side of the course, kind of rowing down in a more isolated state is going to be a tough ask. But looking at these 2 lead boats, it does look like Marietta is doing a nice job here just to get themselves out and make it very clear that they are going to be advancing in this repechage.
They're rowing at a rate that's typical of what we see in these eights, about 36 strokes a minute down the body of the course, and now they're coming into the red buoys here just in front of us.
Yeah, again, we're just going to be taking the top two out of this race. So these ladies will know that with only 3 boats, they just have to beat 1 crew in order to advance. Thinking that with their final later today, probably neither of these lead 2 crews will have to expend too much extra energy if they don't have to. Trying to save maybe something in the tank for later today when they're racing for the medals.
A little bit of different rate pace here. I had Marietta rowing still about that 36 as they go down the course here. Washington College a slight bit higher, but again, qualifying here for those 2 would be a done deal now. And Catholic University on the far side of the course over there, making their way through the island here into the last 150 meters.
Yeah, nice shot of the Washington College boat there, just taking their last strokes and coming underneath the bridge.
You can see in the background of the picture there other boats heading the other direction. Those are the boats that are moving their way up to the starting line for their events that will be upcoming.
And here's a picture of our 3rd boat in this race. This is the Catholic crew. Just coming through the red buoys now. These ladies just finishing up their race plan, taking their final strokes of this race. And with their 3rd place finish, they will be advancing to the B final this afternoon.
You're watching them cross the line now. And making their way through. And good job for them. We got our next event, which is an open women's varsity 8. The last one we had was our Division 3 repechage for the women. This is an open repechage, meaning their second chance to get into the final. Here, 2 will go to the final. It is a 3-boat race, so 1 will be eliminated. So Connecticut in lane 2, Purdue in lane 3, Vermont in lane 4. One of those boats won't be racing anymore today.
Yeah, this is what we were calling yesterday a kind of a death drag race, because it is really a race not to be last. Coming 3rd in this race will mean that, yeah, your regatta is over this morning.
Yeah.
So really intense competition between these 3 boats in order to figure out who will be advancing and whose race day is done. Looking at this picture, it does look like our middle lane, our Purdue crew is out in front.
I would venture to say you're correct with that. That looks good.
But I would expect to see that the battle between these 2nd and 3rd boats is going to be pretty intense. Again, trying to avoid being in that unfortunate 3rd place position and ending your regatta here this morning.
So from a current camera view, we can kind of look at what you see there, but you can't tell what that second, third position is. So you can certainly tell that Purdue does have that advantage at this point, but between Connecticut and Vermont, unsure how to call that one yet. I venture to say, as I look past the stand here, it could be Connecticut that looks like they may have that advantage over Vermont.
I do have Connecticut at about 37 strokes a minute, which is maybe just a little bit on the high side at this point in the race. I'm wondering if maybe they're mounting a charge at this point in the race just to try and gain that advantage and not leave it too late on the race course.
Well, in some of these cases, too, you try a little bit too hard. You get to the island and suddenly you're spent. You've spent all your energy and you start to lose the ability to control various parts of your rowing stroke, and that can be mistakes are usually what slows a boat down. But it is Connecticut that is currently in that second position, and it looks like they've got a fairly good possibility of making it through that final.
Yeah, the Vermont crew maybe just understroking these other 2 boats a little bit. Vermont around 35, maybe needing just a little bit more RPM in the engine to try and get back on terms and get into one of those qualifying positions. But as the crews come up, it does look like this Purdue 8 in the middle of the course is leading the way with an open water margin over Yukon and Vermont.
Purdue rowing 36.5 strokes a minute and tapping that boat along very nicely.
Yeah, this is a nice margin for the Purdue crew to have. Of course, they don't ever want to get too comfortable in a race like this, like we called it earlier, the death drag race. The energy that these trailing two crews are going to bring at these guys could very easily consume a smaller margin in these closing strokes, given the desperation just to get into the final.
And Vermont trying they look like they came up here in the end here, but they're still not going to be able to get into that the top two spots.
Yeah, it is going to be just a matter of seats, I think, between this Connecticut boat and the Vermont boat, but I do think that unfortunately the Vermont boat is going to be on the wrong side of it. We, of course, will wait for the official results before we make a call on who will be advancing, but it did look to me from here unofficially that it was Purdue in that top spot, followed by UConn, and a really valiant effort from the Catamounts in order to try and get into that third spot, but it might have been just a little bit too late. Let's see if we can pull up these results.
So while we're waiting for that, we're going to make a shift here. We've been watching the sweep rowing, where the big boats with one oar per person each side. We're going to shift over to the sculling events. This is the men's open collegiate single petite final. There are scheduled to be 4 boats out here. In lane 2 from Clarkson University, Mr. Jackson. In lane 3 from Marietta, Mr. Puntarelli. In lane 4 from Detroit Boat Club crew, Mr. Malbuff. And in lane 6 from Stetson University Rowing Club, Austin Hill. So let's see what we got coming down the course this time. And this is a petite final, so there's no advancement from here. This will be the final race for these gentlemen today. But as I always say, a race is a race. You want to win this one, and you can come away with your head held high no matter what, if you can pull this one off.
And just confirming for anyone waiting for results from the women's 8 repechage, it was Purdue and UConn that did advance from that rep, and it will be Vermont that will be eliminated from this event.
So the single scullers coming down. The singles now, we've got a little bit more of a tailwind. Actually, not a bad thing for single scullers. It makes it a slight bit easier for them, and as opposed to a headwind.
Yep. Anything that makes your race shorter in the single is a blessing, let me say.
And that said, the single does take the longest amount of time. So, for example, a men's varsity 8 could do this course in under 6 minutes, where the singles are probably a good minute and a half difference. So you're on the water racing a lot longer, comparatively, than the big boat.
It is. What's interesting is when you take on the single first time, I think it can be very intimidating for younger athletes who have maybe only ever raced in the bigger, faster boats, thinking that just because you're going to race the single, it's harder or longer or some different kind of 2K experience. But actually a 2K in the single is still a 2K. And it
no
hurts
matter
the
what.
same as an 8. It doesn't hurt more or less. It's just a different experience. And I do recommend it, actually, for anyone out there who's wondered, what would it be like to race a single instead of with 8 of my friends? But it is a very, very different way to experience rowing, absolutely.
So it looks like Mr. Malba from Detroit Boat Club could be our leader, although looking back over to Mr. Jackson from Clarkson, they seem to be your top 2 in this group, right in between them, Mr. Puntarelli from Marietta and Mr. Hill trailing that group just by a bit.
Yeah, these singles are absolutely going to want to have their best race against one another while they're here. This is, again, an unusual and, in my opinion, very cool opportunity for collegiate athletes to race this boat at a very high level. Traditionally, at collegiate regattas, we're going to see 4s and 8s. We don't typically see sculling at all, let alone a single. So being able to come and race at the Jefferson Dad Vail in a single and just represent your abilities as an athlete just by yourself is just a very, very unique and very cool opportunity for these guys. So absolutely, they're going to want to really lay it all out there on the line.
So as they approach the tip of the island here, it is from Detroit Boat Club, Mr. Malbuff, that has that edge, I think. But I'm watching Mr. Jackson from Clarkson start to throw some shots in here and see if he can't scoot by.
Yeah, and again, our athlete over in lane 4 is representing Detroit Boat Club, one of the, if not the oldest rowing clubs in the nation. He's representing a rowing club here as opposed to a university or a school, because his school doesn't actually have an intercollegiate rowing program. So he is able to train just at the rowing club in Detroit on his own, by himself in this boat.
Look at Mr. Jackson throwing some shots in here in the near lane, trying to overtake, and he's doing a heck of a good job too. But it's close. I mean, these two boats are going to be overlapping at the finish, it looks like.
Yeah, it does. These singles are just so interesting to watch in races like these because it is such a small, light boat. It can be very easy to make a turn of speed in a boat like this as opposed to a big, heavy boat like an 8. The amount of energy it takes to create the momentum in a heavy boat like that is just so different.
Mr. Jackson was at 36 now. He's taking the rate up again, trying to get through. And he's now 37, 38 strokes a minute. It's both of these scullers just throwing it out there.
There's the risk of taking a look over just to see what might be happening and get a little wonky with the blades there, but luckily he was able to keep himself upright.
Whoa.
Yep.
Yep.
We just actually saw another little mishap with the blades on the course off camera, but our last two scullers also making their way down the course in this B final. But really good effort from all of these guys. Very fierce sprinting.
That will be one I would not. I think that could be a photo finish on that one between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Malbuff.
Well, I enjoyed it very much. So I'm really glad to see these guys out here racing these singles.
So we got another small boat coming up here. These are the pairs, petite final for the men's pair. And that is a boat with 2 people in it and 1 oar on each side and a little bit of, you're very familiar with the pair racing, Megan.
Yes, the pair is one of my favorite boats to row. I prefer the 2-person boats out of all the events that rowing has. The pair, which we're going to see here, 1 oar per person, 1 port, 1 starboard in the boat, and the double, which is 2 oars per athlete, which we will see later.
So in this race here, we have coming up, and again, this is a petite final. This is positions number 7 through 12. And it's Lafayette in lane 1, George Washington lane 2, Iona in lane 3, Grand Valley in 4, Rollins College in 5, and Jacksonville University, 2 in-state rivals there next to each other.
Yeah, so I'm always really excited to see this small boat racing, whether it's the singles or the pairs, because I do think the small boats offer just such a different challenge for the athletes who decide to take them on. It really is either just you that are making all the decisions and creating the performance in the boat, or just you and this incredible bond and trust that you have with one other athlete in the boat to make things happen. And I think there's just nothing more special in rowing. For me personally, everyone's different, but that is just something that I really have always loved about this sport since I first started.
And these small boats, the doubles and the pairs, really reward people if they row together for a good length of time, because they can learn each other's nuances, whereas you get in a bigger boat, a 4 and 8 or whatever, there's always little differences. It's hard to get 8 people to row perfectly together. It's certainly hard to get 2 people to row perfectly together, but when you get it, the boat is just magical.
Yeah. In these small boat lineups, when you end up spending a lot of time with your pair partner or your doubles partner, a lot of people will comment that your relationship becomes a lot like a marriage or some other kind of relationship.
A little bit about steering. If you're watching the shot from where we're sitting down the course, you see the 3 boats in the outside lanes kind of in a line with each other. So what's happening there? We've got some steering issues, it looks like.
I hope that was a rhetorical question. We don't know exactly what's happening there. It's not maybe going quite to race plan, but as I mentioned earlier with some of our Cox boats, these boats are just these 2 rowers, and they are not facing the direction that they are rowing, so they are responsible for making a straight line and steering on the course on their own. They're doing that without being able to see the direction that they're racing. They're doing it just with a little mechanism, we would hope, that is attached to their foot. One of the shoes in the boat will have a cable that will swivel on the foot plate, and they use that to control a rudder that will turn the boat for them.
So even though that one boat has kind of slid out of their lane and over towards the middle, they're not interfering with anything. So the referees are really, in a way, okay. There's no chance of interference with another boat at this point, and all they're doing is creating a longer race course for themselves, unfortunately. Mm-hmm. But this boat that's out in front looks to be with that blue and yellow jerseys is Rollins College. They're being chased what appears to be by Iona, or maybe that's Grand Valley. Actually, it might be Grand Valley, because I think we're missing lane. I want to say we might be missing lane 2. We are missing one of the boats out here that's in our schedule.
Yep. And when we have these steering issues with these long distance shots, it does make it harder for us as commentators to figure out where people should be versus where they actually are on the course. So we might need a little bit closer view of some of these athletes in order to figure out which boat is which, given that there may have been some movement between the lanes.
As we did see some movement out there, but looks like if this is in the middle of the course here, I want to say it's Grand Valley, but I can't make that certain, but they are definitely coming up on Rollins College as they come through the island here. Rollins may be being overtaken here as they led most of the way down the course.
Yeah, it does look like it is going to turn out to be Rollins in the blue uniforms on the far side of the course, and the black boat currently still leading, but being chased pretty hard by, I believe you are correct, Iona.
At 38 strokes a minute, Iona and Rollins trying to hold on to that lead. They've held that lead, it looks like, at least since the bridge. Rollins also going up. And Rollins still holding that edge at 40 strokes a minute now. As they've passed the tip of the island, there are 100 meters to go, maybe 115 meters. Rollins still with a boat length lead.
Yeah, really impressive performance from these guys in the Rollins boat, just taking the rate right up. It's really tricky to do that in a small boat like this, which can be so tippy and very unforgiving if you do even just a little minor misstep at these high rates. Iona maybe just not matching that RPM in the lead boat, the Rollins boat, but Rollins really executing a killer sprint to just open up a gap between themselves and that challenge from Iona.
So to win a petite final like that, of course they're seventh in the Dad Vail Regatta, but to win a petite final like that is got to be absolutely satisfying.
It absolutely is. What a great performance from those guys in the lead Rollins boat. And our next crews are just coming down the course. Again, I apologize. It is really difficult to tell who is who because they are all pretty much in a straight line, maybe even in the same lane. It does look like it is the Jacksonville crew that is bringing up that 6th position. But great racing from these guys in the men's pair B final. We have a shot here looking back up the course, anticipating our next race, which is going to be the women's novice Coxed 4. This will be an event that will be featuring athletes who are still relatively new to the sport in their first season of rowing at the collegiate level.
So our race time is 8:54. That's what the start time is anticipated to be. And the officials, their goal is, especially the starting officials, is to get their boats on the stake boats there, lined up and off on time. I mean, that's one of the main goals. Besides the safety factor of things and the fairness factor. So here we go. We're staying on time, which is what we like. And it's good for the coaches as well because they send their crews out 45 minutes, sometimes 50 minutes ahead of time to get their warm-up in, and they have to time that just right in order not to be sitting out on the course too long or get up there too soon. That's
right, Casey. That's actually a good point that we should mention to people who might not be familiar with this. The coach's role in these regattas is really pretty limited. Once these coaches send their athletes out on the water, they no longer have any kind of contact with them. So it's really up to the athletes, if they're in a straight boat or in one of these cox boats, the coxswain, to make sure that everything goes according to plan and that they get to their race on time.
All right, so as we now see these crews starting to approach the bridge down there, we'll give a quick lineup on the lanes here. It's St. Thomas in lane 1. Again, this is a women's freshman novice 4. St. Thomas in lane 1, Tampa in 2, Princeton, 2 Princeton boats in 3 and 4. Penn State in 5, and Georgetown in lane 6. So here they come to the bridge. Let's see what we can get here.
Yeah, and it should be really fun to see this Princeton v. Princeton line up in the middle of the course. I'm sure these ladies will be having a really good time just seeing their friends and teammates in the lane next to them, just laying it all out on the line here at the Jefferson Dad Vail with all their competitors. That's a cool thing to do.
I can imagine and them sitting on the starting line of the stake boats. They look across each other. You know, you're people like that. You've raced against them, with them, trained with them all year long, and now they look across and say, "Good luck." But as soon as that race starts, guess what? It's all business from there on out.
Yeah, but I would imagine that these athletes will still be drawing strength and motivation from one another as they look across all the way down the race course and see their teammates in the lane just next to them.
Yeah. And you know, urging them on. I mean, not that they would say anything to them, but as you're concentrating on your own boat, you want to make sure, I hope my teammates get there as well.
Mm-hmm. And as we're looking at this picture, it does look like we have some crews maybe in the middle of the race course that are coming out as our early leaders. It looks like one of the Princeton boats has gotten their nose out in front. And for positions 2, 3, and 4, it does look like still a pretty close race between the other Princeton crew, Penn State, and Tampa.
That's kind of what we would expect, but the center of the course. But yeah, it looks to me like you're absolutely correct that the Princeton crew's in the middle, lanes 3 and 4. You've got the the 3 Princeton crew, just a little bit ahead of the 1 and 4, but looking across on the far side of the course, actually, it looks like a good race going on between Penn State and Georgetown. They look to be pretty much level to each other, very close. Although I would almost venture to say Georgetown is making a little bit of a move on the one next to them, but they're behind that lead crew in the middle of Princeton.
Yeah, and in case you're just tuning in, you can see the lane markers that are in the middle of your screen there, the yellow numbers that are strung above the course. But just a reminder, our lanes do run from right to left on your picture. So lane 1 is going to be on the right, closest to us here on the shore, and lane 6 will be furthest away from us on the left of the screen.
So now you can see better. That is the Princeton crew in lane 3 that has a little bit of an open water lead. And the Princeton crew in lane 4 looks to be in that second position, but the spots behind them for the third position are fairly well, the competition between those boats is pretty level.
Yeah, that looks like a tough race there for positions 3, 4, and 5 now. And maybe even with the second Princeton crew having to fight off a charge from this crew on the close side.
At Penn State
there.
Yeah,
our crew from Penn State. Oh, sorry,
but even
Tampa.
Tampa here, Tampa's right in there. Oh,
yeah,
great.
So it is Princeton in the center of the screen being chased by Princeton and also by Tampa here on the right side of your screen in that third position with the red blades.
So Tampa doing a really good job here, at least trying to hold on. But the fight for third here now looks like it's between Tampa and Penn State. It looks like the outside crew, Georgetown, has slipped just a little bit behind that group. But this is good racing. There's still plenty to go here. Another 600 meters to go. There's a lot that can happen between here and the finish line.
Yeah, it does look like the St. Thomas crew has fallen back off the pace a little bit. They have been passed by the motor launches here. So maybe not in contention for one of the placements in this race. But right now, Princeton out in front and looking very in control as they come under the number string there.
What a beautiful drone shot, too.
It is just a beautiful shot. You are right.
And you can see how calm the water is. I mean, it's just absolutely perfect. The temperature's perfect. I mean, the rowers couldn't ask for anything more on a day like today.
Yeah, and look at this move now from Tampa in lane 2. Definitely moving up through the second place Princeton boat, I would say, just starting to come level now.
So they're into the island. Got about 5 more strokes before we hit the red buoys here. Red buoys meaning 250 meters to go. Princeton boat holding that lead as they came through the bridge all the way down the course.
And again, we're looking at athletes who are in their first year of rowing, so a freshman novice event coming down the course right now. And what a great race to have as kind of your capstone for the season for these first-year rowers. Nice, tight racing across the field here in this women's 4.
And Tampa really throwing a challenge in here to the second Princeton boat. And over there on the other side of the course, Penn State as well. I mean, we're going to have quite the run here for this second place position. Princeton still holding that edge, but overlapping both on either side of them, Penn State and Tampa, trying to get through them.
Yeah, it does look like Tampa is working really hard to try and get back up on terms with the second place Princeton boat, but what a great race for all of these women just to learn what it takes when you are side by side, 3 boats across in just a death match to the finish with these other boats. Great racing from these women. It's going to be so tight. I do think Princeton, too, is hanging on to that second place spot, but it is going to be super close between Penn State and Tampa. And then, of course, Georgetown on the far side just finishing up their race as the St. Thomas crew just rose by us here in the commentary box.
So these being freshman novice women, they have a race like that that's very competitive. It's got to excite them a lot. It's also going to give them impetus for training for the next year. Okay, we need to get past this petite final like we did this year. Next year, I want to be in this boat. I want to be in the grand final. I mean, they will work hard to do that.
Yep.
They're just learning how to do, for many respects, they're just learning how to work hard in a boat, work hard on land, get the training, the physical aspects of it.
And I know they won't appreciate me saying this, but at this point, Most novices don't even know how hard they can go and what they're actually capable of. So this is a great, great way to just learn how to get even more out of yourself than you thought was possible before, maybe even this race. And the good news is that this was just the B final. So I am very excited for the A final of this event. I can't wait to see what we get when that matchup comes down the course. But looking back up the course, our next race is well underway. It looks like they're all through the bridge. And we will be looking at the men's counterpart here, the men's B final for our freshman Cox 4s.
And just the lineup quickly: Georgia Tech in lane 1, Stockton State in lane 2, Catholic University 3, West Point in 4, Milwaukee in 5, and West Point again, a second West Point boat in lane 6.
Yeah, so once again, we're going to be looking at these boats probably in the middle 2 lanes to be our race leaders. And maybe a challenge coming from our boat over in lane 5.
That's Milwaukee.
But it does look like our first West Point boat in lane 4 and the crew from Catholic in lane 3 are holding down those first and second place positions.
Yeah.
And again, we're looking at crews that are comprised of athletes who are in their first year of rowing at the college level.
Coxon as well.
Coxon as well, yes. But that having been said, I haven't seen any steering errors from any of these coxswains, so good job. Freshman coxswains, we applaud you.
So coxswains also have a weight limitation. Women's coxswain, I think, is what, 110?
That's right.
110 pounds. Men's coxswains, I believe, are 120.
But the interesting thing with coxswain weigh-ins is it actually works in the opposite direction. So they have to meet a minimum weight as
Correct.
opposed to be under a maximum weight,
Yeah.
if that makes sense.
If they are under those required weight limitations, much like some other sports that have things like that, they have to carry weight with them. They'll have sandbags placed in the boat that are marked for them, and the referees at the end, if they're asked, they have to show this sandbag that they have this weight with them. Otherwise, there's a chance of being excluded or disqualified.
So when the coxswains weigh in at the beginning of the regatta, they actually get a colored wristband that marks whether or not they're supposed to have weight with them, and then they hold that colored wristband in the air to show whether they need to show their weight or not.
All right, let's get back to the racing here. We've got Catholic University and West Point in our 2 leading positions.
Yeah, and it does look like we're having a nice race shaping up in the 3rd and 4th positions between our crew on the far side of the course. Well, that's not West Point, is it? That's our Milwaukee boat on the far side, the gentlemen in the red uniforms, and the crew on the close side of the course, which is the Georgia Tech crew for positions 3 and 4. But it is all about Catholic here, holding down the lead.
And those gentlemen are rowing very well. Nice clean blade work. And in so doing, they got that boat length of open water lead over West Point as they go into that the last 10, 15 strokes.
Yeah, that's a pretty definite lead to have in a Cox 4 coming into the last few strokes of the race. And it does look like it is going to be Catholic maintaining that lead. But a good charge here from that first West Point boat in that second place position. You can see our top 2 crews just approaching the line here on your screen. But we do have a nice race between these 3rd and 4th boats coming up now.
Georgia Tech and Milwaukee.
Yep, Milwaukee just defending against this very fearsome charge from the Georgia State boat. But it is going to be Milwaukee in that 3rd position, Georgia State in 4th. And here we go again, another matchup with our boats 5 and 6. Our last West Point boat and the Stockton boat going toe-to-toe for positions 5 and 6. So, yeah, there's a thumbs up there from our bow seat of our Milwaukee boat going through the bridge.
Basically,
some fist bumps.
3 races in one.
It really was kind of 3 dual races in one there. That was really fun to see how that race broke down. But really good race, good effort. You got that. So really great racing from our B finals for our freshman athletes in these 4s. The men's and women's B finals were really, really good for us as spectators. Thank you to those athletes for putting forth their best efforts and giving us some really great racing to watch here at the Jefferson Dad Vail.
Our next event coming up, this is our 906 event, the women's freshman novice heavyweight 8 petite final. There's a 2-boat race. Again, this is what we call a dual race. Grand Valley University in lane 3 and Bryant in lane 4. So a dual race, if you're from a strategy standpoint, this is a little bit different than when you're racing 6 boats across. There's a little less noise. There's only one other boat to see out there. And if you can gain an advantage, what happens there? I mean, you can actually play defense down there. You can counter, for the most part, moves that the other crew makes. So the crew from behind has to do all they can to try and put pressure on the lead crew, maybe make them make a mistake, maybe make them look out of the boat a little bit more and try and haul them down. But it's tough. A dual race is tough.
Yeah, the psychology that goes into racing with just one other boat down the course can be very, very tough. It does lack some of the dynamism of racing with 6 boats that when you have all that noise and splashing and excitement on the course, the 8 athletes are going to be accustomed to. But dual racing is a major fixture in our sport. There are many very famous dual races that happen in rowing that we look forward to every year. These athletes do find themselves in one here in this B final of the Jefferson Dad Vail for the women's freshman 8s. And it does look like it might be Grand Valley currently in that leading position.
And from this point of view, it looks like they're actually rowing very well. I mean, it's a long-distance shot, but I'm kind of watching the way the blades are going in and out of the water. They're rowing at a nice clip coming down here, basically what you would expect to see in this kind of an event. 34, 35 strokes a minute right in there, which is almost identical to what you want to see.
Oh,
so in the 8s here, look at that.
It's just stunning. What a beautiful day here on the Schuylkill for these athletes. These conditions are just incredible.
And, what a difference it's made having drones in our sport. More than a few years back, you couldn't see anything like this, but to have overhead shots like this covering the entire race course, just spectacular. I think this really helps bring rowing into a spectator sport in many respects.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really just offers us a new way to appreciate kind of the beauty and the synchronicity that you get to experience as an athlete, but maybe not always experience as a spectator, just seeing the way that the bodies and the blades all move together as kind of part of the boat.
Well, the view from the side, you can only see one side of the boat, but looking from the top here, it's just like, oh my gosh, this is beautiful. It really is. And I think that's what really attracts a lot of us to this sport is the in a way, the calmness looking of it. It's not so calm when you're out there racing, but the beauty of it is spectacular.
Yeah, I think you're right. It really does capture kind of that idea of trying to make yourself sort of a human mechanical element with 7 other athletes in the boat. And of course, your coxswain, who hopefully is sitting still, but but with the other rowers just trying to move like part of a beautiful machine. So we're seeing that here with these shots of these athletes as they're coming down, racing their B final. It is that crew from Grand Valley that we can see pretty clearly now in the white and the blue. That is leading this race here between themselves and Bryant as they're coming into the red buoys and the last 250 meters of this race.
So I'm just noticing, just caught my eye was watching the swing of the bodies. As you look at them from the side, their body movements, their legs, their back swing, they're actually pivoting from the hips into the catch. The arms are moving the blade out or the handle out to catch the water. So some crews swing better than others. They manage their body weight a little bit better than others, and a lot of times that can make a difference out there. Other ones can sit a little bit straighter up and down. You'll see different techniques from different coaches. Them believing that one particular type of strategy, one particular type of rowing technique will benefit them. In this case, Grand Valley winning this petite final.
Yep, as we will see today, there are a lot of different ways to row. There is no one correct or perfect way to row, no matter who you ask. We will definitely see that today.
So a lot of these rowers, they'll go on and look at the videos. In this case, the Jefferson Dad Vail things that will be out on the internet for basically forever. They'll be able to go back and look at things 10 years from now and like, this is me racing at the Jefferson Dad Vail here in 2022.
That is a good point, Casey. Actually, you bring up a good point that we should remind everybody that this live stream will be archived, as well as all of our races from yesterday are already available on YouTube. If you want to go back and relive any of the excitement from yesterday, you can check that out.
I can imagine these teams and these rowers, they get back on the docks there. One of the first things they're going to do, they're going to go pull up YouTube and see what it looks like.
Guilty. I even did that yesterday just so we could check in our performance here as commentators. But as a competitor, that was always something that I look forward to in order to see if there was anything that I could see that I could improve on for my next race.
So as we get ready for this next event, just something coming up here is not on our schedule, but it was just handed to me by some of our coordinators, is at 11 a.m. 50 years ago at the Dad Vail here in 1972, the U.S. Coast Guard Academy won the men's varsity 8. So we have a reunion road that's going to go down the course at that time of these gentlemen that were like you see out here in the men's varsity 8 today, who will win 50 years ago. This is who came down the course.
Holy smokes.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say. Holy smokes. But it should be really fun for those guys. Crew reunions are always really, really fun. And I imagine the longer you've known the people in your crew and the more kind of distance you have between them, the more fun it is to get back together with them.
Oh, absolutely.
So what do we have next?
Well, coming down the course, actually, they just took off. We just have the split screen here. So you see the men's freshman novice heavyweight 8 just taken off. This is the petite final also. And we have Stockton State in lane 1, Fordham University in lane 2, Pittsburgh in 3, Rutgers in 4, St. Mary's in 5, and Minnesota in lane 6.
Yeah, so a nice full field for these guys racing in this B final of the freshman men's 8.
Again, this is positions number 7 through 12, and of course the goal here is to win this thing. And if you won your petite final, and if you were back to back, say the petite final was back to back to the grand final, I talk about conditions a little bit. If the conditions stay similar and not too much difference, you can actually compare a time. If you're winning your petite final, it's like, wow, what would I have done in the grand final? Would I have been 6th in the grand final? Could I have been 4th or 5th or something like that? And that's usually, if you made a mistake and you didn't get the grand final, that's what you want to do, is how deep into that can you get?
And we just see the official just flagging our crew over in lane 2 to just correct their course and make sure they're executing that turn that we've talked about correctly. I know it can be tricky up there. Executing that dogleg turn in the first part of this 2K course. But the referee just reminding the coxswain, maybe we're going to need another reminder here, but just reminding the coxswain that they need to stay in between the buoys and avoid getting into other people's lanes at this stage in the race so they're not interfering.
Coxswain making some pretty good corrections there, and I don't know if they're corrections or not, but making some changes in what happens when that boat moves like that. It's almost like skidding sideways. There's centrifugal force that tends to want to lean the boat over. It causes a little bit of unease, or a lot of unease in the rowers, because they're having a harder time balancing the boat when that thing's turning like that.
Yeah, not many 8s turn the way that we think of turning like a car, steering a car. It is more of a slide. So it's a little bit different approach that you need to take for steering accurately as a coxswain in these 8s. Oops, we got a major crab there.
Yeah, far side of the course. That's Minnesota. And if you can see in the camera, there's one of the rowers leaning out of the boat trying to get that oar back. So that oar got stuck in the water. And it's very, very hard to get that back out of the water. The other rowers are still rowing. This one rower is trying to get it back, and we're losing her out of the screen there. But that really is not a fun thing to have happen to you.
No, and I think that's going to be a race ender probably for our Minnesota crew, unfortunately. It is an occupational hazard in the sport of rowing that crabs do happen. You want to avoid them by just making your blade work really clean and keeping your oars clear of the water.
This is the Rutgers crew we're seeing in the screen right now in lane 4. Should be one of our center line leaders, and it looks like they are.
Yeah, but once we get maybe one of our overhead shots, we can get a better idea of the margins. Again, we're not really able to get a good idea of what the margin might be until the crews are through the bridge, which they are now, because of that stagger start to accommodate that dogleg at the beginning of the course.
So you saw the Pittsburgh come through just then, Fordham on the inside. Just outside of that was St. Mary's. Those boats just ran right through the camera there.
And there's our officials. Hello.
Our officials. So yeah, that is the Rutgers crew that is has a pretty good lead out there. Multiple lengths of open water, it appears.
Yeah, it looks like they've done a really good job to establish a huge margin in the first half of this course.
So if you look back, you saw that Minnesota crew back rowing again. So apparently that one rower got her oar back. And when you're down like that, what happens? Your adrenaline just goes through the roof, and you can spend way too much energy trying to get that boat back up there. But I've seen that happen before, and these boats can get back into the race.
That is true, and we actually had a case like that yesterday with a crew that had a couple of different incidents like that, but it did not stop them from actually advancing out of that race because they got so jazzed from trying to compensate for that mistake that they just took off, and it just really got them going. So looking at this picture, it does look like we have that pretty classic chevron arrangement with our boats, with Rutgers leading the way, and then our other middle lane crews bringing up those second, third, and fourth positions.
And the right side of the screen, you just saw the next race going off. That's a women's collegiate double scull final. And we'll catch up with that in just a little bit. So Rutgers coming there under the bottom of your screen with a drone shot there. As you can see, a good number of lengths of open water. And that's the terminology we use there is a length of open water is a length of a boat. So if I talk about 4 or 5 lengths of open water, that's 55 feet approximately per length. So you're talking, for 4 or 5 lengths, that's 200 feet.
Yeah, but then you have to figure out how to translate that into seconds because, of course, the time is also relative to how long the boat is or how fast the boat's going too. So it gets quite complicated.
So what do you think? You think an 8 covers a boat length in 3.5 seconds? Something like that? 4?
I'm going to claim the 5th on this one. I was an English major and I don't do numbers. So, but here's a shot of our race leaders. This is the Rutgers crew, and they are just coming by the commentary box now with a huge margin over the rest of the field. Our second place is going to be this crew from Fordham, and they are leading the pit crew.
And you know what's going through that Rutgers crew mind right now? Like, oh my gosh, this is going to be great.
This is going to be great. But look at this sprint coming from the pit crew. They are not on screen right now. This is still your race leader on screen. This is Rutgers with a very dominant victory in this B final of the men's freshman 8. This is not a 4, an 8.
And Fordham and Pittsburgh really fighting it out here to try and get it. It looks like Fordham's going to take Pittsburgh to the line.
Yes.
And just outside of them, St. Mary's is going to be in looks like the 5th position here. Or 4th position.
4th position, yeah, that's right. There's St. Mary's just crossing the line there on your screen now.
Yeah. And that's really too bad when they lost that oar down there, because it just takes them out of possible contention.
And knowing how hard we can be on ourselves as rowers, I know that athlete will be disappointed that that was an accident that happened, and you never want to feel like you let down your crew, but I'm sure everyone will be supportive and know that it could happen to anybody at any time. We've all had it happen. So one of your favorite events coming up here is the women's collegiate double final. Yes.
Right, and that is approaching the bridge right now.
Yeah, so we're looking at the B final now for these women's doubles. This is going to be Gordon in lane 1, NYU in lane 2, Drexel in lane 3, Case Western in lane 4, Pitt in lane 5, and Tampa in lane 6. And again, just one of a few sculling events that the Jefferson Dad Vail is going to be offering for these athletes, but just very cool for me to come and see some of these collegians taking on the challenge of sculling at this level. For those of you who might not be as familiar, sculling is, of course, just a different discipline of rowing where the athletes each have 2 oars as opposed to 1. We just saw sweep rowing come down in these men's 8s. That's when one athlete has 1 oar and you're either a port or a starboard. So you go, well, some people row both, but at a time, you're only a port or a starboard.
You know, in some of these programs here, these may be people that maybe they weren't in the first 8 or the first 4 or whatever, but on the other hand, it could just be a small program that they don't have the depth of bodies to fill a big boat. And you could put 2 people together like that. They row in the boat all year long, and they could get really, really good if they row together.
Yeah, and like we were talking about earlier, you know, these small boats really do reward kind of long-term commitments to one another. So a long time in the boat together does usually yield better results. Sometimes it can be quite tricky to hop in a small boat like this and make it go really fast without a lot of time to get to know each other. And for a bow woman, for example, to learn how to follow her stroke and all the little nuances that go into that. And we're seeing a flag again on the course from the official, just reminding one of our crews to stay in her lane. And again, I will remind you guys that these athletes are steering this course blind, so they do not have a coxswain to help them stay between the buoys. And in these doubles, it's typically done just with pressure steering, so they don't have any mechanical steering. It's just done with different pressure up or down on some of the oars on one side or the other.
You know, one other aspect, I'll just run through this quickly, is these boats that are out here. You see 6 boats across, 8, 8s, 4s, pairs, whatever. Each of these positions, these boats are very, very technical. Mm-hmm. They have, we have to rig them certain ways, and we're talking things where the angle of the blades going in the water has to be very specific. Sometimes a rower can feel the difference between how this blade feels in the water down to a half a degree. Mm-hmm. So you've got to be very, very good with how you get these boats set up, and sometimes, you know, it can make a difference on the rigging of a boat, much like riding a bike with multiple gears. Sometimes it's too heavy, sometimes it's too light. You got to get it just right.
And what a black hole we could get into with discussing rigging and all the specifications that go into that. Wow.
Not going there.
I'm not going to go there. I don't know enough about it, but I know that you are correct. It can be very, very specific adjustments that can make the difference for a crew based on their size, their weight, their technique, the way their body is shaped and the way it moves. So many variables. But let's look at this race as it's making its way into the closing stages here. I do think that we're looking at crews in the middle of the course that are our race leaders.
That looks like Case Western.
It does.
I believe we're missing potentially a lane 3, which is unusual.
Yeah, that would be unusual to be missing that center crew. Our lane 3 crew would be Drexel, and I think you're right. I don't see any yellow uniforms out there, so unfortunately they are not participating in this B final. But a good race here between Case Western and the crew from, what do you think? NYU?
NYU, yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So good race from the ladies from NYU there in the yellow boat on the right side.
And look at the race for trailing that group. The Gordon, the Pittsburgh, the Tampa boats, all fairly level across. Tampa with a little bit of an edge. That's Gordon with a little bit of an edge on the 2 outer crews.
Yeah, I think the official is just following those 2 boats on the far side a little more closely because there have been a few more steering reminders while we've been chatting about the merits.
Flagging them right now.
Yep, merits of this boat class. But as we're having these athletes come up to the commentary booth, we can see now it is very clearly this Case Western crew well out in front. They are leading the NYU crew by at least a boat length of open water. Doing a nice job here just to get themselves out in front. And a nice clear open water margin for this Case Western boat as they're coming through the red buoys.
At 34 strokes a minute, Case Western smoothly just propelling that boat by as you swing that body weight towards the stern. They're just picking the boat up and accelerating it each stroke, holding on to that several boat lengths of open water lead.
So as we're coming by here, this is actually a Drexel boat.
Okay.
Maybe uniformed differently than what we've seen yesterday. And maybe with different oars.
I remember those guys yesterday. They were working hard yesterday, and they're working hard again today.
So apologies for that error. They are. I was looking for a different uniform and different blades, I think. So sorry for that for all of you Drexel people out there who are watching.
Yeah.
But that was the Drexel boat that took that second position.
And our apologies for that, because when we're missing a lane, especially if they don't stay in their same lanes, it's hard to tell what's what from our position. But Pittsburgh, Tampa on the outside lane. Tampa coming in just a little bit ahead of Pitt, and way over the inside here, Gordon. They were very close to each other as they went past the line. So on the course now, already going past the Temple Boathouse in St. Joseph. Down there's a men's collegiate double petite final. Penn State in lane 2, Stockton in 3, Case Western in 4, Georgia Tech in 5, and Grand Valley in lane 6.
So again, I'm just so excited to see more of these sculling athletes.
There you go.
On the course here at the Jefferson Dad Vail, I just want to emphasize how cool I think it is to have this opportunity for these athletes to participate in sculling events and diversify kind of their skills as athletes, not relying just on the sweep events for a program, which we love. We love to see the power of the 4s and the 8s at these collegiate regattas, but also seeing kind of the finesse and the technique and the skill and the beauty of sculling showcased at a regatta like the Jefferson Dad Vail is just very, very exciting for me.
So Megan's experience in sculling is notable.
I thought you were going to say notorious, which is maybe also true.
It could be that too. My background also is sculling, so we both have a similar background. Mine a little bit further back than hers, though.
Yes. Not as much as you might think. I came to sculling quite late. I didn't learn until after I graduated from college, but then went on to do it at a very high level for a long, long time. So these guys are well ahead of me in their developments as rowers, learning the skill of sculling in order to compete at this level here at the Jefferson Dad Vail. Looking at the course now, it does look like we have a leader in the middle of the pack here.
And it looks like Case Western again.
Oh.
Again.
That's a pretty good look.
Yeah.
We just had a win in our last event, our women's B final from the same program from the Case Western group. So if the men can kind of follow up with a similar result, I think that would be a pretty good move for the program.
And in the same lane, so maybe it's a good lane for them.
Well, we have talked about how the crews that end up in the center of the lane are typically our favored crews. So in a way, it is a good lane, sure.
Yeah, so it looks like as we come down to the island here, come through the island, it looks like Stockton State is in our second position, but they're not in a comfortable position ahead of the other crews on either side of them. Georgia Tech over there in lane 5 is close enough to give them a little bit of headache. And also back here in lane 2, Penn State, same thing. If I was out on that boat, I would not be comfortable yet.
Yeah, but these guys are all going to want to be pushing at this point. We are well into just about a minute left of rowing or less. So there's no reason not to just stomp on the gas and really empty it out and see where you can get with the margins here in these trailing 3 crews.
So Case Western coming through here at 31 strokes a minute. Obviously, they're very comfortable. Of course, you've got this. But look over there at Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech sprinting now, trying to keep themselves ahead of this boat over here at Stockton. Stockton pushing Georgia Tech.
Yeah, we're having a little bit of an issue here with the Stockton boat. They might be just leaving the course a little bit and trying to correct.
Oh, that's right.
Get back in the lane.
Yeah, we keep having this lane differential here.
Yeah, but over on the far side, those yellow blades of Georgia Tech really just leading the way here for positions 2, 3, and 4. Nice job in the Georgia Tech boat just finishing up here. You can see the shot on the drone.
Oh, they have to made a hard turn there to miss the bridge at that end. And that's something, you know, with a bridge there, especially in a blind boat, you got to make sure you turn around, and you're really tired. It may not come easily to remember there's an abutment coming.
Yeah, it's not a nice way to be feeling with your brain full of lactic acid and then trying to remember not to ruin your boat. So good on those guys for missing the abutment after winning this B final of the men's double sculls.
Coming up next, women's collegiate junior varsity 4 petite final. It's a 6-boat race.
Here we go. We have these ladies on screen, just seeing them getting their boats up to speed as they leave the stake boats.
So Cabrini in lane 1, Manhattan in 2, Iona in 3 in the middle of the course, Milwaukee in lane 4, Connecticut in 5, and Manhattan in lane 6.
So 2 Manhattan boats in this race facing off in this B final. Separated by a few lanes, so maybe not getting eyeballs on one another. But
we're getting flags again. And
oh, there's a second flag. Yep. Man, I hope this official stretched before this race because it's really getting some action.
Flags on both sides of the course.
Wow.
So typically, I don't know whether the officials are flagging them because they're not in the center of the lane, or if there's their chance of interference with a boat in the lane next to them.
It could be that the officials are just trying to be very proactive as well, because as we've discussed, the dogleg in this course can be extremely tricky, and maybe just trying to get ahead of any small errors that they might see kind of happening. Maybe overcorrecting these coxswains a little bit just to make sure that the turn goes as smoothly as possible once they get up there.
Well, I think that's probably the case here. All right, there's your finishes for your previous event, the Men's Collegiate Double there, with Case Western winning that easily. Georgia Tech in second, and just a few seconds back, Stockton.
Yeah, so coming back to this race, this is a B final, so we'll be looking for places 7 through 12 for these women.
Well, it looks like these coxswains, for the most part, have gotten straightened out, and yet I'm seeing a flag again.
Oh,
so, again, these coxswains are not able to see behind them. They're up in the bow of the boat, much like a race car, like a Ferrari race car, and they have to rely on someone in the boat, usually the bow person, to let them know if they're being flagged, or they have to let the coxswain know. Otherwise, they'll never even know that they're being flagged. Although there might be an audible signal from the referee if they don't acknowledge it right away.
Yeah. I mean, ideally, the coxswains are using visual cues like the buoys or different points on the race course in their line of vision in order to maintain their course. And hopefully they're not having to rely on the flag of the official. But you're right, it does come down to communication between athletes and the coxswain in the crew in order to make sure that they are following the instructions of these referees who are here primarily for safety.
You can see the shadow of the bridge there. We're getting a little bit brighter here during the course of the day, and you can see how as they approach the shadow of the bridge, it looks like that's lane 5, Connecticut, that might have hit that shadow first. And now you're seeing next to them Milwaukee. We're only seeing the 3 outer lanes, Manhattan on the far side, your left side of your screen, Connecticut in between those two in the white boat, and Milwaukee closer to the right-hand side of your screen.
Yeah, so from this picture, it does look like our Manhattan crew, kind of at the top of your picture now, has fallen off the pace of this Connecticut crew and the Milwaukee crew. Milwaukee here just on the right side of the screen in the red uniforms. But it looks like a good race between Yukon and Milwaukee that we can see on picture right now. We'd love to see the rest of the field so that we can figure out maybe where we are with a race leader.
Connecticut, they're rowing 33.5 strokes a minute in the middle of the course. Now you're getting the long shot from the cameras down here at the finish line, or a drone. I guess that's one of our drones.
Yeah, and what this looks like to me is that we have a really nice 4-boat field here at the front of the group, and maybe our 2 outside lanes have fallen off the pack a bit. So that would be our boat from Cabrini on the shore side here, or on the right side of your screen, and again that crew from Manhattan on the left side of the screen, maybe not quite up in the race with these other 4 leading crews.
So in lane 2, that lane right there, that looks to be Manhattan, and here we're not following the typical chevron pattern. We see a little variety from lane 6 all the way over to lane 1. It's kind of a stagger there.
Yeah,
but
like
Manhattan
a nice W shape.
Yeah, Manhattan doing a good job.
Yeah, so I think you're right. I think it is this first Manhattan crew that's in lane 2 that is leading the way here. And it looks like they have, even since we've started talking about this shape, extended a lead over second place. Probably Connecticut is what it looks like from here.
And it makes me wonder, when they were flagging the crews back up above the bridge, who was getting flagged? If it wasn't Manhattan getting flagged and these other crews are having a little bit of steering issues, this could be exactly why Manhattan is out in front. It could be just rowing better, of course. But if you're making mistakes, and steering is one of the things you don't want to have a mistake that can slow you down, and that could be why we're seeing what we're seeing.
Yeah, there is a point where too much steering is going to start to have a negative impact on your speed. Of course, we need to do a really good job and make the turn super sharp here at the dogleg and just execute that really precisely. But if you have to do a lot of correcting, it is, as you said, Casey, going to slow you down and just add to your course.
So Manhattan, Connecticut, our two middle crews, Viona and Milwaukee, trailing this group a little bit, but it is Manhattan that has come through that bridge in first and still holding that position. Connecticut, as we saw early on, they were the first through the bridge in the outer 3 lanes, but they are currently 1 and 2.
And here's the start for our next event, which is our men's counterpart to this race that's on the course currently, our men's collegiate JV Cox 4s. Just taking off from the line there. We'll see them again in just a few minutes. But we're looking again here at the finish for this women's JV4 as they are coming down the lake well into this third 500 and approaching the island. It does look like it is still this Manhattan crew from lane 2 that is leading the way over Yukon, Iona, and Milwaukee.
Yeah, look at the race between Iona and Milwaukee in the center of the course. I mean, those boats are tied against each other.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun one for those guys. Yeah. Just really locked in battle there in those middle lanes, and knowing that there's still a margin that they could be making up together on these 2 lead boats, the Manhattan boat on the right of your picture and the Connecticut boat on the left side of your picture.
It looks to me too like as we come under the wires here, you see the numbers go under there, but they had finished coming on the wires of Manhattan boat. If we're looking at a fairly level thing, it looks like Connecticut maybe closing some ground here on the Manhattan crew.
I agree. It does look like the Huskies have started to charge and that they are coming after this Manhattan crew in the last few hundred meters of this course. It does look like they are moving.
At 36.5, Connecticut trying to get through and see if Manhattan's going to do the same thing here. Manhattan definitely took their rating up, and Manhattan at 37. So the coxswains are aware of each other, and they also are aware that one of the 2 is likely to win this race. But
yeah,
it's going to be
has definitely made a move and gotten their bow out in front. Manhattan, having held on to that lead for so long, might have just left a little bit too much out there in the body of the race, because Connecticut has walked through them, and it is going to be a fierce battle between these 2 crews to the finish.
Watching the coxswains here, I just saw the coxswain from Manhattan do a glance over, but she's dead focused on that finish line, just to glance over again to see if they're there. I mean, they're within feet of each other.
Oh yeah, it's going to be really, really close, but I do think that Connecticut still has the edge, having earned it in this final sprint, just coming through the island.
Oh,
I do think it's going to be the Huskies. You want everything to be a photo finish. Yeah. So great, though. And look at this next battle coming up. We still have these 2 crews, Iona and Milwaukee, just going bow to bow as they finish up their race here. What a fun race between those 2 crews as well in this B final of the women's JV4s.
That was excellent.
Ooh, a couple shouts coming from the finish line.
Yeah.
Glad to have that over, sounds like. Is that kind of shout?
That kind of shout.
That kind of shout. And we have our second crew from Manhattan over on the far side, rowing alone here, but finishing up their 2K effort here in this B final.
Well, that's the second Manhattan boat over there.
Yep. And then, of course, our ladies from Cabrini here in the blue uniforms and the black boat, closest to us on the shore, just rowing by the grandstands now.
So let's go back up the race course. We have that men's JV4 petite final there, 6-boat race, and they are passing the 1,000-meter mark. The Georgia Tech boat in lane 1, Villanova 2, Washington College in 3, Drexel 4, Loyal out of Maryland in 5, and Milwaukee in lane 6.
Yeah, and a little incident there with the Loyola boat. Just caught like not a full crab. We'd call that, like we said yesterday, a digger. A partial crab. A digger or a bobble. Just getting the blade a little bit stuck, but able to still release it in the same stroke. It looks like we do have some good overlap still in all 3 of those lead crews. Once we can get back on picture with those leaders off the start here, we can figure out what the margin might be and who might be in that first place position.
Well, I know yesterday Washington College had done a very nice job in their qualifiers to get to this position here, and looks like they're in lane 3, and they could be doing another very nice job.
Yeah, it does look like it is those middle lane crews, lane 3 and lane 4, that have gotten themselves out and established a lead in those first and second positions at this point in the race. So we're looking at Washington College and the crew from Drexel leading the way in this field of the men's collegiate JV4s for this B final.
So we feel a little bit of a breeze. Again, we have a slight tailwind out here.
I'll give you a photo finish on that last race.
Oh,
Point
yeah.
2.
Yeah.
You were right. I'm sorry. But great effort from those JV4, the women that we just saw. Really, really close racing in that B final. But here come the men.
And they are, I'd say it's 600 meters to go. That's going to take them about a little over, maybe right around a 2-minute mark, maybe slightly less than that.
Yeah, and what this looks like, again, is that we have just a super, super battle out front between Washington College and Drexel.
Well, it looks like we had called Washington College out earlier. Now it looks like Drexel may have pulled them in that third 500, which is one of the hardest portions of the race to do. You spend a lot of energy in the first half, and suddenly you're only halfway through, and your mind's going, I'm only halfway through.
Yeah, the third 500 is where your fitness and conditioning really can shine, and the crews that have put in that work, that hard work over the winter, can really, really capitalize on all of that work that they've put in the bank. And it looks like the third 500 has been very, very rewarding for this Drexel crew, as they are now starting to extend that lead to probably half a boat length over Washington College.
And 37 strokes a minute for Drexel. We'll see if we get for Washington College here. Washington College lower at 35 strokes a minute. They're going to have to throw that rating up there, and that's going to take effort from each one of those guys. Not one person can do that. It has to be everybody all at once to make that boat jump.
Yeah, and as we're coming into the last 100 meters of this race or so, it does look like Drexel is continuing to extend their lead, maybe just a half a seat at a time, maybe just getting a little bit more out of these high strokes in the sprint. But Washington College not going to sleep yet. They are definitely going to fight Drexel all the way through the line. It's going to be just a couple of seats, I think, between these two crews as we come up to the 2K, but it will be Drexel over the line first, unofficially, of course. But Bauman looking around. Yep, it's over.
I think Washington College just waited a little too long for that sprint. They were 34 coming in front of us. They didn't raise that rate of striking until, maybe 10 strokes before the end.
Yeah,
I think
they would have needed to go a little bit sooner.
Yep.
Now we have Loyola coming across the line there with the green blades. And Villanova and Milwaukee now across the line. And a lot of cheering and shouting coming from this Georgia Tech boat in lane 1 as they finish up this race in the 6th position. Wow, yeah, here they are. Oh, that's an 8, sorry. I saw the yellow and thought it was them. But these guys just really, really excited about their racing here to conclude this B final of the men's JV4.
Yeah, even going down to the line there, the Georgia Tech boat on the inside, you could hear the coxswain just pushing their crew right to the end. Good for him.
All right, so looking back up the race course, we do have our next race coming down. It's going to be the men's JV8 B final. We have a 3-boat race here. We're looking at Minnesota in lane 2, closest to the shore, Marietta in lane 3, and Delaware in lane 4.
And that middle crew, Marietta.
Yeah, and with just 3 boats in this B final, we are going to be racing for positions 7, 8, and 9. And looking up the course, you can see that the conditions are still just incredible this morning. Of course, the more I say that, the more likely it's going to be that things are going to be terrible. But
all right, let's
enjoy it while it's here and just make note and appreciate how grateful we are for these wonderful conditions for these athletes. Fast, fair racing conditions for all the athletes this morning here at the Jefferson Dad Vail.
And the little bit of overcast here, keeping the temperatures very comfortable, I'm sure, for the rowers out there. I mean, you expend a lot of heat energy, and this is going to be perfect for them. It's not too hot.
So once the graphic comes off the screen, we'll see that we actually have a really, really nice race shaping up in the conclusion of this men's JV8 between Marietta and Delaware.
Marietta already at 40 strokes a minute as they're before the red buoy. So 350 meters to go. They were raising that rate of striking, trying to stay ahead of that Delaware boat.
Oh, yeah, these guys are going to go stroke for stroke here in these last couple hundred meters of the race. Marietta really driving the rate up. Delaware absolutely right there with them and answering every single stroke.
Look at the Delaware boat. They're rowing a little bit. I won't say they're rowing in clean. This is nose to nose. And Delaware coming through just by, so far, it looks like about a deck length.
Yeah, so this is just going to be a drag race to the finish
and
now.
Marietta raising the rate of striking again.
It's going to be who can get the most watts out of their legs in the next couple of strokes.
43 on Marietta.
Between these two boats, it's going to be almost nothing between Delaware and Marietta for the JV men's 8.
For that, I think that 43 did it for Marietta.
It might have. It almost looked like Delaware might have come off the gas maybe a stroke or two too early, depending on where the finish line actually is. We don't have big finish line buoy markers here on the course today, so for us it's harder to tell, and maybe also for the athletes.
Well,
but we'll wait for the results.
Yeah, Delaware took them down the island here, and then Marietta was able to pull it back in with that 43 sprint.
Yeah, that was some great racing there between those two crews. And, of course, Minnesota bringing up that 3rd position in that B final.
All right, so already on the course is our next event, which is the women's varsity heavyweight 4. And that is the Division 2 and 3 petite final. This is a 6-boat event. This is Catholic University in lane 1, Washington College in lane 2, Merchant Marine Academy in lane 3, Franklin Marshall 4, Cabrini in 5, and Bryn Mawr in lane 6. Looking through the bridge and the cameras, you see in the 6 boats across, the 2 referee launches that are following. Everyone doing a good job of steering. These are varsity boats. These are a little more experienced. Not always in Division 2 and 3. Sometimes you'll still have novice rowers in these boats. Division 2 programs in NCAA have an 8 and a 4 that will go on to the NCAAs at the end of this month. Division 3 has 2 8s that goes on to NCAAs at the end of this month. Look at that. 555.8 and 556.5, so close. Marietta getting that 43.
Wow, that's a good call, Casey.
So we're still waiting for them to come up through the bridge. Again, that bridge sitting about 650 meters into the race. As you come through there, it's another 20 strokes to get to that 1,000-meter mark or thereabouts. And that mark is just past the Temple Boat Club. It might just be past the St. Joe's. I can't remember exactly where it is, but it's right in there. Those are great markers for your peripheral vision as you're racing when you're going past those docks. And a lot of times the coaches will have crews make moves as they cross those docks. And there's other markers down the course as well. Being a natural course, it's hard to tell from your rowing point of view where you are. There's another mark closer to us down here called the steps. The steps are 650 meters to go, and it's a good visual for those coxswains as well as the blind boats. When you go past something like that, you know exactly where you are and what you've got left.
Yeah, luckily for these athletes in these cox 4s, they do have a coxswain on board who's one of their primary jobs is going to be to let these athletes know where they are in the race and how much they have left to go. So the athletes usually just have to focus on their rowing and their effort as opposed to where they are. But in a blind boat, that can be very helpful to have those landmarks in your brain.
Well, you mentioned the coxswains let the rowers know where they are. That in a rower's mind, you're focusing on the person in front of you. If you're the stroke oar, you're focusing on your technique and your rhythm and things like that. The coxswain, you want that coxswain to let you know where you stand. You want it to be accurate. You know, are you moving away from someone? We've gained a seat here, or they're picking up a seat, pick it up a little bit. So they're looking for information from that coxswain to help them strategize what they're doing out on the course. Do they need to do a slight rating change if someone's moving on them? How do you stop that move? So the coxswain's giving him all this information, just like a coach would.
All right, so we're looking at the boat in lane 4, which is our
Franklin
and Marshall boat.
Look like they're rowing a little bit low. Let's see what they are.
You can see the coxswain just turning around there
Yeah.
and either giving a shout or just taking a look at her margin on this next boat, which is just right there, hanging with them.
Franklin Marshall rowing 32.
This Merchant Marine boat coming up in lane 3, chasing Franklin Marshall, and leading our boat in lane 2, which is the Iona crew.
Washington College, believe.
And that's our Cabrini boat that we saw go by, our lane 5 crew. So
Oh,
getting
there's
this,
your chevron.
Yep.
Perfect.
Seeing our aerial shot, we can see that V-shaped formation between all of our crews, with our favorite crews in those center lanes being out in front. It does look to me like it is probably our lane 3 crew, our Merchant Marine crew.
Franklin, Marshall, and Merchant Marine leading that pack.
Yeah. Yeah, so probably Franklin and Marshall just still out in front ahead of that Merchant Marine boat at the moment. But looking like there is still a presence from our Washington College boat that's here closer to us in lane 2.
So we caught Franklin and Marshall at 32 strokes a minute as they came through the bridge. They're still right there, rowing low, probably lower than some of the others. Let's see if you can get a stroke rate on Merchant Marine, who appears to be in second right now. Yeah, so a little bit higher for Merchant Marine, rowing about 34, 34 and a half. But the efficiency of Franklin Marshall at that lower rating is really helping propel them down that course in that first position now with a little bit of open water over Merchant Marine. So as they come down, probably approaching those steps I was talking about 650 to go, it's going to be up to Merchant Marine to see if they can do anything here. One, to catch the leaders and also stay in front of that crew right next to them at Washington College.
Yeah, that Washington College crew looks like they are starting to mount a pretty exciting charge against this Merchant Marine boat. Merchant Marine is probably going to be feeling just a little bit edgy now as they see this Washington crew coming at them in lane 2. In the closing stages of the race, it is time to empty the tank. So these Washington College ladies are going to be looking just to move through this Merchant Marine boat.
I'm looking at that Washington College crew. They're tight on their lane, close to lane 3. So you look at their blades on their left side of the thing. They're in the puddles, or in what we call in the wash of the other boat, and that can make for a little less solid feel. It would behoove that coxswain to move off just a little bit to get those blades in good water. Actually, looks like we see the Merchant Marine Academy maybe too far over to that one lane. Actually, it looks like they're moving over into that arena.
It could be some maybe mildly unsportsmanlike conduct there. Some Henley-style steering, maybe we would say. But it does look like our Franklin and Marshall boat is still out in front. And we do see the flag coming up from the Marshall for someone in this field just to mind their steering.
Yeah.
But between these 3 boats, Franklin and Marshall will do well just to keep an eye on these 2 boats that are going to be closing in these last couple hundred meters, because the energy that they can use to kind of try and have this competitive sprint between them can sometimes eat up into that lead that you've worked really hard to just kind of establish and then maintain in the last little bit of this race.
And that Franklin and Marshall has raised their rate of striking from 32 strokes a minute up to 35. They come down to the last few strokes going to the line, but they are in a position to win this petite final.
Yeah, and we can see that crew from Merchant Marine just really swinging and firing away here. That is your Franklin and Marshall crew, your race winners here on screen, just coming across the line. But Merchant Marine close behind, being chased by Washington College.
And Cabrini right behind them in that 4th position.
And we see the crew from Catholic now just making their way past the commentary booth in the red uniforms.
I think we have that, there's a referee launch that's stationary right there just outside of that the Catholic crew. Catholic coxswain making sure that she's clear of them with the blades. So down at the other end, we go back to the start for the next race. They are at the bridge right now, and this is the women's varsity heavyweight 4 open petite final. This last one, recall, it was a Division II and Division III petite final. So this is a different level. This is Merrimack in lane 1, Iona in lane 2, Connecticut, Yukon in 3, Princeton in 4, Manhattan in 5, and West Point in lane 6. So through the bridge.
Yeah, and we've already seen some really good racing between and against Connecticut and Princeton in some of the earlier 4B finals today. So we would anticipate we'll see something similar in this race. We're looking at a shot of the Princeton crew right now.
And I believe they were weren't they 1 and 2 in that previous race? Do you recall?
I do think they ended up going 1 and 2, but it was a pretty serious challenge that the second boat got from that Yukon boat.
That's correct.
I believe that was a freshman boat that we saw do that.
So here we are again with a Princeton and Connecticut boat in the lanes right next to each other. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, and you can just see our lane 5, our Manhattan boat just going by there, as well as the boat from Iona with those yellow blades making their way across your picture.
And St. Mary's there in the yellow boat.
Oh, Merrimack. I just did the same thing on the last race.
Oh, yeah, gosh.
These lines are so narrow, guys. You have no idea how hard it is to read these heat sheets they gave us. They're so skinny. But here we are. We're looking at this race of the women's varsity 4, the B final. We do have Princeton out in front, leading Connecticut. And it does look like a very, very significant lead for this Princeton crew, way, way out in front of the rest of this field. Probably with a little bit of overlap maybe between this Connecticut crew and the Manhattan crew.
Yeah, this would appear from looking down the course. And also not too far off of that is Iona.
Yep.
Iona might have a better chance of catching that Manhattan crew. Again, maybe a boat length down, maybe a little bit more than that. But the Princeton crew, certainly the class of the field out here in this one, in this petite final.
Yeah, and this beautiful shot from the drone just gives you an idea of the distance that this Princeton crew has put between themselves and the next crew, Yukon, in the lane next door. And then they can just sit back and kind of relax in their race rhythm and watch this battle between Yukon, Iona, and Manhattan sort of unfold behind them while they are well in control of this race.
Now that Princeton boat, look at that drone shot above, just the cleanliness of the rowing, how the blades exit the water. They're not throwing or washing things, not dragging the puddles, along with them. And just level, the squaring of the blades, almost identical. And those are the kind of little nuances that you want to have when you're trying to get these people to perform perfectly together.
Yeah, the Princeton crew, of course, always very well coached and very well trained. Just from Princeton University, just up the road from Philly, you might say. Mm-hmm. Semi-local.
Semi-local, yeah.
But glad to see them down here racing at the Dad Vail.
Yeah, in years past, I don't think we've actually seen Princeton be a part of this group. I'm very glad to see them here and some of these other open programs.
Yeah, of course,
Wisconsin.
a lot of their team will be competing in the Ivy League championships. Their open weight NCAA boats will be up at Ivies.
So Princeton early on, we took a rating on them early on. We'll see if they're going to change their rate of striking here. They were 34 before. They're a little bit higher than that now, 35. Not necessary for them to make the change unless they just want to put the flurry out there. And it's lane 3, Yukon, that is boat linked out in front of Manhattan, and that was a dogfight all the way down.
Yeah, Manhattan doing a really good job to just close the gap between themselves and the Huskies over the last 500 meters or so. Making a very, very strong move here in this green Manhattan boat on the far side. Yukon, I think, will be able to fend them off and just hold on for the last couple of strokes. Iona not quite up with the pace in these second and third place boats, but still in that fourth place position and leading this boat from St. Mary's here on the close side.
Merrimack, same thing.
Oh, God, I just did the exact same thing. You are right. Merrimack, hello, Merrimack. You are not St. Mary's. We see you, Merrimack. Our mistakes, not yours. Over on the far side.
West Point.
This West Point boat. Rowing pretty low.
Yeah, makes you wonder.
I wonder if maybe they had some sort of equipment issue, or maybe if someone's not feeling quite well. That doesn't look like a race pace that we would expect to see in a women's varsity 4. Yeah. So hopefully everything's okay with all the ladies in the West Point boat and they're safe and well. But they're just finishing up their race here, their row through of this course.
They are rowing well at 24.
Well, St. Mary's is not in this next race either, so let's not do that. But we do have our next race is going to be coming down the course here. We're going to be looking up and seeing the men's varsity 4. The first race that we're going to see is going to be our E final or our 5th level final.
Again, this was one of those, I guess, the most heavily entered event of the entire regatta.
Yep.
And that's why you have a final, a fifth level final, or E-final, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I think we started with 26 entries in this event and ended up with a scratch or two, so I think we might be down to 25.
So going back to why do we have so many people in this event? As you go through the racing season, you've got, you're trying to race your eight, your premier event, and you're trying to make sure you're getting the fastest boat out there. But if you're not able to put that boat together, maybe the bodies aren't working quite right or whatever, a lot of times you'll see the coaches break these boats down and put their best people in these varsity fours so they have an opportunity to excel in that race. So you'll see what may have been a Fordham or Merchant Marine or some of the other boats coming up in the next round or two in an 8 and earlier races. Maybe they don't have that men's varsity heavyweight 8 out here today.
Yeah, so I think we should all expect to see some very, very high caliber racing in this fours event here at the Jefferson Dad Vail, given that some of these fours might be the top 4 athletes at some of their programs.
Yep.
It's a very cool feature, I think, coming to the Dad Vail and seeing that, because we, I think, as American collegiate spectators are so used to seeing the varsity 8s being sort of the blue ribbon event.
So that's actually a pretty good race here between these two boats.
It's a really good race.
Fordham and Merchant Marine. Yeah, they a dual race here. This is just like rowing down the course at Henley over in England. One boat right next to the other. You only have one boat to worry about. If they make a move, counter the move. If you need to make a move, the other one has to recognize that. But here we are going with the last 150 meters at the tip of the island down to the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, I think looking at a race like this, you just have to be excited as a competitor, knowing that you are just ending up with someone in the lane next to you who is just very, very closely matched to you. When you get down to a matter of less than a boat length over 2,000 meters, that's a great matchup. That's a great even matchup that could really go either way depending on the day. So this is a cool thing for these guys to have such a tight race like this in their final.
Merchant Marine trying to get that rating up. We're only right at the very end here. Fordham now just doing an attack in the last 5 strokes. Just getting a little concerned.
Yeah, it does look like Fordham was able to come away with a win there. Good effort at the end from Merchant Marine to try and just close that little bit of a margin that they had lost to Fordham. But I do think Fordham was able to just hang on there for the last few strokes. Mm-hmm.
All right, so here we are back at the starting line again. They have not made the bridge yet, and we have the final number 4. This would be the D final for the men's varsity heavyweight 4. This is a 5-boat race between St. Mary's in lane 1, Case Western in lane 2, Milwaukee in 3, Catholic University in 4, and skipping a lane in lane 5 over to outside lane in lane 6, Colorado.
Listen right now to St. Mary's.
All right, approaching the bridge. This is the D level final, final number 4 of the men's varsity heavyweight 4. And again, if you can identify, if you're watching the shadows as you cross under the bridge, or the shading of the bridge, you can tell a little bit about how they're coming under, in what order. So looking for the center lanes, Milwaukee and Catholic. We'd be expecting those 2 seeded crews in this 4th level final to be your potential leaders here. But again, things can change quite a bit in the lower tier things. So it's Catholic University. You see in the right-hand side of your screen, the crosses on the back and rowing nicely there. I'm sure in the boat, they may not be thinking nicely. They may be thinking, we're rowing as hard as we possibly can, rowing as accurate as we possibly can. They're not rowing nice. They're out to manage this race and win this thing. but clean blade work, 34 strokes a minute. Looking on the other side of them, Colorado on the outside in the white boat. If you look at how the blades are operating there in the Colorado, not quite as smooth as you've seen Catholic, and now you're seeing coming in the screen Milwaukee in lane 3 in the white boat as they come up level to the camera. Milwaukee in the center of the course also with that half a boat length lead, maybe a little bit more on Catholic University. And right next to them, Case Western in lane 2.
Yeah, but all in all, I would say a good field here with still a lot of overlap between those 4 boats. So these guys should have a lot of fun.
And this is what we like to see. You want to, as a rower, here you go. You can see the drone shot, and you got 4 boats. And of course, we'd love to see 5 boats all across like that. But we've got a little bit of a trailing crew in St. Mary's. But the 3 middle ones, Case Western, Milwaukee, Catholic. I want to say it might be Milwaukee by a smidge in the middle of the course between those 2 of Case Western, Catholic.
I love a good smidge margin.
Smidge margins are good.
Yeah, but great racing. I agree. These 4 boat races, when you're a competitor, you really want to get out there. At least I always really wanted to get out there and have nice, close racing with people that I felt like I was just really evenly matched with, so that I could really feel like I was getting the absolute most out of myself when I was out there, and just see how fast I could go on the day. And I think what we're seeing here is these 4 crews are all going to push each other to find that out this morning. And I think you're right. That smidge that Milwaukee had earlier has grown to probably half a boat length now over the Catholic crew, and probably a full boat length over this Case Western crew just next door.
So we're seeing a little bit of steering here. We mentioned in one of the earlier races where we have the oars of one boat in the puddles of the other, and it makes the water a little less solid. And also you're seeing this also could be a little bit of a wash from the previous boats. You see the boat trailing there, getting a little bit of wiggle in their steering, and unfortunately that can slow them down.
Yeah, so sometimes it can be when you have a boat leading you, like this crew from Milwaukee is leading this Case Western crew, their wash will actually pull that Case Western crew towards them.
Suck them in, yes.
And it can be hard for the coxswain to kind of counteract that with the steering. So it could just be a little bit of the physics of the water there with the wash that they're getting from Milwaukee. But Milwaukee in that good position where they are able to send that wash down to their competitors, up to that Case Western coxswain to kind of make the adjustment to avoid that for his crew.
You know what they call that? They call it dirty water.
Dirty water. Yeah, we want to avoid the dirty water. But Milwaukee's still doing a nice job here coming into the closing stages of the race. They've definitely jumped up with their stroke rating now and are well into their sprint. They are just holding off now this Catholic boat, maybe just even taking some seats here as we're coming through the island, through the red buoys. This Milwaukee crew really on the move.
39 on Milwaukee, and yes, they jacked that rating up probably about 200, 250 meters to go, and just propelled themselves out to open water in front of the other group where you saw it was a nice battle. But look at the battle between Case Western and Catholic within a deck length or thereabouts.
Yeah, and Colorado on the far side really just fighting to stay in it as well. Really beautifully executed sprint from this Milwaukee crew. They've extended their lead to open water with that sprint effort, leaving the Catholic crew and the Case Western crew to just figure it out between themselves for 2 and 3. And, of course, the Buffs on the far side possibly taking up that 4th position, unofficially, of course, from our eyeballs here in the commentary booth.
So it'd be interesting to see when the times come up how that came out between Case Western and Catholic for that 2nd position there as well.
Yeah, we saw some little celebrations there in the Milwaukee boat, a little splash from one of the athletes. That's great. Thank you. And here we are back at the start line for our next race, which has just left the stake boats. We're looking at the start of our men's Varsity 4 C final. So our 3rd level final here for this event. Just getting cleanly away there and in their high strokes to establish that speed of the boat and get on with the racing.
Some of those high strokes, I just caught I think it was Pittsburgh in the outside lane there, and might have been right towards the end of their high strokes. So some of these crews, they'll do maybe 4, 5, 6, 7 strokes, short, quick strokes to get the boat moving. They might only go 10 strokes on high strokes. Some will go 20, some will even go 30. But I caught that Pittsburgh, Colorado crew at about 36 strokes a minute. Might have been the end of their high strokes.
Yeah, so here we are. We can read the lane assignments for you. We have St. Joseph's in lane 1, Marietta in lane 2, Georgia Tech in lane 3, Washington College in lane 4, Grand Valley in lane 5, and Pitt in lane 6. So again, we're not going to call any margins just yet as we're looking at these crews before they've actually executed this dogleg turn in the course. We'll get a much better idea of kind of how things are going to play out once we get these guys all through the bridge and turned straight down the race course.
And you should see these next levels, this final third level final, these boats should be closer and closer because they've earned the position as they move through these areas to be in this final. So you should see that the gaps close up on these boats.
Absolutely. And having already said that this is our most heavily subscribed event, I think we're just going to see the competition come up and up as we advance through this third level final, the C final, and then later on the B and A final for these guys. Yeah, and we're still seeing these crews just coming up to the bridge now, so just getting through that first 500 meters of the race, so they should be lengthening out into their base pace. And we're looking at the times here from our last race, our D final. Look at that close finish there between Case Western and Catholic. That wonderful, wonderful sprint finish that we got to see between those athletes in that C final. So here's a shot of our crews now exiting the bridge and hopefully getting straight down the course. We're looking at Grand Valley there in the blue and white uniforms. And it looks like...
Washington College in the yellow boat.
Yeah, that would be Washington College in the yellow boat. Good shout.
So I noticed the coxswain in Washington College sitting up. You're looking back to Grand Valley where you see just the head of the coxswain above. The lower center of gravity is always helpful. You got to remain absolutely still as a coxswain other than steering. It could be the coxswain's on the big side and doesn't fit as well, but as long as they're comfortable.
That's always possible. So we're just looking at these Washington College athletes, and you can see just the run that they're getting off the release of the blades. It's almost like the blades just hang still for just a millisecond in the air, and the boat is just running out below them. It's really nice to see that relaxation that these guys are able to execute in the middle of this race.
Yeah, if you can get that stern of the boat past your puddle, you're probably doing a pretty good job there. So I'm sure if they're ever watching those things the coaches do, they want to propel that boat as far as possible between strokes.
Yeah, so we're just seeing Marietta go by there, maybe just following that Georgia Tech boat. Sorry, go ahead, Casey.
I was just going to say, the way looking at that boat from Washington College as they were propelling the boat, it is the boat, once you release the blade from the water, the boat maintains its speed almost up to the point of the next entry. It pretty much holds its level speed all the way up there unless your body movements are a little bit too rough or too unsteady. But you can carry the speed of the boat once you release it all the way up to the catch. Once you hit the catch, the speed of the boat drops down a little bit, and you have to propel it back up there again. So the boat speed rises and falls with every single stroke.
Yeah, so looking at the shot from the drone, we can see that it is our crew from Washington College that are well out in front, leaving behind this four-boat field, getting themselves away from that tussle, not involved in this four-boat field behind them, doing well to just get that first place position established and let the rest of these boats figure it out.
So you wonder with Washington College here, with this kind of a lead in the third level final, what was going on that got them in the third level final? You know, they're probably thinking, I should be in the second level final, maybe even more. But sometimes you draw a tough heat and you just don't quite get there. Maybe had that little mistake or whatever that kept you there, and they're showing where they think they should be.
Yeah,
they should be not in this race. They should be the next one up.
That's exactly right. And like we've been talking about all weekend, rowing is a sport where there are just so many variables to account for on race day, whether it's conditions, equipment, the athletes' training and their peak, whether or not they were feeling their best or maybe a little bit less than their best on the day, what their draw was. All of these things contribute to how races play out and what the story of a cruise regatta experience can be. So whether or not these Washington guys maybe should have been in another final, maybe we'll find out next year.
Look at what's coming in behind them. Look how close all these boats are with Grand Valley there leading the three crews, St. Joe's, Marietta, and Georgia Tech, all basically level in lanes 1, 2, and 3. Grand Valley with a little bit of an edge on them. And Pittsburgh, only the one just slightly back of the group. But great racing going on here for what would be second, third, fourth, fifth in this third level final for the men's varsity heavyweight 4.
Yeah, so what I'm seeing is what you just reported to us, which is that Grand Valley boat probably just with the edge over Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech with this yellow uniform and yellow blades here in the middle of the course. St. Joe's putting on a mighty effort here to try and get on terms with Georgia Tech, but we're going to have to try and keep the wheels on, I think, in this St. Joe's boat as they are absolutely going for it.
This is a spectacular finish here. Now, this might be the third, fourth position, fifth position, but look at the racing going on here between these fours as they go down the line.
Yeah, we just got to get those blades in the water for St. Joe's because the effort is there and the heart is there in the St. Joe's boat. They just need to make it work. So they are moving on Georgia Tech, and they are moving with Marietta to bring up the chase on the Grand Valley boat. Grand Valley, I think, okay.
Oh, gosh. Boy, you could hear the crowd. I mean, I'm sure it's the Home Tech crowd of St. Joe's just hollering there on the finish line. But everybody, Marietta, Georgia Tech, just throwing every shot they can out there.
Yeah, the effort from the St. Joe's boat. We maybe didn't get them on camera because they were closest to shore, but really something to see here in the commentary booth, and just obviously worth remarking on because it was all I talked about, even though they weren't on screen. Just a great effort, especially from that St. Joe's bowman. You could tell it was eyes closed and just put it all in kind of situation for those guys to just get as much as they could out of that race.
That was the kind of race we want to see this all day long.
We do.
So we've got a little bit of a gap here till 10:30.
Oh, we have one more race.
We have one more race. This is the PR3 men's single from 2 Gordon entries. So that Mr. Doherty and Mr. Bresley. Okay, got it. And they're probably getting prepped up there on the starting line.
We did see them row by for their warm-up some time ago, so they should be up there by now.
Mm-hmm.
So just looking at this picture, I don't know that we have our racers on the course yet, unless Casey can see them and I can't.
It's hard to tell.
We do have an official start time for them at 10:30. I guess we can check with race control quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Let's check.
It looks like they're up there on the line from the long shot of the cameras here. It looks like they're up on the line, but that doesn't mean they'll start them early. They could start them early if the rowers decided it was okay with them, but they would have to get permission to do so ahead of them.
Oh, here's our results from that last race.
0.3 of a second here between St. Joe's and Georgia Tech. And look at that, another 0.3 again between Marietta. How close can that be?
Love to see that 53, 53, 53. That's some real racing there, and wow, what a treat for us.
And even there with second to third, Grand Valley over St. Joseph's. So again, only what, 1.5 seconds, something like that.
Yeah, good. So good on the St. Joseph's crew.
Mm-hmm.
Wheels on, wheels off, didn't really matter. Made it work. Made it work.
Okay, there we got him on the starting line.
The commercial. I thought you were going to cue us.
Decisions.
No, you're fine. We figured it out.
The dark.
The dark.
But I once heard someone say,
But as I always say,
it's okay to be afraid
as long as you face the fear.
and keep moving forward.
Wherever you are in life, count on the name trusted in insurance for over 80 years. Independence Blue Cross.
How do you make the impossible possible? What if you and I didn't settle, but come together with different perspectives to ignite new ideas? It's not enough to just ask. You have to answer too. To disrupt, to invent, to solve, to redefine humanly possible. Dare to ask, dare to answer. Jefferson.
All right, so starting a little bit ahead of schedule here, which is great for the regatta, is the PR3 men's single. Mr. Doherty, Mr. Bresley.
Yeah, in lane 4, we're going to have Caleb Bresley, and he is going to be the athlete there on the top of your picture. And in lane 3, we have John Dowdy, the athlete who's going to be just on the left there. So these two gentlemen racing the PR3 single. PR3, of course, one of the classifications, the 3 classifications for para-rowing athletes. It's going to be what was formerly known as the legs, trunk, and arms para classification. So these athletes are going to be using their whole body and utilizing the entire rowing stroke in these singles. The other 2 classifications offer a more restricted form of the rowing stroke. So either a more trunk and arm stroke or just an arm stroke for PR1 or PR2. But as we can see here, these guys are doing the PR3 classification, rowing the whole stroke in a single here at the Dad Vail.
So these designations of PR3, this particular one includes athletes that might have a physical disability or intellectual or a visual.
Yeah,
so
that's absolutely right. So a lot of different options for athletes who meet the para classification to find the opportunities in para rowing and compete in our wonderful sport. And I think it is just tremendous to have them featured here as one of these races here at the Jefferson Dad Vail for collegiate level athletes. Talking a little bit about our athletes who are competing as they come down the course here. Caleb is a gentleman who is from Ipswich, Massachusetts. He went to Riverview School in Cape Cod and then started rowing at the Gordon College Rowing Center back in 2018. So you can see, I think both of these guys, we got a quick look at them at the start line, and it did look like both of them were wearing Gordon unis when they took off from the start line there. But Gordon, of course, being a major feature of the PR events that the PR3 events that we've seen here at the Dad Vail this weekend, and being so supportive and inclusive of these athletes in their training and their varsity groups at school.
And this is really, it's really encouraging to see these programs start having the inclusive events in their collegiate. 'Cause you got people with athletes there, or people who want to be athletes, just like a regular rower, and the para-athletes gives them that opportunity. So I always encourage any of these programs out here that has the ability to get them safely in and out of the boat, in and out of the water, teach them what's necessary, and what a great thing. I had the opportunity when I was working with Resolute to work with their adaptive rowing seats out of carbon fibers for people who maybe had other disabilities, such as maybe they couldn't use their legs or whatever, but it was really helpful, like a PR1, PR2, where you're doing arms only, or you're doing arms and back, but you can't use your legs. It's such a joy to see these people have the same kind of enjoyment of being out of the water, where they never could do that before.
Yeah, and of course, I've known and been quite familiar with our Paralympic athletes that have competed at the highest level of a para competition at the Paralympic Games over the last several games. Of course, our American Paralympic 4 coming away with a silver medal at the last 2 Paralympic Games.
Excellent.
So, of course, these gentlemen, having met the standards for the PR3 classification, this might be an aspiration of theirs at some point to eventually move on to the Paralympic team and row in this classification at the highest level, and hopefully be quite successful given the USA performance over the last couple of games.
Well, we're watching Mr. Bresley here in lane 4, just really throwing some good shots out there. See, he's rowing 32 strokes a minute, and that's pretty heady for a single sculler.
I couldn't row 32 in a single today, I'll tell you that much.
I don't know if I could either.
Yeah, and of course, we've talked a lot about how challenging the single is as an event to race in the sport of rowing. Just generally, the single is really just you out there. You're in complete control of your race plan and its execution. A lot of times, single scullers train in a more isolated setting. We've talked a little bit about how these guys train maybe around the Gordon crews and the other teams that are at the Gordon College, or even the CRI community. But the single can be a very kind of internal and individual event that you don't experience kind of the same team support that you would in some of the bigger boats.
So in the single, you're challenging yourself every stroke. You're challenging yourself for the perfection of the stroke. You're challenging yourself for your physical movements down the course. Whereas in a team boat, you challenge yourself in that, but you're also out there with other people. So here, it's very much in your own head. What are you going to do with your own self?
Yeah, it is. It really does come down to you in the middle of the race course when you're having those moments of, why am I doing this? To make the decision to continue to do it for 1,000 more meters.
So if you notice this camera view of Mr. Doherty there is he has what we call pontoons on there, and it helps stabilize his boat. And you see them dragging the water a little bit, but that's a good way for not only para-athletes to row, but anybody who wants to get in an actual racing singles, never done it before. It's not a bad idea to have those to at least get your sense of stability in a boat, because without those things, these boats are really, really tippy. This helps keep the boat upright. Also, for people who don't row in dead flat water like we have here on the Schuylkill River, it's good for bumpy water to help stabilize the boat if you're in, say, a tidal area.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good point to point out the pontoons on this boat. I hadn't noticed them up until we got that close-up shot of him. But one thing that can be added for anyone who maybe hasn't enjoyed rowing with pontoons is that pontoons, because the putting them on the boat can be sometimes a little bit less than precise, so sometimes it's hard to get it just perfect. Having that drag on the water from those two things on each side, if it's even a little bit unequal, it can cause some steering issues and cause for you to have to just make some more corrections as an athlete, just to counteract any of the physics that's happening with the drag on either one of those pontoons, maybe being a little bit more in or out of the water on one side or the other.
And also earlier with the going back to the pontoons, there was a time where they were required to have these pontoons set in the water. So basically, you could not elevate them above the water. But I think in the last, you may know this better than I do, in the last couple of years, I think the referees have felt more comfortable letting these pontoons come up a little bit higher. So I've seen some higher level para rowers get these pontoons up to where they're balancing the boat themselves, and the pontoons are there for from the referee standpoint, but not necessarily touching the water. It makes the boat go faster.
Yeah, and I've talked to a number of people inside the para rowing community who have advocated for some time to actually have the option to remove the pontoons for athletes that do have the skill and the ability to row the singles safely without them. Kind of throughout the classifications, not just for the PR3, but even for the PR1 or PR2.
Well, here's Mr. Bresley coming in front of us here in front of our communications area, and he's still just throwing some great shots out here. He hasn't done anything different. He's rowing still 32, 33 strokes a minute, and he's been powering down the course the entire time.
Yeah, really good race from Caleb here, coming down lane 4 in his single. And he's just in the closing stages now, well into the red buoys, so he's going to be just into his last few strokes of this race. Getting a lot of nice cheers from the shore here.
Yeah, and he's picking it up as he goes down the finish line here. Yep, right up to 36. Gosh, I don't know how he does it.
Oh, my God. Yeah, along with all the other scullers that we've seen out here in these singles today, just such an impressive effort and really great run. Down the course here.
He's just I made it.
Yeah, that is usually the first thought that crosses my mind as well.
Big smile on his face.
Yeah, so Caleb is going to be our Dad Vail champion in this event, this PR3 men's single for 2022. And we'll just be waiting here to get another shot, hopefully, of our other athlete in this event. John Dowdy still out on the course, but just approaching the island now, so only a couple minutes of his race left for him as he's making his way down the middle of the course. Here's a shot of him now, just being accompanied now by our tireless marshals out on the course. And again, of course, John being affiliated here with Gordon College, where he is a junior. The information that we have says that he's been rowing there for 5 years, and that this is his second time, going to be placing second in the PR3 men's single event here at the Jefferson Dad Vail. So good record for him.
So I'm watching his sculling there. I mean, he's very even with his blades. They're going in and out together, coming, making their catches on time properly, left and right, starboard and port oar, release at the same time. So he's, like you said, he's been rowing 5 years, so it's showing out there that he's comfortable, that he's got his movements down.
Yeah, and again, we've talked about the differences and the trickiness of learning the skill and the sport of sculling, as opposed to a lot of the sweep rowing events that we've seen here so far at the Jefferson Dad Vail. And I do think that there is, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I know you're a sculler, so I know you're not going to say I'm wrong, that there is a different kind of person who really takes to sculling, as opposed to just sticking kind of exclusively with the sweep events. I do think there is a different breed of rower, I guess I would say, that really embraces this two-oar lifestyle. So,
well, you had mentioned earlier when you got out of college, you learned how to scull when you got out of college, and the same thing with me. After I'd spent 4 years training in sweep boats, I didn't want to give it up. I had gained a lot of knowledge. I gained a lot of fitness and stuff I hadn't noticed before, and I actually had the opportunity to get one of the Olympic development singles back then when I got out of school, and that's how I started. And I just didn't want to stop. It was in my blood then.
yeah.
And look at the effort he's putting in there.
Yeah, just laying it all on the line here. And for the last couple strokes of his race, just coming through the last of the red buoys now.
Yep.
John Dowdy from Gordon College, representing the Fighting Scots here at the 83rd Jefferson Dad Vail. Great effort from him. We're so proud of him and so glad to see him competing here, representing his school and his program very, very well.
Looking for that line.
Yeah, coming across the line and taking second here in the men's PR3 single event. And
Good.
that does conclude our morning program for Casey and myself. We are going to go take a break and get ready to bring you some super, super finals for our afternoon programming.
Oh, we're looking for a lot of excitement coming on there. As you've seen some of these preliminary finals, these second, third level finals, it's going to be quite strong racing, neck and neck, side by side, all the way down the course. So we're looking forward to it.
All right, and stay with us. We have a couple great interviews coming up. We've got Don DeJulia and Bill Juergens coming on board. Plus, we have some awards that are going to be the Coaches Awards this year. We're going to have the United States Coast Guard, the 50-year anniversary winner, row by here in a few minutes. Drexel, an alum rowing program that had won here, I believe it was 25 years ago, will be rowing by as well. So just give us a moment, and we'll be back with our interviews.
Kendall, dinner.
Has anyone seen the pepper?
Is it macaroni, Nate?
It's mashed potatoes.
Hey, honey.
Why can't we just eat with the lights on? Because we're saving money.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
So how was everyone's day?
Looking for ways to save? Pico has energy answers to make saving money easier than ever, like discounts on LED lighting to help make your home or business more efficient.
What is that?
Harley, get down.
For even more ways to save for your home or business, call or visit pico.com/ways to save.
Kendall, dinner.
Okay, remember, you gotta get in and get out. And I mean fast. There's no time to look around. You just gotta grab it and go.
I think I can handle this.
You can't think. You have to know.
Stop.
Go.
Looking for ways to save?
Happy.
You saved a lot of energy, honey.
Pico has energy answers to make saving money easier than ever, like rebates when you upgrade to eligible Energy Star appliances. We'll even recycle your old ones for free.
I hear energy.
For even more ways to save for your home or business, call or visit pico.com/ways to save.
Hi, this is Bill Juergens. I'm a member of the Solidarity Committee, and I'm joined also today with Don DeJulia. And Don DeJulia is a tremendous member of our Solidarity Committee, and he has with him Taylor Stokes, who is our first recipient of our internship. So we're really excited today. The Solidarity Committee has been in effect for 2 years, and one of our initiatives was to create an internship program. And so we're so excited to have Taylor with us today. She's a part of that. She is also the president of the Student Government Association at St. Joseph's University. So, Don, would you, you've been close to Taylor. Would you talk a little about Taylor and how it came about this internship program, please?
All right, good. Thank you. One of the ways it came about, when we were talking about trying to create a more diverse and inclusive environment in the great sport of rowing, Bill's initiative, I think, was his idea of, why don't we look into internships? So fist bump on that one. So we'll have 4 local schools. So we raise money to create the internship slot, paid internship, 4 local schools, St. Joseph's being one of them, then created a search for an intern. Taylor, being the president of our student body, a resident assistant, former high school rower. Her sister was the first black captain of our rowing team, so she was a candidate. The challenge was, she's so busy doing all of our stuff. Can you fit this in? She said, I'll be glad to. So with that, Taylor, thank you. Part of little Dad Vail Regatta history. And so why don't give our listeners and viewers an idea. Growing up in West Philadelphia, which isn't a hot spot for rowing, how that thought came to mind, and then you rowed in high school, and then the idea of the internship in college. So tell that story, I guess, in sequence, if you would.
And thank you for having me, and for the opportunity to even create this Solidarity Committee. It's very much needed. I rowed at Notre Dame, and it was about a 2-hour commute. I would come from the boathouse in Conshohocken and then have to come down to West Philly every day. So it was about, practice would end at 5:30 and I would get home around 8:30, and I did that for 4 years every day. And just being able to give back to my community. Rowing does come down to an equity issue. Having access to the boathouse, which can be in various locations, and having the resources to be able to afford the uni and be able to participate in the sport, it comes down to a larger equity issue. So through the work that the internship has provided for me, being able to figure out what resources that we can provide to other people, and resource guides about diversity, equity, and inclusion. Through the internship, I created a resource guide that I'm going to be sharing with the coaches and with the Solidarity Committee to be able to provide and foster more inclusive spaces and to continue to keep the conversation going.
That's tremendous. We realized Lauren Vitas, who also worked very closely with us, she's not here with us today. She's in Italy attending a wedding. So I said, what a tough job you have not being here. But, she talked about that. And Lauren said, no, we're gonna fund this. We've all had internships work for us as athletic directors. But what you just said, we're just so happy that we are funding this. And of course, Lauren was the first to fund a program. And then we had other programs, colleges within the area funded. So we had to raise $4,800 to fund the program. And we're so excited to be able to do this because you just given an answer why. Why we need to make sure it's funded so that opportunities can be exercised, so you can be a part of things, a greater part of things. So we experienced starting this program, and I cannot express how happy we are to have gotten to this point, because it went through a number of changes along the way. But I can say with the Solidarity Committee that we have, Brian Batiste, also a strong member, athletic director at LaSalle. Everyone on it, Jim Hanna, president of the Dad Vail Association, everyone let us work through these challenges and make sure that we kept moving in the right direction. Right. And so Don knows how happy we are because what this means is that we're going to continue with this initiative, and we're going to find people and provide opportunities to them like you have. I don't think there's a better program for a young adult, a college-age student, than a mentorship program, right, where you have someone that is there that can talk to you, that can actually support you, get behind you, and be there if you're looking to advance in an organization. I think I was kidding this morning when I said, Don's a great reference for you. And I think that's what the mentorship program is about. It's about having a great chance to move and advance in an organization or in a career, and having people there that will assist you get to that point. So
and if I can add, before we go off, that this internship program is one of the hardcore initiatives that the committee has come out with, but not the only one. That when we started a year or so ago, we had committee members get in touch with all of the historically black college and universities in the country to talk about the sport of rowing. The ones that didn't have it, and said, if you want to engage in learning more about the sport and what it would take to begin the sport, we're your resource. Wow. So that is an active thing that's going on.
That's amazing.
I reached out to the city council people in the district of where all the regattas are held and said, we want to increase involvement of your local community. So that there was some outreach to local community organizers, some local pastors, which will probably fruit will bear next year. Philadelphia City Rowing Program that hosts students in the city that don't have access to rowing like you did not growing up in West Philadelphia. So trying to stir the pot a little bit in a good way to try to get more inclusive and diverse people involved. So you've been a great help, and a lot of the research and homework that you've done will be a good foundation for us to carry with the committee next year to expand our footprint.
And so people may ask, what does that have to do with the Dad Vail Regatta? And the Dad Vail Regatta is situated in a community. And at times we block off the road, and it could create an aggravation for people living in the community. We just want the communities around us to know that we're not here just for ourselves, but one of our core values is being selfless and not just thinking of ourselves, but thinking of other people. So we want to reach out to the communities. We reached out to vendors, and we wanted some African American vendors. We went to the Philadelphia African American Chamber of Commerce, and we told them that that's what we want to do. Right. We want to be more inclusive. And we figure we're just one organization, but if many one organizations like us keep moving forward with these initiatives, that we will have society where it should be, socially responsible. You mentioned equity a few times, inclusiveness. All these things are important to us, and I've had friends say to me is that, it's a nice initiative, but it doesn't last. And what do we say, Don? This will last. This will continue because it is important, not just for one segment, but it's important for our whole country.
It's a 5 or 10 year initiative that we've begun. And see what the results and outcomes are later.
And you're providing a lot of opportunities for people who would not even have that. So just know that the work is needed and it's done, and we see that. And
for those who said it won't continue, I say, watch us. It will continue. Well, thank you so much for joining us. I can't tell you how much it means. It means so much. We're so happy to have you. We're so happy that you appreciate this initiative that we have, and we wish you all the luck in your undertakings in the future.
Thank you.
And always remember that there's a group here that will stand behind you and support you in your efforts. And we're real happy to be in the position that we're in.
Thank you again for the opportunity.
Yeah, and thank you, Don.
All right.
For all
Thank
the
you,
work
Hawk.
do. Okay, well, we'll be joined shortly by Jim Hanna, president of the Dad Vail Regatta. And so at this time, I'm going to thank you again, and we'll fill in with our next guest. Thank you so much, Taylor. It's a pleasure meeting you. Thank you.
Sometimes.
Of a lot of things.
Joining in.
Decisions.
The dark.
The dark.
But I once heard someone say,
But as I always say,
it's okay to be afraid
as long as you face the fear.
and keep moving forward.
Wherever you are in life, count on the name trusted in insurance for over 80 years. Independence Blue Cross.
Kendall, dinner.
Has anyone seen the pepper?
Is it macaroni, Nate?
It's mashed potatoes.
Hey, honey.
Why can't we just eat with the lights on? Because we're saving money.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
So how was everyone's day?
Looking for ways to save? Pico has energy answers to make saving money easier than ever, like discounts on LED lighting to help make your home or business more efficient.
What is that?
Harley, get down.
For even more ways to save for your home or business, call or visit pico.com/ways to save.
How do you make the impossible possible? What if you and I didn't settle, but come together with different perspectives to ignite new ideas? It's not enough to just ask. You have to answer too. To disrupt, to invent, to solve, to redefine humanly possible. Dare to ask, dare to answer. Jefferson.
Okay, remember, you gotta get in and get out. And I mean fast. There's no time to look around. You just gotta grab it and go.
I think I can handle this.
You can't think. You have to know.
Stop.
Go.
Looking for ways to save?
Happy.
You saved a lot of energy, honey.
Pico has energy answers to make saving money easier than ever, like rebates when you upgrade to eligible Energy Star appliances. We'll even recycle your old ones for free.
I hear energy.
For even more ways to save for your home or business, call or visit pico.com/ways to save.
I get scared sometimes.
Of a lot of things.
Joining in.
Decisions.
The dark.
The dark.
But I once heard someone say,
But as I always say,
it's okay to be afraid
as long as you face the fear.
and keep moving forward.
Wherever you are in life, count on the name trusted in insurance for over 80 years. Independence Blue Cross.
How do you make the impossible possible? What if you and I didn't settle, but come together with different perspectives to ignite new ideas? It's not enough to just ask. You have to answer too. To disrupt, to invent, to solve, to redefine humanly possible. Dare to ask, dare to answer. Jefferson.
Kendall, dinner.
Has anyone seen the pepper?
Is it macaroni, Nate?
It's mashed potatoes.
Okay,
Why can't we
remember,
just
you
eat
gotta
with
get
the
in
lights
and get
on?
out.
Because
And
we're
I mean
saving money.
fast. There's
Oh, I
no
got
time to look around. You just gotta
Yeah.
grab it and go.
I think I So can how handle was this. everyone's day?
Looking for ways to save? Pico has energy answers to make saving money easier than ever, like discounts on LED lighting to help make your home or
You saved
business
a
more
lot of
efficient.
energy, honey.
What is that?
Pico has energy answers to make saving money easier than your home or business. Call or visit eligible Energy Star appliances. We'll even recycle your old ones for free.
I hear energy.
For even more ways to save for your home or business, call or visit pico.com/ways to save.
But I once heard someone say,
But as I always say,
it's okay to be afraid
as long as you face the fear.
and keep moving forward.
Wherever you are in life, count on the name trusted in insurance for over 80 years. Independence Blue Cross.
Hi, everyone. This is Bill Juergens. I'm a member of the Dad Vail Regatta Organizing Committee and also serve as the chair now for the Solidarity Committee. And we've made some giant strides with that committee, and so proud to, right before this, to have an intern join us. We had Taylor Stokes from St. Joe's University, and she shared the experience and why it was a great opportunity. But now we have the president of the Dad Vail Regatta, and Jim Hanna's with us, and Jim is really the person behind the Solidarity Committee. As a president, he thought that we needed to take some initiatives that showed our support, particularly where we're located here in Philadelphia, on the Schuylkill River with the communities around us, to be supportive of those communities. So Jim is here while we're taking the break, and he's going to share with us some of his thoughts. And we're really excited about this regatta this year because it's the first time we've had a full regatta in 3 years. And so, Jim, the air is yours now. Share
Bill,
the thoughts you would like.
Well, thanks so much for the introduction. And I should let you know that Bill, being his humble self, always gives credit to others. And he's the one who has been chairing our Solidarity Committee all year. He makes up the agenda. We meet monthly. He makes up the agenda. He keeps the minutes. And then he publicizes the minutes, asks us, everybody, to critique them. And I just have to say, when you're chairman of a committee, you need to have someone else take the minutes because it's shouldering a lot. And Bill has very broad shoulders, as you can see. Well, physically, he has. Spiritually, the breadth of his shoulders far exceed his physical appearance. So spiritually, he carries a lot of weight. And this Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta is not his only love. He is very, very busy with Florida Institute of Technology. And he has the Midas touch in terms of getting things done. If you ever wanted to talk to someone about learning lessons of perseverance, he's a good one to start with. So, Bill, I'm going to just shake hands right here and say thank you for all you've been doing for our regatta and for your perseverance. And you've been great to work with.
I tell you, it's a labor of love. Obviously, you couldn't pay enough to do this.
Well, what's so exciting, I think about the regatta is the student volunteers. A lot of times, the kids that volunteer to work at the regatta, and we ask each crew to sign up too, a lot of times they're kids that didn't make the first boat, or sometimes they're a spare. Well, those kids have more enthusiasm than anyone I can think of. They're happy to get on a golf cart, be transported up, lie on their stomach in the stake boats for 4 hours. Sometimes it's even in the rain. Get off. We give them a volunteer T-shirt, which they really prize. And that's all they get for their efforts. But my daughter, Tricia Winton, who manages the volunteers, she can't wait for their regatta each year to re-engage with the kids who maybe did not make the first boat, who didn't make the stroke seat or the 8 or the 7 or the 6 or the bow or the 2 or the 3 or the 4 or the 5 seat. Maybe they didn't make the 4 where they were putting spares, or the pair or the double, or even the single. Maybe they didn't have that capability. So they're the volunteer kids we engage with regularly, and they have heard the legends of the regatta, and they are manifold and run deep back to 1934. You look at a nonprofit organization. How many can you count on your fingers that started in 1934 that still exist today? Primarily carried along, buoyed along by just people who have a big, big heart and want to see this regatta go forward. So I would ask anybody who's of a mind to think about volunteering, if you want the penultimate volunteer experience, sign up for the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta for next year, and you will be probably invited to our Lessons Learned meeting, and then you're invited to something called the The Mom Vail. What is the Mom Vail? Well, years ago, the Dad Vail, it was just the Dad Vail, not the Jefferson Dad Vail. It was just the Dad Vail Regatta. It always fell on Mother's Day weekend because we always have our regatta on the weekend, the second full weekend in May, Saturday of the second full weekend in May. We were a one-day regatta. Now we're 2 days. But it always fell on Mother's Day. And the problem was, back in those days, it was an all-male sport. First-time women were invited to participate as rowers in a regatta. Was at the 1976 Dad Vail Regatta. But back in the early days, the men ran the regatta. By Mother's Day, they went home and they were exhausted. They couldn't give mothers their due. So a tradition was started to have a Mom Vail in the middle of the summer and let the men do all the work. They flip hamburgers and cook hot dogs and have the women put their feet up and just be waited on. So that's the origin of the Mom Vail. Now we are more than 50% women competitors as far as volunteers. I guess we're about even 50-50 men and women. But this Mom Vail is an occasion everybody looks forward to. It's a way we can get a little relaxation, and everybody gets together and celebrates. Everybody helps prepare, get together. So we have events going on most of the year. So if you get active as a Dad Vail volunteer, if you ever ask another volunteer for a favor, and they accept, they'll drive through a brick wall to make sure that favor is fulfilled. So we have that type of camaraderie. It's really a special, special organization, Bill, and you don't run across these every day. So if you're admitted to the fold as a volunteer, if you make the cuts, you're in for a really special time.
You know, we had that event last night, and during the event, I see so many of my friends from back in the 70s and 80s that come here. They're officials now.
Okay.
And so I really enjoy seeing them and hearing about what's transpired in their lives. So when I come to the Dad Vail, it's a reunion. And what's benefited us during the pandemic is being from Melbourne, Florida. It's hard to make all the meetings, but we've had virtual meetings, and the virtual meetings has broadened our directors. So there's directors from all over the country that feel more involved because of the virtual meetings. And so when I see you, it's like I've been seeing you all year long, even though you give me a nice hug. It is a family atmosphere, and what impresses me most about the Dad Vail Regatta is that people understand one another, that we're volunteers, that we have other important jobs and family responsibilities, but we always get it done, and there's a huge level of commitment. And this is my 51st consecutive Dad Vail Regatta.
Oh, congratulations,
and,
Bill.
I remember having a banquet one night in Melbourne, Florida, a big banquet, and I could only stay Saturday till 1 o'clock. I had to get on a plane and head back to Melbourne. So that's commitment, I would say.
Okay.
That I was there as long as I could to support our teams. And the rowers that I talk to, every rower that I talk to says, this is my favorite regatta. This is the regatta I like to be at, because it's more than just races. There's an atmosphere. When I went over to congratulate Florida Tech yesterday on their 4 heat, they said, is that spaghetti for everyone? And so, tell us a little about
well, we're fortunate. We have a title sponsorship, Jefferson. And we're the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. Independence Blue Cross also is a sponsor. So is PECO, Philadelphia Electric Company, also known as Exelon, and Coca-Cola. Without their support, we could not do everything we do. No, it's one thing we do that's special. We feed the athletes twice. A full meal on Friday, a pasta load, and again on Saturday. And there's something that, as everyone knows, when you break bread with someone, all of a sudden you've set up a little bit different and closer relationship. These kids, we've attracted crews from as far away as California, as far as north as Canada, and of course as far south as Florida, Bill. And you know, when these kids get a chance to meet one another, break bread with people from a place they've never ever visited, they develop a rapport with them. and they sense there's an esprit de corps and there's a culture of Dad Vail, which is user-friendly. But one of the great things the volunteers enjoy, I think, is the camaraderie of knowing if there's a problem, we'll get it solved. And we know when you have rowers, there's more complications because the sport has its own set of challenges. It's not like the sport of soccer where you just need a soccer ball and a whistle and you go out on a field and play. With crew, first of all, we have to teach kids to swim so they can learn to row. They have to be good swimmers. The equipment is important. The shell, people pay a lot of money to get very good equipment, and a lot of times they have to run bake sales and car washes to be able to afford to buy the boats and buy the oars and be able to afford to come to the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. But once they're on the water, they have to have their own. They have to be in good shape. They have to know how to row. They have to know how to race. And then they have to know the river, this Schuylkill River, this national race course. The Schuylkill River National Race Course has a turn in it. It's a little bit tricky. So you need to know the coxswain has to be smart, has to know at what point do you take that turn to make sure you don't lengthen the distance your crew has to row.
For sure.
If anything, you want to make sure you stick to the exact dimension. You can't shorten it because if you go out of your lane, guess what? You'll get a flag and you could be awarded a false start. Yeah. So, Bill, I don't want to go on and on.
No, what I want you to do real quick, because we're running out of time, is that a lot of the decisions in what we do as a board of directors with the Dad Vail Regatta is what guides us are our core values. Okay. Can you just briefly go over the core values that we have?
Yeah, well,
because
thanks.
A lot of people don't know. Mm-hmm. How do you come up with the decisions that you make?
Okay.
And it is so much easier when you have a culture and you have core values that support that culture. And these are relatively new. They've only been in existence for 2 years. Would you just take a minute to go through those?
Oh, sure. So our Solidarity Committee worked very hard. Summer 2021 to develop core values. And they were on the phone regularly and finally came up with an acronym, the word respect. Each letter of the word respect stands for a different value. So the R stands for responsible, and I'll go back over this. The E stands for equity. S is selfless. P is perseverance. E is excellence. C is community. And T is teamwork. So the first, as far as responsible, as we said, brick walls. This volunteer corps will go through brick walls to make things happen. A good example would be we decided we wanted to have paid internships for minority students. And we started talking about it. We finally said, rather than wait and take baby steps this year, let's actually do it this year. Do you know that our board members went out, raised the money, one, I think, contributed individually, so we could have paid internships for minority students, 4 of them, so they could learn $2,500 scholarships so they can learn about how do you run a regatta. So that's the word respect. In terms of equity, we want to make sure we are welcoming to everyone, no matter what opportunities or what impediments there are in your life. This is an open regatta. Anyone could walk in here and feel welcome. Anyone should be able to walk in and find a crew to row with and know that someone will teach them to swim so they can learn to row. And in terms of being selfless, the third letter of the word respect, people put aside their own interest. Just like when they're rowing in an 8, you put aside your own interest. You're there, you're rowing for the entire boat. And that's where you develop this great camaraderie and great teamwork. So in terms of perseverance, Bill should get the award this year for perseverance, because if there's an issue that you ever want to pursue and you think it will be tough, you need to call Bill Jurgens. Bill, I don't want you to surrender and resign from our Dad Vail board, so I probably shouldn't be advertising how effective you are. But then E, the second E stands for excellence. We want to be the very best. We want to be the gold standard for regattas in the United States. We're the largest collegiate regatta. We don't know of any other regatta that feeds kids. We don't know of any other regatta that welcomes para rowers, collegiate level para rowers. We have our alumni racing. If you've rowed for a Dad Vail school and you want to come back and race and get together a crew, we'll let you boat it. If you never rowed and you work for a corporation in Philadelphia and you want to get a crew together, rather than talking about the competition of the water cooler, you can come down here and actually race against your competition. So in terms of excellence, that's important. Community, we want the community to know we embrace them when we reach out. We don't want to just pop up 1 week in a year and then disappear. We want the community to know that we're here for them. And finally, teamwork. Probably we've said enough about teamwork. So that's a brief story of our core values.
Yeah, that's tremendous. And I just thought people that are listening need to know who we are and what we stand for and why we do what we do. And I think this interview has gone a long way for those listening to know why we're so committed and passionate about the Dad Vail Regatta. Thank you for joining us.
All right, Bill.
It's always a pleasure.
Thanks for the interview.
And best of luck through the finals this afternoon.
Okay.
I mean, the water is just beautiful out there.
Yep.
We don't expect it to always stay that way, but whatever it is, it'll be fair.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be fair for all the participants. Thank you, and we'll be in touch.
All right. Thanks, Bill.
Yeah, thanks for everything you do.
Okay.
Of a lot of things.
Joining in
Decisions.
the dark.
The dark.
But I once heard someone say,
But as I always say,
it's okay to be afraid
as long as you face the fear.
and keep moving forward.
Wherever you are in life, count on the name trusted in insurance for over 80 years. Independence Blue Cross.
How do you make the impossible possible? What if you and I didn't settle, but come together with different perspectives to ignite new ideas? It's not enough to just ask. You have to answer too. To disrupt, to invent, to solve, to redefine humanly possible. Dare to ask, dare to answer. Jefferson.
Kendall, dinner.
Has anyone seen the pepper?
Is it macaroni night?
It's mashed potatoes.
Hey, honey.
Why can't we just eat with the lights on? Because we're saving money.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
So how was everyone's day?
Looking for ways to save? Pico has energy answers to make saving money easier than ever, like discounts on LED lighting to help make your home or business more efficient.
What is that?
Harley. Get
For even more ways to save for your home or business, call or visit pico.com/ways to save.
Okay, remember, you gotta get in and get out. And I mean fast. There's no time to look around. You just gotta grab it and go.
I think I can handle this.
You can't think. You have to know.
Stop.
Go.
Looking for ways to save?
Happy.
You saved a lot of energy, honey.
Pico has energy answers to make saving money easier than ever, like rebates when you upgrade to eligible Energy Star appliances. We'll even recycle your old ones for free.
I hear energy.
For even more ways to save for your home or business, call or visit pico.com/ways to save.
I get scared sometimes.
Of a lot of things.
Joining in
Decisions.
the dark.
The dark.
But I once heard someone say,
But as I always say,
it's okay to be afraid
as long as you face the fear.
and keep moving forward.
Wherever you are in life, count on the name trusted in insurance for over 80 years. Independence Blue Cross.
How do you make the impossible possible? What if you and I didn't settle, but come together with different perspectives to ignite new ideas? It's not enough to just ask. You have to answer too. To disrupt, to invent, to solve, to redefine humanly possible. Dare to ask, dare to answer. Jefferson.
Kendall, dinner.
Has anyone seen the pepper?
Is it macaroni, Nate?
It's mashed potatoes.
Hey, honey.
Why can't we just eat with the lights on? Because we're saving money.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
So how was everyone's day?
Looking for ways to save? Pico has energy answers to make saving money easier than ever, like discounts on LED lighting to help make your home or business more efficient.
What is that?
Harley, get down.
For even more ways to save for your home or business, call or visit pico.com/ways to save.
Okay, remember, you gotta get in and get out. And I mean fast. There's no time to look around. You just gotta grab it and go.
I think I can handle this.
You can't think. You have to know.
Stop.
Go.
Looking for ways to save?
Happy.
You saved a lot of energy, honey.
Pico has energy answers to make saving money easier than ever, like rebates when you upgrade to eligible Energy Star appliances. We'll even recycle your old ones for free.
I hear energy.
For even more ways to save for your home or business, call or visit pico.com/ways to save.
I get scared sometimes.
Of a lot of things.
Joining in,
Decisions,
the dark.
the dark.
But I once heard someone say,
But as I always say,
it's okay to be afraid
as long as you face the fear.
and keep moving forward.
Wherever you are in life, count on the name trusted in insurance for over 80 years. Independence Blue Cross.
How do you make the impossible possible? What if you and I didn't settle, but come together with different perspectives to ignite new ideas? It's not enough to just ask. You have to answer too. To disrupt, to invent, to solve, to redefine humanly possible. Dare to ask, dare to answer. Jefferson.
Kendall, dinner.
Has anyone seen the pepper?
Is it macaroni, Nate?
It's mashed potatoes.
Hey, honey.
Why can't we just eat with the lights on? Because we're saving money.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
So how was everyone's day?
Looking for ways to save? Pico has energy answers to make saving money easier than ever, like discounts on LED lighting to help make your home or business more efficient.
What is that?
Harley, get down.
For even more ways to save for your home or business, call or visit pico.com/ways to save.
I get scared sometimes.
Of a lot of things.
Joining in,
Decisions,
the dark.
the dark.
But I once heard someone say,
But as I always say,
it's okay to be afraid
as long as you face the fear.
and keep moving forward.
Wherever you are in life, count on the name trusted in insurance for over 80 years. Independence Blue Cross.
How do you make the impossible possible? What if you and I didn't settle, but come together with different perspectives to ignite new ideas? It's not enough to just ask. You have to answer too. To disrupt, to invent, to solve, to redefine humanly possible. Dare to ask, dare to answer. Jefferson.
Kendall, dinner.
Has anyone seen the pepper?
Is it macaroni, Nate?
It's mashed potatoes.
Hey, honey.
Why can't we just eat with the lights on? Because we're saving money.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
So how was everyone's day?
Looking for ways to save? Pico has energy answers to make saving money easier than ever, like discounts on LED lighting to help make your home or business more efficient.
What is that?
Harley,
For even more ways to save for your home or business, call or visit pico.com/ways to save.
I get scared sometimes.
Of a lot of things.
Joining in,
Decisions,
the dark.
the dark.
But I once heard someone say,
But as I always say,
it's okay to be afraid
as long as you face the fear.
and keep moving forward.
Wherever you are in life, count on the name trusted in insurance for over 80 years. Independence Blue Cross.
How do you make the impossible possible? What if you and I didn't settle, but come together with different perspectives to ignite new ideas? It's not enough to just ask. You have to answer too. To disrupt, to invent, to solve, to redefine humanly possible. Dare to ask, dare to answer. Jefferson.
Kendall, dinner.
Has anyone seen the pepper?
Is it macaroni night?
It's mashed potatoes.
Hey, honey.
Why can't we just eat with the lights on? Because we're saving money.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
So how was everyone's day?
Looking for ways to save? Pico has energy answers to make saving money easier than ever, like discounts on LED lighting to help make your home or business more efficient.
What is that?
Harley, get
For even more ways to save for your home or business, call or visit pico.com/ways to save.
I get scared sometimes.
Of a lot of things.
Joining in,
Decisions,
the dark.
the dark.
But I once heard someone say,
But as I always say,
it's okay to be afraid
as long as you face the fear.
and keep moving forward.
Wherever you are in life, count on the name trusted in insurance for over 80 years. Independence Blue Cross.
How do you make the impossible possible? What if you and I didn't settle, but come together with different perspectives to ignite new ideas? It's not enough to just ask. You have to answer too. To disrupt, to invent, to solve, to redefine humanly possible. Dare to ask, dare to answer. Jefferson.
I get scared sometimes.
Of a lot of things.
Joining in,
Decisions,
the dark.
the dark.
But I once heard someone say,
But as I always say,
it's okay to be afraid
as long as you face the fear.
and keep moving forward.
Wherever you are in life, count on the name trusted in insurance for over 80 years. Independence Blue Cross.
How do you make the impossible possible? What if you and I didn't settle, but come together with different perspectives to ignite new ideas? It's not enough to just ask. You have to answer too. To disrupt, to invent, to solve, to redefine humanly possible. Dare to ask, dare to answer. Jefferson.
Kendall, dinner.
Has anyone seen the pepper?
Is it macaroni night?
It's mashed potatoes.
Hey, honey.
Why can't we just eat with the lights on? Because we're saving money.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
So how was everyone's day?
Looking for ways to save? Pico has energy answers to make saving money easier than ever, like discounts on LED lighting to help make your home or business more efficient.
What is that?
Harley, get
For even more ways to save for your home or business, call or visit pico.com/ways to save.
I get scared sometimes.
Of a lot of things.
Joining in,
Decisions,
the dark.
the dark.
But I once heard someone say,
But as I always say,
it's okay to be afraid
as long as you face the fear.
and keep moving forward.
Wherever you are in life, count on the name trusted in insurance for over 80 years. Independence Blue Cross.
Kendall, dinner.
Has anyone seen the pepper?
Is it macaroni, Nate?
It's mashed potatoes.
Hey, honey.
Why can't we just eat with the lights on? Because we're saving money.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
So how was everyone's day?
Looking for ways to save? Pico has energy answers to make saving money easier than ever, like discounts on LED lighting to help make your home or business more efficient.
What is that?
Harley, get down.
For even more ways to save for your home or business, call or visit pico.com/ways to save.
I get scared sometimes.
Of a lot of things.
Joining in,
Decisions,
the dark.
the dark.
But I once heard someone say,
But as I always say,
it's okay to be afraid
as long as you face the fear.
and keep moving forward.
Wherever you are in life, count on the name trusted in insurance for over 80 years. Independence Blue Cross.
How do you make the impossible possible? What if you and I didn't settle, but come together with different perspectives to ignite new ideas? It's not enough to just ask. You have to answer too. To disrupt, to invent, to solve, to redefine humanly possible. Dare to ask, dare to answer. Jefferson.
Kendall, dinner.
Has anyone seen the pepper?
Is it macaroni, Nate?
It's mashed potatoes.
Hey, honey.
Why can't we just eat with the lights on? Because we're saving money.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
So how was everyone's day?
Looking for ways to save? Pico has energy answers to make saving money easier than ever, like discounts on LED lighting to help make your home or business more efficient.
What is that?
Harley, get down.
For even more ways to save for your home or business, call or visit pico.com/ways to save.
my friend. Yeah.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the afternoon session of the 83rd Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. We are very excited to be here, and before we kick off racing, we want to acknowledge some people. So, behind me are just a few of the tireless volunteers that make the Dad Vail work. And every year, we like to recognize them because they spend time all year long planning the regatta, getting ready for this big day, and then spending hours and hours here over yesterday and today. So before we start racing, we're going to just acknowledge a couple people, and I want to begin by talking about our Coaches Award. So every year we have a Matt Ledwith Coaches Award, and we give that to a coach who exhibits all the values and dedication, not only to the Dad Vail, but to the athletes that they coach and spend time with and really grow. So this year, we presented that award to Brian Perkins last night. Brian is the coach of Temple. And not only is he a coach of Temple, but he was also a Temple alumni. And he has been with Temple for years and really has done a great job with all of his athletes. And so we are excited to present that to him. Brian's not down here with us right now, obviously, because he's getting ready, getting his crew ready for all the afternoon racing. So round of applause for Brian. Next, I'd like to acknowledge one of our volunteers. So every year we give an award called the Jack Seitz Volunteer Award. And this award is given to somebody who, again, spends endless hours and giving their time and really working very hard to make this all happen. And as you look up and down the banks, you can see it's no small feat. And this year, we honor Tricia. And Tricia has been with the Dad Vail all her life. She grew up coming here and volunteering. And Tricia now runs all the volunteers, and throughout the year she's on our board and our secretary. And honestly, we couldn't do the Dad Vail without Tricia. So thank you, Tricia. And next, we actually have a very special occasion today. It's not often that we get to do this. But today we're also dedicating 2 new trophies to 2 people who have really given a lot to the Dad Vail. So the first is being dedicated in honor of Dave McCormick. So Dave McCormick is no longer with us. His spirit sure is. But Dave spent years here at the Dad Vail and throughout the Philadelphia region volunteering and supporting all the regattas. And really, as everybody knew him, Uncle Dave, we all called him Uncle Dave. He was a phenomenal person. He never rowed himself, but he started and fell in love with rowing when his nephew, Lou, started rowing first at LaSalle High School and then at Temple. And Uncle Dave was all in, like anybody who's involved with rowing tends to be. And Uncle Dave came to all Lou's races. He became a referee. He started to volunteer at all the races, and then here at the Dad Vail, he used to run our tower up there. And we miss him dearly. But in honor of Uncle Dave, we have now named the women's single event after Uncle Dave. So Lou, yeah. So each year we'll present this in his honor and remember him fondly. Okay, and last but not least, Mr. Shaw. Uncle Ken. No, he's always Mr. Shaw. Today we dedicate a trophy in his honor as well, and I've known Mr. Shaw all my life. And although I could say lots of words about him, I'm actually going to turn it over to 2 men who can do a much better job and talk a little bit about him.
Thank you, Kirsten. Ken is a legend at the Schuylkill River and a member of the rowing community. It is an honor to have him as a friend and as a colleague. He has helped so many people in rowing and in life. Ken, for the background, those of you who may not know much about him, Ken was a rower, LaSalle High School, LaSalle College at the time. coached at LaSalle High School, established a tremendous tradition of winning, coached at LaSalle College. He's a member, of course, of the Dad Vail Committee and has done so much for this regatta. In addition to his contributions to the Dad Vail, Ken was one of the founders of the Frostbite Regatta. I think the best things to say is that Ken has incorporated his entire life through his example, his dedication to help people and help to make them enjoy life, experience it better, and just have fun. He's a great human being. And to tell you maybe some more personal things, another colleague of his, fellow coach, fellow alum, Mark Valenti. May I add, congratulations, Ken.
Very briefly, Ken has been involved in this growing on the Schuylkill and in the eastern part of the United States for 5 decades, and has incorporated now a second and third generation of Shaws into the regatta, his son and grandson. And probably looking around here today, probably 10 to a dozen LaSalle College High School rowers who Ken has impressed into working the Dad Vail Regatta. Everything from launch rustler to putting buoys in. Great connection from Ken Shaw's many, many years of coaching at LaSalle College High School. Well deserved. Ken is my older brother, and he got older this week.
So, Mr. Shaw, we will dedicate this trophy in your honor. It's the men's JV4 race, and every year we will think of you. And one more thing, if everybody could join me in singing happy birthday to Mr. Shaw. He turned 80 this week.
I am so honored. I'm so honored to receive this honor, but more importantly, to be here with my friends. Paul and Mike and I rowed together in college. This is my 50th year working the Dad Vail Regatta. I started rowing in high school in 1956, so been down here many years and a lifetime full of friends. Thank you so much.
All right, now let's have some racing.
Megan, we're back.
Yes, Casey, here we are. Welcome back to the afternoon session for this year's Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. We're looking at 2 crews just getting lined up for our first final of the day. This is going to be our lightweight women's 8 final 2-boat race.
And this goes towards the Dennis Camrad Trophy. Dennis Camrad was a coach and still is down in Florida. He lives in Orlando area. He was famous for University of Central Florida's starting their programs down there. He actually coached a boat I was in composite boat over in Europe for 6 weeks. And good that he has he always had a famous women's lightweight 8, so that's why the trophy's named after him. But the Camrad Trophy.
Yeah, of course. So starting off the day, we're going to have this showdown between Wisconsin and Georgetown. Wisconsin in the red uniforms, white boat, top of your picture, and the Georgetown Hoyas here in the dark boat with the navy uniforms on the lower part of your screen there. And this should be an amazing race.
So if you're looking at the screen, you're seeing the stake boat pontoons. The numbers don't correlate to the lanes, and that's just an incident that happened, I think, during the dark when they were setting things up the other day. But the lanes, just to remind you, are lane 1 closest to us, lane 2, which is in order here, and then it goes 3, 4, 5. But those numbers further out are a little bit out of whack. So don't look at the lane numbers on the starting platforms. We'll try and keep you straight with the boats.
Yeah, luckily these 2 crews are uniformed pretty clearly, so we should be able to tell them apart.
Yep.
In this race pretty easily.
So as they're sitting on the line, and you're looking at them, they're sitting what we call basically the 3/4 slide position. They're not fully compressed. This is to give them a good impetus when they start their first stroke with their leg drive. Their backs are sitting fairly erect, and it gives them that good push off that first stroke. And then they take usually a shorter stroke. Some coaches are a little bit different, but they'll take a shorter stroke in the second one to help get that boat jump started. And again, 5, 6, 7 strokes, depends on how long they do it. But they'll do that short, high, I won't call it a choppy stroke, but yes, to get the boat moving. And then they'll settle into a high rating for what is not sustainable down the race course for most programs, usually in the high 30s, low 40s. And then they'll shift maybe 15, 20 strokes out into something that's more sustainable during the body of the race. And we've seen that about 34 to 36 strokes a minute.
Mm-hmm. Given that these are lightweight athletes, we may see them trending a little bit higher on the stroke rating given the conditions today and the fact that these athletes tend to be a little bit more on the lean side, the small side, so they're a little bit more capable to take those higher rates further down the course.
And the conditions, if you look at that, dead flat. I mean, how good can you have this? And you look the rest of the way down the course towards the bridge, and it's that way all the way down the course. So it's just absolutely perfect out here.
So cool shot here of this Wisconsin boat coming off the line. You can see we have 2 port blades in a row there in the stern and the 7/6, the bucket rig in the stern for this Wisconsin boat, which is a little unusual, but I'm sure Coach Vicki Opitz has her reasons for that, for these athletes to set them up for the best possible result they can in this 8. So we see these ladies just firing away off the line now. Nice and aggressive here in this opening stage of the women's lightweight 8.
I'm not so sure I want to believe the stroke watch I just took on that Georgetown 8, but if I believe this, they were in the high 40s. I want to say they were probably sitting there in the 47, 48 range, and this was not on the short strokes. It was on the longer strokes, the high rates.
Yeah, well, these lightweight women are not afraid of the stroke rate by any stretch of the imagination. They are always ready to take those risks up at the higher stroke rate and really get the boat up to speed and moving. And in a two-boat race like this, like we talked about earlier in the regatta, there really is a strategy to a dual racing scenario in getting that boat out in front basically as soon as possible in the race and then just staying on defense the entire way down the course.
Would you consider on a dual race like this in a grand final, which is what this is, changing your starting strategy? Because if you can get that lead, if you're not paying too high a price, like for example, you have a start in 20, would you go 25 in order to do that, not knowing what the other crew's going to do? I've had crews go 30. 30 strokes is a long way to go on a high rate like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a decision that you make as a team based on the abilities and the preferences of your athletes. If you have athletes that are super comfortable, maybe power-based athletes that really like being up there in those high rate ranges, Sure.
I mean, if you say your other crew settles in at 20 strokes into it and you go 25 or 30 and you gain 3/4 of a boat length or whatever, that can be powerful in a two-boat race.
It definitely can. I mean, I think there's a huge psychological component to a two-boat race like this where it is just you and one other athlete. Nope. Let's try again. Third time, one other competitor in this race with you, making sure that you are trying to stay ahead and kind of like you said yesterday, just not be made to make mistakes by the crew that you're leading. So we're still waiting to get maybe a little bit closer shot of these crews as they're coming down the river here. I did get some notes from Coach Vicky Opitz about some of these athletes that are going to be competing here at the Dad Vail this weekend. And what she told me is that we have a lot of these athletes that are going to be in this Wisconsin 8 that you're seeing here that are going to be doubling up in the 4s events later this afternoon. You'll see people that are doubling up in the JV 4 and also in the open weight varsity 4. So that's a lot of racing for these athletes, but great experience for them as I imagine they're using this as a run-up to IRAs.
Absolutely. I did want to point out with this dual boat race, again, the differences we're seeing here. Lanes 3 and 4 has a bridge abutment between the two lanes. And this is going to be all the way down the rest of the day today, but in a dual boat race, you're hidden for a short period of time there. And if you're going to make a change, you're going to try and make that change there. So if you get that bow stuck out in front of the bridge for the last straightaway coming down to the finish line, that would be quite important. So interesting that your two top seeds are going to be separated by an abutment where they can't see each other for a couple of strokes. But it is Georgetown right now that is leading Wisconsin down the middle of this course. And they're the ones that came off. I didn't catch a rating on Wisconsin, but Georgetown came off at high 48 strokes a minute. And we'll see where they are in the body of the race.
Yeah, and we've talked about the conditions a fair amount already today, but just want to emphasize again, hopefully not jinxing it, but these are conditions that are just exceptional for a rowing regatta. And we have just the lightest of tailwinds with maybe just a tiny bit of current also from the river. So very, very favorable conditions for these female lightweight athletes that are coming down the course right now. They do like those faster conditions with that you're going to get with the tailwind so that they can keep those stroke rates nice and high, something that these smaller athletes do prefer in my experience.
And for last 10 strokes, I was watching their catches where the blades go in the water, and they were stroke for stroke. It was just identical stroke rates. I just took a rating on each of them. They were right about 37, and then I was watching the blade work as they go in and out of the water and exactly going at the same time. Then it shifted just a little bit, so maybe we saw Georgetown do a little bit of a rating adjustment there, trying to gain a little bit more water between themselves and Wisconsin.
Yeah, so that overhead shot from the drone did show that Georgetown does have a nice, handy, full boat length lead over Wisconsin as we're coming through the halfway point of the race. That is a very, very nice lead to have as you're coming into the second 1,000 of an 8s race, because that gives you a nice cushion to protect yourself from any kind of offensive sprint action that might be coming from this second boat.
I saw, just took another rate on Georgetown. They were at 38, so I had them 37. Both boats identical rates at 37 earlier, now Georgetown at 38, and that's probably where I saw that little bit of difference in their catch speeds where the entries were going in at different times. So,
yeah, so on your picture now you see Georgetown here on the bottom of the screen, dark uniforms, Wisconsin at the top of your screen in the red. Georgetown does continue to lead the Badgers as we're coming through the last 500 now and entering into the red buoys.
Badgers at 40.
Yeah, these ladies are going to throw everything into it despite having multiple races today in multiple events. Georgetown definitely still with the foot on the gas as they're coming through the last 250 here, and they have opened that lead up to open water over the Wisconsin boat. Yeah, really nice performance here from the Hoyas in the lane closer to the camera here. Nice shot of them just finishing up their race. This is going to be the last couple strokes for them with a decisive victory in the lightweight women's 8. Georgetown over Wisconsin.
With open water.
With open water.
Beautiful rowing.
Your Georgetown crew is going to be your Camrad Trophy winners at this year's Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta.
So we are going to move on to the next event. We're a little bit more time between our races this afternoon as we were earlier with the previous repechages and small finals. But we have in our next events here the Single Sculls Women's Open Collegiate Single Scull Grand Final. This is again for the medals, the Dad Vail winner, the Dave McCormick Trophy. And in lane 1 from Colorado, Miss Zielinski. In lane 2 from Gordon, Miss Hopkins. In lane 3 from Drexel, Miss Tingley. In lane 4 from Dominican, Miss Long. In lane 5 from Oklahoma City, Miss Lacey. And in the far lane furthest from us on the shoreline here, lane 6 from Tampa, Miss Hansen.
So the nice thing about these longer waits for us in between these races, is, especially for these small boat events, is it gives us some time to really feature and highlight some of these athletes who are the only members of their crew. We're looking at just our lane 4 boat here, Tara Long, just trying to figure out getting locked onto her stake boat. You might wonder, why is this taking so long, Miss Long? What we're looking at here is actually an athlete who just learned to row in March of this year. Okay, so here she is. She's sitting in the single at the start line for the grand final at the Dad Vail, having just sat on the erg for the first time in February, and then having just taken her first strokes on the water in March. So maybe some of the nuances of single racing, like backing, which, girlfriend, I hear you. I hate backing in any boat. Single is my least favorite place to back. So she's just figuring this out for herself and getting locked on for her race here as really a novice by any consideration, I would say. Getting locked on here.
And it also, there's a little bit of current running, so as she was trying to maneuver her boat to get in there, that current can create a little bit of movement side to side or a little bit of twisting of the shell, trying to get it lined up and backed in so that stake boat person can grab hold of the stern and hold her.
Yeah, so as we're waiting for her to get locked on, and also remembering that she is brand new to this sport and has done extremely well to get herself into a middle lane in the grand final of this women's single event. Next to her is going to be lining up Alex Tingley. She's the captain of her Drexel team here, representing the team here in lane 3 in the single. And her father rowed for LaSalle. So a little bit of rowing in the blood there is what it sounds like to me. We have another team captain actually representing their team in lane 1 in the boat closest to us. You see Katerina Mizlinski. She is going to be the team captain for the Colorado crew. Wow, why can't I get that out? Colorado crew, representing the Buffs here as the team captain for 2022, taking on the single, and I believe also rowing in their varsity 8 this season. So great leader for the Buffs here in lane 1.
I feel for Miss Long trying to get that boat backed in there.
I
like
hear
you said,
backing in the single is tough. I hate it.
Yeah.
She's backing right now the way that I always feel when I back, and I've been doing it for a long, long time. I hate it.
And it feels that way because the blades are designed to go one direction.
They're designed to go the other way. I agree.
And so when you turn them backwards like that, it doesn't give you a good grip on the water, and it's really shaky.
Yeah. So good on her competitors here, just having the patience and kind of staying focused in their own lanes while they just allow her to approach her stake boat here. It looks like she's nearly there.
So at the awards dock right now, that the Wisconsin Badgers coming in for their reception of their silver medal. And following them will be the winner of that women's varsity lightweight 8, the Dennis Camrad Trophy, be Georgetown. So it looks like we're almost locked on there.
There we go. That's it, girl. Yeah, so great job there. Again, just reminding everyone who might be just tuning in, our athlete over there in in lane 4 is brand new baby sculler. She also actually plays D2 soccer at her school. Oh, and there she goes. Just as I said that, she was so close and over she went. So we're going to need probably some assistance from the officials here to get her back in her boat.
Well, that just goes to show you how tippy these boats are. It doesn't take but a split second. You get a little bit of off, and sometimes you know it's getting close, and you can't recover, and over you go.
And I mean, one of the things that is just so hard and can just be such a challenge in the single too is if things start to get a little unset or a little shaky, you start to get nervous. And then as you get more and more nervous, you maybe start to tense up, and then it just becomes so much harder to kind of control the little movements in the boat that make the difference between staying upright and going over. So for sure, just being in that kind of higher pressure situation with your fellow athletes and competitors around, and kind of waiting on you for the start of a race, that is certainly a high pressure situation that she handled very, very well up until that very last moment when in she went. So it'll be just a minute here while the starting line officials help take care of her and get her all safely out of the water.
Have you ever flipped in a single?
I have flipped in a single one time. I'll tell you, it was not at the starting line at the Dad Vail, so this is a great story. If Tara decides that she wants to keep rowing, and I hope that she does, this is going to be a story that she takes with her literally for the rest of her career, because it's only going to go up from here. Guarantee that.
So she would have to get the water out of her boat because that's carrying extra water and it's like sloshing around. So it would definitely create a problem there. So hopefully they can get her back in there again.
Yeah, that's where the officials will come into play, and having those launches available there as support for her will be important and helpful. If she decides that she wants to take her trip down the course, they should be able to get her squared away and get her set up to do that. But for anyone that's done any sculling for any length of time, obviously we all know that flipping your single is considered by most to be a rite of passage. Most people, if you don't actually go through the process of flipping as a requirement for a program that you might be sculling at, you probably do it on accident at some point or another, because getting back into your boat unassisted is actually a skill that's very important if you're going to be sculling alone or in a place where you might not have a launch readily available. I assume you flipped.
I did. I was always told that you don't really know how to row a single till you flip 3 times. So you got 2 more to go.
Ooh. Well, maybe I should just quit now then.
I think I might have been 2 or 3 years into my sculling, and then I flipped 3 times in one day. And I got it done.
Yeah.
And don't know why. It's just one of those things. And
well, I got lucky. I couldn't even blame it on myself. I landed my oar into a big patch of milfoil on Lake Washington, and there was just no getting out of that. So the downside of that was, even though it wasn't technically my fault.
So they are starting that race without Miss Long.
Yeah, here we go now. In the opening stages of this singles race, probably not going to see the same kind of ratings in these singles as we just saw coming down in the lightweight women's 8s, but still strong starts from all of these athletes. It does look like we've gotten away cleanly in these remaining 5 boats. And again, if you're just tuning in, we did just lose one of our scullers. She had an unfortunate flip at the start, so she is not going to be taking part in this A final for the women's single.
On the awards dock now, you have the Georgetown Hoyas that are getting their gold medal in that women's varsity lightweight 8 grand final, the Dennis Camrat Trophy being awarded to them.
Yeah, so the sculler that we did actually just lose in this A final was one of our seeded crews, one of our middle lane crews. So that really does leave the door pretty wide open for a couple of other athletes to take a swing at the medals here in this grand final. We do still make lane 3 Drexel, our sculler Alex Tingley, one of the favorites for a medal in this event. But it should be all on between Colorado, Gordon, Oklahoma City, and Tampa for the other medals here.
Well, that raises the specter, not, again, like you said, how unfortunate for Miss Long at Dominican. But the other ones now, does it raise their chances of that medal? Yes, it does. It takes one person out of that, unfortunately. And, sometimes the officials will consider holding that race up, maybe run another time. They didn't do it this time. It may be that Miss Long decided not to pursue that race and let the regatta go on time.
Yeah, given what I've experienced here at the Dad Vail this weekend, my suspicion is that the officials would have offered her the opportunity to race if she had felt like she was up for it, but it might have been that she was just a little too shaken by that experience, which is completely understandable. It's a hard thing to get back in the boat right after you flipped, let alone try to rip a 2K. So again, just shout out to her for doing her best to get up there, and of course landing herself that middle lane after just rowing for only 2 months, really. We're looking at the scullers from Colorado and from Gordon on our screen right now. Colorado on the right of your picture, Gordon in the middle, and we have that Drexel sculler coming into picture now.
And you can see the lull of that turn. You watch the sculler coming in from Drexel that made that turn as they look almost broadside to the screen as we're looking down that course, and then they make that sharp turn. They're using their leg drive to power around that one oar on their right side, also using a little bit of the extra oomph, maybe a little bit less oomph on the left side to get that boat to turn. But that's not the easiest boat to turn, being almost 30 feet long with no steering.
Yeah, so here's a nice picture of our Oklahoma City sculler, Ruthie Lacey, over in lane 5. And behind her at the top of your picture there is going to be Erin Hansen, the Tampa sculler. So with a little bit different camera angle here, we should be able to get a better idea of what the margins might be on these scullers now that they've made the turn and have exited the bridge. The director is focusing on this Oklahoma City sculler, so we could make a guess that maybe she is our race leader at the moment.
She's rowing 33 strokes a minute, and that's a formidable rate. A lot of it depends, like we mentioned before, the load of how the boat is set up, the length of the oars. There's all kinds of little things that make the boat lighter or heavier. Can you make it too light where you're spinning your wheels? You make it too heavy where you can't get the drive through the water. So it has to be just right for the feel of the person.
Yeah, so we're just not totally sure what's happening with the camera there and where everyone else is in the field. We had some really nice shots of that Oklahoma City sculler. Really liked what she was doing with her rowing stroke there. You could see there was a really nice separation between the leg drive and the bringing on of the body and the arms there in her single scull.
Yeah, looking down the
really
course there, it looks
efficiently.
like she is, in fact, the Miss Lacey is the one that is well out in front of the rest of the pack. You know, and she's rowing well at 33 strokes a minute. It's going to be hard for anyone to hold that level of commitment all the way down the course, but she's doing just that.
Ain't that the truth?
And she is definitely opening up.
Yeah, from this picture, it does look like she has a very significant lead over the scullers in the lanes over to her right. The Drexel sculler and the Gordon sculler is what it looks like to me. On your split screen,
Yeah,
you'll see the men's singles lining up there.
And over closer into us, lane 1, Miss Mislinski from Colorado looks like she's also in the hunt for potential second place, and I would almost venture to say she is in second. And then you drop over to Drexel's Miss Tingley, potentially in third, but over on the far side of the course, Miss Hansen from Tampa also could be in a fight for a potential medal there. Oh yeah, I see that.
Yeah, so the rain is just starting to come down now on the course. You can see just the drops falling on the water as these athletes are just approaching the last 500 here. The camera is just focusing on that Oklahoma City sculler here, well out in front. Very, very handy margin for her that she's crafted for herself.
That is the University of Tampa, Miss Hansen in the background when they were focusing on that over there in lane 6. Before we were able to verify what was going on in the near lanes, it looked like Miss Mislinski from Colorado was holding her own there in lane 1.
Yeah, but this camera angle is just showing kind of how vast this margin is that she has put together here. A very, very nice race executed by this Oklahoma City sculler. Ruthie Lacey just really, really dominant in this women's single field. as she is coming through the island and through these red buoys. She is rowing really on her own. Very, very clear margin of victory for her. Back to the next boats that will be scooping up these second and third place medals. But Ruthie Lacey, representing Oklahoma City University, and look at her. She's going to absolutely flex this sprint here. As she's coming through this last 150 meters, she's taking the rate right up. She is going to see just how fast she can go today and really, really maximize her effort. Full sprint from Ruthie Lacey, representing Oklahoma City University here at the Jefferson Dad Vail. She is going to run away with this trophy in the women's collegiate single.
Yeah, 35, 36 strokes a minute. You think she would have aspirations on trying out for one of the upcoming national teams somewhere along the way.
Yeah, and here we go with the Gordon Sculler now coming by the commentary box. Lucia Hopkins from Stillwater, New York, representing Gordon College here, and the Fighting Scots also bringing her rate up for a fabulous sprint finish in these last 100 meters, leaving nothing left on the race course, just really driving it home here. Nice work from Lucia here.
And
for
far
that
side
second
of the court,
place.
Miss Hansen over in Tampa, rowing low but powerful. I mean, she's in third position, still holding off the two trailing boats behind her, but I mean, I'm going to catch her at about 26 strokes a minute. That's about right, about 27, 28 strokes a minute, but a lot of power going in that boat.
And for all y'all watching, our Tampa sculler, Erin Hansen, is just 5'5". So there's no reason that your height or your size can prevent you from being successful at a very, very high level. Erin will be walking away with a third place finish here in the collegiate women's single at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta in 2022. Congratulations to our medalists in this very demanding and now very wet event here as we open up our grand final afternoon at the Dad Vail.
All right, so we're going to jump right into the next grand final. This is for the Lou McCormick Trophy of the men's collegiate single. And from Stetson University, Mr. Bowles. From Rhode Island, Mr. Mannion. From Virginia Tech, Mr. Futz. From Georgia Tech, Mr. Harrison. Oklahoma City, Mr. Rogers. And Grand Valley, Mr. Stone.
So looking at this lineup, I know that we have another representative from Oklahoma City University. Dawson Rogers is going to be rowing in lane 5. I'm sure he will be eager to also represent his program and their savviness in the singles here in this grand final of the men's single. Looking back at results from yesterday, we did see a very, very dominant performance from Thomas Foltz, the Virginia Tech sculler. He really, really rode away with his preliminary races with a wide margin of victory early on in the day. So expecting that he will come out and want to be putting a pretty serious stamp of authority on this race early on. We have a lovely view of the dock here now.
You can see the rain coming down on the camera there if you're watching the Jumbotron. And we're all, you know, kind of hunkered down here. The cameras, of course, the drone can't fly during the rain, but we do have our static cameras that are able to still continue filming here. But look in the middle of the course there. It looks like Mr. Fultz from Virginia Tech and Mr. Harrison from Georgia Tech are the ones that are leading this pack. We can't quite see lane 1, but I would expect it to be the middle of the course as we're noticing here on the cameras.
Yeah, and again, like we were talking about yesterday with our sporadic bouts of rain during competition, rain during a sculling race is never something that you hope for as a sculler, because with one hand on each sculling grip, you don't have an opportunity to dry your hands at any point during the race. So once the grips get slippery, it can be a very, very nerve-wracking experience trying to go at maximum speed and pressure, feeling like you could lose your grip just about any time.
Well, so what happens there is you tend to want to grip a little bit tighter, and that can really wear your forearms out. You can get, I don't want to call them cramped up, but it's really tough to hold your grip at a light enough level to not lose your grip.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where you have to do an assessment of which is more valuable, having tired forearms or losing an oar in the middle of a stroke.
Yeah.
So tough decisions to be made by these guys, but we are coming up to the closing stages of this race, and it does look like the Virginia Tech sculler, Thomas Foltz, is out in front of this Georgia Tech sculler. And we're just going to...
So he's rowing a good pace, too. He's coming down that island here as we go towards that sprint at 34 strokes a minute. That is, again, a strong, strong finish.
Yeah, in this last minute of the race, we would love to not have this graphic on the screen so that we can see the finish, this fabulous finish between these scullers here representing their respective programs at the Dad Vail in the men's collegiate single. It is Virginia Tech leading the way here with an open water margin over that lane 4 boat, Jerry Harrison from Georgia Tech.
Harrison, 35 strokes a minute. We just had Mr. Foltz at 34 strokes a minute. Oh, he's going up. He's going to make sure he's got that sprint in.
Yeah, and the rain is really actually starting to dump on these guys at this point, so it is probably hard to see and probably very hard to hold on to these oars. You can see the sculler from Georgia Tech has his sunglasses on. He can't see anything, guarantee that. And we're looking at this red boat here now. This is going to be our sculler, Dawson Rogers from Oklahoma City University, taking up the bronze medal in this men's collegiate single. Good effort from him to bring up the last boat for the medals.
Oh, look at the race here coming up on lane, the inside crew here on the inside. That's Mr. Bowles from Lafayette. And that's at Mr. Harris.
Well, our last 3 crews in this event are absolutely going for it to decide positions 4, 5, and 6. It is a barn burner between these 3 guys as they come up to the line. Yeah, they don't know who got it.
No.
Yeah, they don't. So we're going to have to wait for official results to figure out places 4, 5, and 6 in this men's single. But great racing from these guys. I imagine they're going to want to hang out under the bridge for probably a couple minutes until we know whether or not this rain is going to pass. But, wow.
You know, and this rain, if you're out there for any length of time prior to the start of the race, especially in a small boat like that, you can get enough water in there to make a difference in the weight of the boat. Since these boats weigh about 30 pounds, you get a quart of water in there that's sloshing around. That can change the dynamic of your boat pretty quickly.
Yeah, interestingly enough, doesn't look like it is raining up at the start as we're taking a look here at our women's pair field for this grand final, the Morrow Bowl, the women's collegiate pair. Lane 1, we have Jillian McDonald and Lauren Thomas from Lafayette. Lane 2, Riley Nyland and Julia Cecil from Dewville. Lane 3, Emma Kozowski and Melanie McAdoo from Tulane. Lane 4, we have Alyssa Murphy and Britta Brown from Rollins. And lane 5, Julianne Schneider and Catherine Lennon from Georgia Tech. Just a 5-boat race for this final today, but should be awesome racing.
Well, I'm glad to see it's not raining up there, and it looks like this rain could pass here momentarily.
Yeah, let's hope so. So we can get this plastic thing off of our commentary box and we can see the racing. That would be helpful.
A little tougher now with this here in front of us.
Yeah, but
we're watching the camera just like everybody else out there. So what we see on the camera is what you see. We can't get another view of it at the moment because of the enclosure. We got to keep the electronics here dry.
Yeah, it does sound like the rain is starting to lighten up a little bit, so hopefully we can get that drone back out and get a better view for you so we're not saying stupid things about what's happening or not happening on the race course. But really nice image here of our Oklahoma City sculler walking away with her trophies and her medals. Man, she's got like something in every hand and a medal.
Oh, yeah. And a big smile.
Yeah.
How could you not have that giant smile on your face?
How could you not? Again, okay, so we're turning our attention here back to the split screen. On the right side of your picture, these women's pairs look like they're getting ready to go. And there we go. Our first strokes are off in this grand final for the women's pairs.
Oh, and we're back to steering again.
Yes. So I was going to mention, remembering back to our preliminary race yesterday, there were some pretty serious steering issues in some of these boats. So hopefully they had some discussions about that. But as you can see, we have our marshal with his or her flag out immediately.
Yep.
Just ready to offer some corrections to this boat from Dewville. They're in lane 2.
And again, he's just helping them try to give them indication to stay in their lane. It's not a matter of interference with any other boat out there. But he's still got his flag down. He's not flagging them over his head, but flag off to the side like that might mean he still wants them to move a little bit more.
Yeah, and as we've talked about kind of throughout the regatta, these straight boats with the tow steering, the rudder that's attached to a cable and one athlete's foot, it is very, very tricky and is a very complicated skill to learn how to make the small enough adjustments to make those accurate steering points work for you when you're doing something like a 2K.
So when you're steering with that, you're driving your legs down just like a leg press on a leg press machine, but you're also having to rotate your foot left or right to adjust for the steering in there. So that's a difficult thing to do. And you mentioned how it takes a coordination effort. It takes some adjustment in the rigging. It takes some practice in the boat to learn how to do that and not overcorrect.
And of course, we don't have firsthand knowledge of how all of these boats are rigged. It is possible that some of these boats do not have tow steering, and that these athletes are only steering with pressure, meaning that one athlete, the starboard or the port, would either pull harder or a little bit lighter on a given stroke to help correct the boat's course.
And they would also talk to each other. Those two people in the boat, they can be speaking with each other, like port, they would call port, or starboard. If they need to correct with their pressure, sometimes you have to do both. You have to correct with pressure of the oars as well as the rudder.
Yeah, these Georgia Tech athletes over on the left side of your picture playing with fire there, putting that port blade in the buoy line. As we've talked about, these little boats are very easy to capsize if you catch your oar either in the water or on this fixed buoy line. And now we see them just entering the starboard buoy line there. And of course, these athletes will know, having spent some time in this boat, that once your oar gets pretty close to those buoys, you are running the risk of actually going into the river. So
I'm looking at that Rollins crew. I hope they clear that the divider buoy there under the bridge, but their blades are heading right for that. And there you go.
There you go, that little bit bigger buoy.
Yep.
Yeah, so again, we just want to emphasize that the steering in these boats is not an easy thing. These athletes are absolutely giving everything that they can to make sure that they are having the best possible course, but it is a trick, and it is a very high-level skill for these athletes to develop to get down the race course safely and in a straight line.
So we just watched Tulane across what appeared to be a little bit too strong of a turn, but that just coming out of the turn looked like they're making a little bit of correction back, but that was kind of a drastic move. It seemed like, unless they overshot that turn and had to make a strong move to get back in their lane again.
Yep.
And you get in the flags there.
Yep.
Again, steering is so important here because you go 1 yard, 1 meter off to one side, and then you recorrect. You're just adding distance every time. And if you do that, a dozen times down the course, you're putting a boat length or more extra distance for your race.
So here's a nice picture of this Rollins crew just making their way through this second 500 now. The crew made up of Alyssa Murphy in the stroke seat and Britta Brown in the bow seat. Britta being on the left side of your picture there in the front of the boat, the back of the boat to the rows, front of the boat to us.
36 strokes a minute for Rollins.
And that's a nice, smooth stroke rate in a pair. 36 is a nice way to cruise.
And they are
just keeping the boat running.
They're looking like they're feeling pretty confident. But look at lane number 3, Tulane right next to them. That looked like they had a little bit of a hard turn back there. But if they did that, it looks like they've corrected that issue. So Tulane pushing Rollins right alongside of them.
Yeah, this is going to be a great race for these two crews, the Rollins crews and the Tulane crew of Emma Kozowski and Melanie McAdoo, really duking it out here in these middle lanes to see who's going to take the gold today.
Yeah. And again, that's the important thing is who's going to take the gold here. So again, every stroke counts out here. Every release of the blades, every steering counts because it can come down to the width of that bow ball and those photo finishes we love to see.
Yes, you do love these photo finishes. And there we go. We can see a nice picture here of the Duville crew, maybe again having a little bit of an adventure with their steering, just moving toward that Tulane crew. You can see kind of on the right side. Just they're moving toward that official launch. The official launch might actually have to get out of the way there for the Duville crew. But I do think it is still the Rollins crew and our crew from Tulane that are out in front here, leading the way in this grand final of the women's pair.
Well, we saw we saw Rollins running 36 strokes a minute. Again, I'd like to see what our first competitor is with that, whether they're in front or behind. We'll see what Tulane's running here. And they're a little bit lower, 34.5. I'll have to see if Rollins has settled down a little bit more. That 36 looked very good for them early on. And yes, they're still sitting right there at 36 strokes a minute.
Yeah, so looking at this field, again, we have only 5 boats in this race, and we're looking for 3 medalists, of course. It does look like there are 3 boats that have separated themselves of the 5. It is going to be Rollins and Tulane and this crew from Deauville sort of exploring the course there as they come through the middle of the race. But it does look like possibly that Georgia Tech crew and the crew from Lafayette are maybe out of medal contention at this stage in the race.
Well, being a 5-boat race, you're seeing all 5 of them right there. So you're right. Your leaders are going to be that Tulane and the Rollins crew, and then trailing right behind the Deauville boat.
Yeah, and as this Tulane crew is coming closer to the camera, it does look like they do have the advantage over the Rollins crew. We can see them approaching the island now, which is about 400 meters to go. So they're coming inside this last 500 meters, which means it's go time.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to start going through the gears here and bringing the rates up for a sprint. In particular, if you're in that Tulane boat, you're going to want to extend that lead over this Rollins crew to make sure that you are clearly in that first place position.
Well, Tulane definitely with a little bit of open water here on Rollins. Rollins trying to bring their rating up, but they also looks like they're shortening just slightly in order to get that rating to move up.
And as you can see on the right of your picture, we have the Deauville crew that did start over on the right side of the course, has made their way all the way over to the left side of the course. They are still in that third place position, but they have moved over several lanes to starboard at this point. But really good finish here coming from these top 2 crews. We can see the Tulane crew coming by the box now, and they have opened up open water over Rollins.
Yep, half a length to a full length. They might even get that full length by the end, but they are just throwing the shots out there. See, oh gosh,
little bobble there.
Almost. Now, and what is it now? Adrenaline's going to recover them.
That's right.
Oh gosh.
But they did a good job just to make sure that they were stabilized and just get back together on the same page after that little incident. The Tulane boat's still in the lead here.
That is so frightening when that happens at that close, and you're in the contention for the gold. Like, no, can't do that.
And it looks like our Tulane boat is over the line. Your crew of Emma Kozowski and Melanie McAdoo coming away with a first place finish
Gold
unofficially.
And the Immoral Bowl.
Yeah. And a good second place effort from our crew from Rollins. Alyssa Murphy and Britta Brown being followed by our third place crew from Deauville. Our River Explorers, your bronze medalist at the Dad Vail Regatta, Riley Nyland and Julia Cecil. Great job to them.
So we have coming into the docks here the medal winners of the men's collegiate single in the grand final. This is from Rhode Island, Mr. Mannion. And I don't know which event, where he came in that event, but here collecting one of those 3 medals.
Oh, well, I must have called him wrong. That looks like our bronze medalist. Apologies. And as soon as we can get this plastic curtain down, the better.
Absolutely.
I can stop making these stupid mistakes.
Well, we have another event coming up as every 10 minutes, and coming up within about 2 minutes is the men's pair without coxswain. This is named after the Nygaard family. Brad Nygaard, one of our Dad Vail staples here, his father. I think that's where that trophy came from. But Brad was famous for the pair with coxswain way back when. There is no pair with coxswain now.
Not at the Dad Vail.
No, and so it's what they call a straight pair. And in lane 1, we're going to have Manhattan. In lane 2, Pittsburgh. In lane 3, the Merchant Marine Academy. In lane 4, Rutgers. Lane 5, Fordham University. And lane 6, Oklahoma City.
Yeah, so you can see we're just making some adjustments with the stake boats up here for our lane 4 crew. Oh, that was a quick adjustment because off we go.
Oh, yeah. Actually looked like lane 2 wasn't quite ready. Pittsburgh looked like they kind of just missed part of that stroke of the start. Not missed the stroke, but maybe a half a stroke off the start.
I'll be honest, if they're moving a stake boat, I wasn't ready, and I'm not even rowing.
Yeah.
But here we go. Good shot of these guys just in their high strokes. The sprint start here that gets the boat really up and running for the first part of this race. You can see the flag is a-waving on the Marshall launch again here for these men's pairs.
And we kind of expect that, these small boats, the singles and the pairs, that's what's going to happen. So look at that, the picture of the single sculler with his trophies and gold medal.
Yeah. Yeah, as you were saying, in some of these small boats, in the pair in particular, it can be extremely hard to get the boat to go straight off the start because it is going to be both rowers applying maximum power to get the boat up to speed. And even at maximum power, sometimes even a good pair lineup is not matched up perfectly. So
exactly.
You can end up pulling the boat to one side or the other. But it does look like we have that Rutgers boat just, again, playing with fire in the buoy line there on the port side. We're going to try and get those athletes out of that buoy line to prevent any mishaps. We want everyone to stay in their boats for this whole 2K.
So it actually looked like that the Rutgers boat they were flagging might have been in the lane and next to them, lane 3, and they had to flag them back into their proper lane. And now we are in the lane we are supposed to be in. That is the, I don't know if that's Merchant Marine Academy or Rutgers. That red blade could have been Rutgers.
Yeah, the boat with the red uniforms is going to be Rutgers. We're looking at Merchant Marine there, just coming up to the abutment there, and then off to the right of your picture should be our Pittsburgh crew.
Should be.
Oh,
and
there's our flag again.
Flags behind the abutment, and again, of course, this seems to be common, and you're seeing in each of these races, is trying to help these people get through the bridge. They want to get through them safely. Also, you don't want to interfere with the crew next to them. Those two you're seeing right now that are being flagged, potential for being too close. They're trying to guide them.
We see the Rutgers guys just coming up to that big buoy again. It looks like they're just going to miss it.
Yep.
Good job. But yeah, these refs after this regatta might want to see if they can get a gig with a color guard somewhere with the amount of flag waving they've been doing over the past couple of days. But you know, as we've been saying, this dogleg is a real challenge for these athletes in a 2K event like this in these blind boats. So we're not making fun of them. Believe you me, we are very impressed with their ability to get down the 2K. It is a real deal to do this and take it on in a pair or a double or a single.
So the referees with the flags are not just flagging them, they give them an audible signal, and they'll give the call of that, say, for example, Rutgers, and they'll flag them off to the one side, or they'll give the name of the other one, so they know who they're talking to. They're not just waving a flag at somebody, because you may not know in your tunnel vision of rowing if it's me or if it's not.
Yeah, usually they'll address you by your school or your club to let you know that they are addressing your boat specifically. But we're looking at a couple of our crews here on the far side or the top of your picture, just our Oklahoma City crew maybe just falling off the pace. Fordham there in the maroon jerseys with Rutgers there in the middle of these crews in the red jerseys.
And Merchant Marine here in the blue boat in lane 3.
Yeah, the Merchant Marine boat being stroked by Will Roberts from Atlanta, Georgia. His bow, Cameron Rothley, is the captain of the Merchant Marine crew. See these guys look like they're doing a really good job with this field, just handling the turn, handling the conditions, and also this really great competition that they're getting from this Rutgers boat in this grand final.
Now, I was looking at that Merchant Marine boat. They're just getting extension with the length. They're reaching out. They're getting the body in position. They're getting the arms out. So they're getting a really long stroke, and they're obviously trained to handle that. And look at some of the other boats out there. They're a little bit less length out there, and meaning they might be holding back just a slight bit, maybe not on choice, but just the way they row. But that Merchant Marine boat is getting the length, which is highly important in making these boats go.
Yeah, so it does look like our 1, 2, 3 is going to be Merchant Marine, and then a very close race between Rutgers on their left and Pitt on their right. It's going to be, right now, too close to call to see who has the advantage between Rutgers and Pitt for that silver and bronze medal in this men's pair event.
And right behind Pitt is Fordham over there in lane 5. With Pitt having a little bit of an advantage over Fordham. But for the medals, it is going to be potentially that Merchant Marine and Rutgers, but the Pitt-Fordham one, that's for a bronze.
Yeah, we'll have to see how things shake out as these guys get through the middle half of this race and are approaching this last 500. It does look like we have some more rain coming down, so that could also throw a curveball into this mix as the handles start to get wet and the boats might be taking on some water as well.
Well, if they were involved in that rainstorm a little bit earlier, we had sitting up there, the water would have added some to the boat. Sometimes the coaches will send a sponge out with the rowers, especially if they're expecting rain, so they can get the water out of the boat and reduce the weight or the sloshing around of anything inside the boat.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to bail out water that accumulates during a wet day like this is so important. Luckily, the conditions are very flat, so we don't need to be doing any bailing because of waves. The conditions with the rain even are still very, very good for a rowing regatta, just adding, unfortunately, that element of the slippery handle for these athletes. But it does look like these guys are managing to hang on, and it is the Merchant Marine boat that is still leading the pack over Pitt and Rutgers as they're coming into the island here.
Yeah. Merchant Marine with a comfortable lead on all of the boats trailing them, so they're in the hunt for that gold medal, and I'm sure they're feeling we're halfway through the island. If we just can make it to the end here, we don't make any mistakes, we're going to have this gold in our pocket here, and that Nagard Cup.
Yeah, I mean, one of the nice things in a rowing race that I know I've experienced is when you set yourself up with a margin like this coming into the last 500, you know that you have less than 2 minutes of rowing to go. And with a nice margin like that, you can sometimes just sit into your rhythm and relax. And you know what? Sometimes it stops hurting so much.
Sometimes it does. Well, you know, the excitement of potentially we can win this. We can win this. And of course, you think that early on too, but now you get down to the end and you got a couple of lengths of open water. It's like, oh my gosh, we're gonna win this.
There's fewer and fewer strokes where you could make a mistake or lose any ground to your competitors. And here we are with a nice shot of our likely men's pair champions at this year's Dad Vail Regatta. It's going to be our crew from Merchant Marine, Will Roberts and Cameron Rothley. Just bringing it home here for Merchant Marine.
And the Rutgers crew looks like they're going to be in second and nearer to us in the Lane 2 Pittsburgh boat, looking like they're going to be taking the bronze.
Yeah, good effort here. The Fordham crew is going to be coming in that 4th position. Oh, very happy guys in the Merchant Marine boat there. You can see hopefully they don't end up going in the river. But we have the stroke man holding both oars right now while his bowman celebrates.
Yeah.
They've gone out of sight for us, but it looks like some happy guys. I see fist pumps in the air there from Mr. Rothley, senior captain. Excellent way to sign out his career at Merchant Marine.
All right, we do have, just so you know, we have weather updates on a regular basis. We've got a little bit of rain here and there, but we also have to watch out for lightning strikes. And there is a perimeter that we are comfortable with, the referees are comfortable with in our area. So if we get lightning strikes that come too close, we may have to pause racing until that clears.
Yeah, we'll do our best to keep you updated on what the changes in the schedule might be. But of course, our primary concern is the safety of the athletes, and lightning and rowing, we of course know do not mix. So if we do get inside that perimeter, we need to get our athletes to a safe place off the water.
And that said, that safe place off the water, if they're near the end of the race, like the one that just finished, they would go around the bend and get off of the docks on there, or they would use the finish line docks here as well as the docks down at the Temple Boat Club and St. Joe's. So that would be the main thing, is to get them off the water if we have lightning coming in.
Here we have a nice shot of our women's pair Morrow Bowl champions, victors. Our crew from Tulane.
Good smiles there, big grins.
And there we see our
and a happy coach.
Yes, our bronze medalists from Deauville there rowing away in the background with their medals.
So our next event here, this is the 240 event, and it's just about a minute away from that. They may have already started, though the cameras don't show that at the moment. We have the women's freshman novice Fort Cox Grand Final with Georgia Tech, a 6-boat race. Georgia Tech in lane 1, Wisconsin in 2, Rollins in 3, Lafayette in 4, Iona in 5, and Colorado in lane 6. Colorado, we believe, being the furthest away here at the Jefferson Dad Vail. So I do not see boats on the stake boats yet, and
but we do have some crews queuing up there.
Yeah.
Maybe just waiting to be called onto the course by the race marshals at the start.
I wonder if they're talking about the potential lightning approaching, if that's the case.
Or maybe we're making some changes to the stake boats, as we saw off the start on that last race. It seemed like there were some changes that needed to be that needed to happen with the stake boats that they were adjusting right up until the very first start of the race. So it looks like they are just going to be making those adjustments just to make sure that the starting alignment is fair and consistent across all of our races today.
So those platforms that are holding these things, those are anchored both front and rear, so they have to make sure they're aligned. The stake boat holders, the people on the platforms, can only adjust so much.
All right, and while they're working on this, we're going to take off for commercial real quick.
Absolutely.
I get scared sometimes.
Of a lot of things.
Joining in.
Decisions.
The dark.
The dark.
But I once heard someone say,
But as I always say,
it's okay to be afraid.
as long as you face the fear.
And keep moving forward.
Wherever you are in life, count on the name trusted in insurance for over 80 years. Independence Blue Cross.
How do you make the impossible possible? What if you and I didn't settle, but come together with different perspectives to ignite new ideas? It's not enough to just ask. You have to answer too. To disrupt, to invent, to solve, to redefine humanly possible. Dare to ask, dare to answer. Jefferson.
Kendall, dinner.
Has anyone seen the pepper?
Is it macaroni, Nate?
It's mashed potatoes.
Hey, honey.
Why can't we just eat with the lights on? Because we're saving money.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
So how was everyone's day?
Looking for ways to save? Pico has energy answers to make saving money easier than ever, like discounts on LED lighting to help make your home or business more efficient.
What is that?
Harley.
For even more ways to save for your home or business, call or visit pico.com/ways to save.
Okay, remember, you gotta get in and get out. And I mean fast. There's no time to look around. You just gotta grab it and go.
I think I can handle this.
You can't think. You have to know.
Stop.
Go.
Looking for ways to save?
Happy.
You saved a lot of energy, honey.
Pico has energy answers to make saving money easier than ever, like rebates when you upgrade to eligible Energy Star appliances. We'll even recycle your old ones for free.
I hear energy.
For even more ways to save for your home or business, call or visit pico.com/ways to save.
Well, a little rain isn't stopping the awarding of the medals out there, as we're seeing the men's pair without coxswain get their medals. That was Merchant Marine, and I believe it was Rutgers. I don't know who our other ones are. That is Merchant Marine with the gold, and hoisting the other person up. They were laying down on the boat after the end because they were so happy with their race.
Yeah, both of these guys are seniors, so I'm sure they're very, very proud and happy to be coming away with a win here in the men's pair. here at the Dad Vail as senior athletes.
You see the jackets at Kings Point, and of course that's where they're one in New York, is where they're from, Kings Point, New York.
And probably a pretty memorable moment here, just standing in the pouring rain.
Oh, and there's Brad giving away the knee guard cup.
Yeah, getting that trophy to fill with rain.
Yeah, and rightly so.
Yes.
Love to have that.
Well earned for these guys from Merchant Marine.
But you know, they're probably just as wet previous to this from sweat as they are from the rain.
I'm sure they are. Look at that smile on their coach's face, too. He's just beaming. I love to see that. And yeah, on our split screen here, it looks like we are still going to be running this next race with our freshman women's fours.
Again, look at the difference in the rain here down at the finish line. Mile and a quarter away, and you look up at the starting line, and there's nothing going on up there.
Do they even know it's raining? They might not.
So again, we mentioned in the small boats, days like this, you take a sponge out or something to get the water out of your boat. In the bigger boats, they collect a lot more water, and that water can move around a lot inside there. Sometimes we'll put out bottles that you can scoop it out or scoop out what you can. Sponges sometimes don't do it fast enough, but a small boat like a single or a double is sometimes likely. In these big boats, though, they have compartments. They're compartmentalized, and the water typically will not be able to travel fore and aft all the way up and down the boat. Some boats are open underneath, other ones are compartmentalized, and each person would have water in their position. The center of the boat is the deepest part of the boat also, so if water could move around there, that's where it would likely want to sit, is in the middle of the boat.
Yeah, and I don't want people listening to underestimate just how much of an impact that buildup of water can have over the course of a 2K, because the slosh and the force that you get from that water as you get more and more of it just gets heavier and heavier every stroke that you take.
Well, you know, you can imagine here an open cockpit like this where the water can get in. 1 gallon of water equals 8 pounds.
Oh.
And you're talking about weight limitations on boats, and 8 pounds is a big difference. That can be half a second in itself.
Yeah. All right, so just these final preparations here. I don't know if I love all of these points that these coxswains have selected for the starts of their races here. Maybe in particular on
Georgia Tech
on the close
inside.
side, this Georgia boat's going to want to just make a little quick adjustment there. Thank you, 2-seat. Good job.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe we should run through the lanes. Have we done that?
Oh, we haven't done that.
Let's do that.
Well, let's do a reminder. This
Here's
is
a nice
women's
picture.
freshman novice 4 with Cox Grand Final. And what do we have there? Georgia Tech in lane 1, who is tapping the boat around to get lined up. Wisconsin in 2, Rollins in 3, Lafayette in 4, Iona in 5, and Colorado in lane 6.
And here on the lower part of your screen in the white boat and the red uniforms, this Wisconsin boat is rowing a boat named the Bratfest. How about that? Is that a Wisconsin boat name or not? Yeah, so
I think so.
So looking at this crew, we do have actually 3 true novices in this crew, which is quite a thing, meaning that 3 of these women have never rowed before this season, just finding rowing and coming to the sport as collegians here. So good on them for rowing at such a high level here and making the grand final here at the Dad Vail.
So it looks like everyone's sitting ready here. I believe the points are, I'm looking at the far side of the course up there in Oklahoma City, or excuse me, it was Colorado. They weren't quite ready, but now they are.
And off we go.
Mm-hmm.
Some nice quick strokes here in these middle 2 lanes. Our crews from Rollins and Lafayette maybe just getting the best of that start there. Those first couple strokes to get the boat up to speed. Well, this is quite a misty picture, isn't it?
Misty picture,
Little
but
eerie images of our crews rowing into this rain, maybe not yet knowing that that's what's waiting for them on the other side of the bridge.
Well, we do have a little bit of a gap where you can see down there, and you can't even hardly see the bridge. It's kind of like reminds me of a Florida downpour.
Mm-hmm.
So let's be looking for the middle of the course. That's Rollins and Lafayette in the middle of the course, as we expect to see those crews approach the bridge first, or at least come out of the bridge in those positions, first and second. But the Wisconsin boat, we've seen them do some pretty amazing things here in the heats and preparation for the grand finals. But hopefully we'll see them give a run for the medals along with Iona and the other crews on the outside, Georgia Tech and Colorado.
Yeah, so with this grand final, we're looking at another one of our very heavily subscribed events here at the Jefferson Dad Vail. We had 20 entries in this women's freshman 4 event, plus or minus if we had any scratches. Honestly, I don't remember off the top of my head, but that does mean that these women who have advanced to the grand final have really earned a place here, having had to edge out many other crews in a very deep field in order to be here and be racing for the medals today.
All right, well, we have the results of the men's pair without Cox. If you're looking at the Jumbotron down there, it's fairly well spread out, 7:10, 7:16, 7:19, right on down the line. So pretty much evenly spaced throughout those top 6 finishers of that men's pair without Coxon. So as we're racing in the rain down there, it is approaching the bridge. Again, if you had mentioned earlier in the single scull, someone had sunglasses on, it was raining for them, and it's very difficult to see. It's distracting to have these droplets in front of your eyes.
Yes,
so,
indeed.
If you're a coxswain and you wear glasses, that could be interesting as well.
Yeah, so the crews that we have on our picture now, I think that on the right side of our picture, that should be
Rollins in lane 3 on the right side of the abutment there. And coming in on Lafayette into the bridge, actually in the shadows of the bridge, just a little bit ahead of Rollins. It looked like Lafayette might be slightly ahead of them coming into that bridge.
And it should be Iona there on the left side of your picture with the yellow blades that you can just make out in the rain here.
Mm-hmm.
And then to their left,
Colorado.
The crew from Colorado.
So Lafayette definitely came through that bridge ahead of those two on the outside of them, Iona, Colorado. When we get a little bit more parallel to the course, we'll see where the Rollins crew is as they were in lane 3 in that hidden area behind the abutment from Lafayette.
Yeah, that's right. My guess is that given that the camera is focusing on this Lafayette crew, that they might be our race leaders at the moment, definitely getting the better of this Iona crew in the middle of this group, and then the Colorado crew there at the top of the picture.
And by the time the camera gets parallel to them, looking straight across the course, I'll bet that Lafayette crew has open water on those 2 outer crews of Iona and Colorado. But then that's kind of what you expect with the middle lanes being the seated lanes. So there you go. You're starting to see that now, that the Lafayette crew is breaking free of the boats on the outside of them, Iona and Colorado. We ought to see a bow of Rollins here sometime soon.
Yeah, and it does look like these athletes have rode into the rain, so that they are probably experiencing some weather as they are coming down now. And there goes the Wisconsin crew ahead of the Rollins crew. Iona there with the yellow blades, and then we just saw just the tops of the Georgia Tech crew going by just the bottom of the screen.
So those Wisconsin crew outstroking the Rollins crew. And again, if we mentioned before, if they were lightweights, they can row a little bit higher. Although Rollins crew has been noted to be rowing a high rowing crew in the past, so I'm not going to put that past them.
Yeah, so again, this is a very deep field. Many entries in this women's freshman 4 this year at the Jefferson Dad Vail. So we will be looking for some very high caliber racing in these crews that have earned these places in this grand final. Of course, we're racing for medals today in this grand final. Going to the top 3 here, of course. Right now, it does look like our crew from Lafayette is still leading the pack, but being chased hard by Rollins and Wisconsin in those 2nd and 3rd place positions.
Well, as they came by the camera before, it certainly looked like Wisconsin had an edge over Rollins, and it still looks that way. We'll see what we get, if we can get a view, anything down the course here. Yeah, I'd still say Wisconsin has that edge over Rollins. They're coming, we got a little bit less rain coming down this end. It's a little bit more at the other end. But we've got boats in contention here across the course. There's not a huge margin between any of these crews.
Yeah, and this is the kind of racing that we're hoping for once we sort out the lower level finals and select these crews for this top level final. We want some good competitive close racing all the way down the 2K course.
So your three middle crews, lanes 2, 3, and 4, Wisco, Rollins, and Lafayette are the ones that are trying to get in these medals. You're seeing I saw just a little bit of bobble in lane 1 there on Georgia Tech. Not quite keeping the boat balanced as they come through there. But those 3 crews in front, and maybe Georgia Tech might be closing in on some of Rollins' water.
Yeah, I think you are right. It does look like while Lafayette is still out in front, being chased by Wisconsin, that race between Georgia Tech in lane 1 and Rollins in the middle of the race course, and maybe even Iona on the far side, it might be too soon to tell, is definitely heating up for that third place position in this race. But it does look like Lafayette and Wisconsin are clearly your 1-2 at the moment as we're coming through the island. Oh, man, it's going to be all on for these ladies.
Going back over the other side, Iona, as you mentioned, looks like they're coming up on Rollins as well. So maybe Rollins spun a little bit too hard going out.
Oh, I don't know. It does look like it's going to be a really, really good race here. Rollins and Wisconsin still with a lot of overlap between those boats, and absolutely Iona is still in this race. We are trying to make the best of the situation here, given this plastic curtain that is in front of the commentary booth, but we are taking a look here.
Iona definitely in this race. Look at Iona coming up here, and inside Wisconsin as well. This is quite a race for second and third. We've got a leader here. Oh, man.
Yeah, so on your picture, you can see the backs of the Lafayette crew as they are leading the way in this race. But what you cannot see is this 3 boats across between Wisconsin, Rollins, and Iona on the far side. It is going to be all on for the last 2 medals.
10 strokes to go. Rollins currently in 4th, about a deck length down on the other 2 boats who are nose to nose for that silver medal.
Oh, man, it is going to come down to the wire between these 3 crews, Wisconsin, Rollins, and Iona at the finish. Impossible to call here in the commentary booth. We will have to wait for the official results, but your winners in the women's freshman 4 are going to be Lafayette. Congratulations, ladies. And here we are picking up the grand final of the men's freshman 4. We are looking at our crew from LaSalle as they row by. Thank you, Cowbell. We appreciate you.
And this is for the Lindy Cup. Lindy is Linda Mood from Marietta, who this is named after. But so we have Case Western and Fairfield in lanes 1 and 2. Drexel LaSalle in the seated lanes in the middle, and George Washington Lafayette in the 2 outer lanes in lane 5 and 6.
Yeah, so I'm really looking forward to this event. As we were saying in the women's freshman 4, this men's freshman 4 was equally well subscribed with just 1 more entry than the women, 21 entries here in this men's freshman 4. So really competitive, deep field for these guys to earn a spot in this grand final today. Looking at the picture, it does look like it is probably going to be that crew from LaSalle that is out in front by a pretty serious margin. These guys are really going to town here in this grand final and laying down the law early on to open up a big lead over their competition.
Now that, coming into a grand final like this, here you've got I want to say a huge margin, but like you said, substantial margin for LaSalle as they come through this. And yet everyone's gone through the heats, everyone's gone through the semifinals, and yet here you go. You've got multiple links here, a little over halfway, maybe 2/3 of the way through the course with LaSalle showing the way to that finish line.
And here's those results from that women's freshman 4, that tremendous race that we just saw. Lafayette with a clear margin of victory over Wisconsin, and Iona just getting the better of Rollins, edging them out of the medals for this year's Dad Vail Regatta.
So as they come towards the island here, it is still LaSalle. We'll see if we can get a rating on them. And LaSalle with that open water lead, extending that lead a little bit as they go along here, 34 strokes a minute. Comfortable rating for the lead they have. They're not having to press too terribly hard. Likely they got out in front early on and just going to hit the groove. At this point, they feel that the sense of that island, they're probably going to raise that rating up, hopefully not too soon. But here they come. They've got several 4 or 5 boat lengths of open water. For them in the boat now, it's just a matter of execute each stroke. No mistakes. Just make this boat sing.
Yeah, with these perfect conditions, it is theirs to lose at this point. But there is a race that is really heating up for the silver and the bronze between Drexel and Fairfield. Fairfield in the red boat and Drexel in the yellow boat there, coming down the middle of the course. And let's not forget about Lafayette on the far side. I hope these other crews also haven't forgot about them, because they are absolutely in the mix here and challenging for one of the lesser medals as we come into the last 200 meters of this race.
Drexel at 37.
Yeah, lots of cheering for the Lafayette crew, as I think they are just about even with this Fairfield crew. Fairfield putting on an excellent sprint here. They are starting to move back on Drexel, increasing the overlap 1 seat at a time here with every single stroke. The Fairfield boat is moving.
And with 10 strokes to go, actually Fairfield boat might be the fastest boat in the water as far as the silver medal is concerned, but I don't think the Drexel boat's going to let them in.
Yeah, Drexel has absolutely responded to this Fairfield charge, and they are crushing this sprint. Drexel really pushing it to the line.
They just length it out and just grab that water. And just
Lafayette is still in it on the far side.
Yep.
It's going to be really hard for us to get the angle here from the commentary box. Wonderful, wonderful sprinting from these guys in the Fairfield, Drexel, and Lafayette boats. Again, we're going to have to wait for these results to pop up on the screen. But your winners are, of course, LaSalle with a clear open water victory in the men's freshman 4.
So you see that Drexel boat just started throwing the last 5-6 strokes, just threw extra effort into it.
Mm-hmm. And off we are again. Here we go with these start strokes in our next race.
That's a women's Frost Novice Heavyweight 8. This is the Sarah Vaughn Trophy. Pittsburgh in 1, Connecticut 2, Drexel 3, Bowdoin in 4, West Point in 5, and Temple in the outside lane.
Yeah, and this should be a really fun race. Novice racing is always really interesting and exciting. And what we mean when we say novice or freshman, guys, this is going to be, again, athletes that have just come to collegiate level rowing this year. So this is their first season rowing at this level. And looking down the course, we have a nice shot of the Bowdoin boat there with the checkerboard blades in the middle of your picture. And then on either side of them, we're going to have a Drexel and West Point.
Yeah, Bowdoin in the middle there. See the referee launched just off to their starboard blades. That's the right side, in the case, the left side of the boat.
Yeah, it looks like these athletes in the Drexel boat are maybe overstroking that Bowdoin boat by a little bit, just taking the first 500 a little bit more aggressively in the Dragon boat.
Well, what would the goal here be if you were behind them in the heats or the timing of things? What's your option? The option to try and get out in front, see if you can stay out there.
Yeah, well, potentially this Bowdoin boat hasn't seen this Drexel boat yet in competition at this regatta. Given that these guys are facing off in these middle lanes, it's possible that they came at each other from different points of qualification in the regatta so far. Oh boy, looks like we're hitting a little buoy line there in the Drexel 8. Let's get out of there, coxswain.
Yep.
We don't want to give anything away here.
Yeah, they're aiming towards those buoys. That's not a good thing. Come on, straighten it out there, lady.
Well, unless she's really hoping to make an aggressive turn. This is a course that she would be very familiar with, after all, being a Drexel athlete. So maybe this is a strategy, and she knows exactly what she's doing. If her athletes are prepared to go through those buoys, that could be something that they discussed ahead of time.
Course correction there as they come around that big buoy.
Let's see if she puts this big buoy under the shaft and not under the blades there.
And, to be honest, that is a perfect way to do that. If you want to cut your corner, you put that buoy right under the riggers like that, and you're not out of your lane.
All right, snaps to you, Drexel coxswain. Nice work there. And it looks like with that aggressive steering from that novice coxswain in the Drexel boat, that they might have just moved into the lead of this freshman women's 8 race.
That's the first time I've seen one of these coxswains do that, is put that buoy under the riggers like that, and that is the perfect way to do that. As long as you're not interfering with the other lane, your boat stays on the oars can cross over if you're not interfering with the other boat's oars.
There you go. Well played. So maybe that was the strategy, is just to really blast off the start in order to create a space so that you were not actually going to be flagged for interference at that early stage in the race. But here we are looking at this. Hold on now. Is this the Drexel boat?
That's West Point, I believe.
Oh, it sure is. Here we are talking all about this Drexel boat, and here it is, West Point.
Well, we saw it before the bridge. It looked like that West Point boat. You had mentioned something about West Point may have done something that Bowdoin was unaware of. I just saw the coxswain completely turn around and look at the Drexel boat there.
And also with a hand in the air, which is an unusual motion to make during a 2K.
Yeah, that doesn't, I don't understand that one there.
But we just saw West Point on the top of the screen and Drexel at the bottom of the screen. Here's your Bowdoin boat going by just now.
So West Point and Drexel are the ones that seem to be out in front. A little bit unusual. Look down the course down there. It adds absolutely that is West Point and Drexel in the middle of the course. 1,000 meters to go. Interesting that West Point is showing some colors here that they may not have shown in the earlier races. But then again, they may have had a tougher event earlier on, and now they've toughened up for this one here. But they seem to know what they want to do.
That's Rick Keller right there.
Here's a nice shot of the festivities happening on the medals dock. Looks like the rain has held off for just a moment, so some of these athletes and their coaches can receive their awards and stay somewhat dry.
Right there.
So going back to the race course, it looks like now lane 3 was Drexel. That looked like the West Point crew was doing some damage, and now Drexel is the one who's commanding the middle of this course. Again, maybe it's a move at the 1,000 meter mark, but that is Drexel in the middle of the course, just putting the pedal down and opening up water, given no chance of people to catch them, especially these big boats here, to make that big of a move with what's left to go to catch in that gold medal. Drexel's not going to let that happen.
Yeah, I think you're right. It does look like Drexel has moved into the lead over West Point on the far side of the course, maybe leaving Bowdoin out of it at the moment, or at least leaving Bowdoin to tussle with the other crew over in lane 2.
Connecticut there.
Yeah, our Yukon boat in lane 2.
They all may be tussling for that silver medal, too. I mean, West Point looks like they had a pretty good chance of doing that. Now it looks like West Point may be giving up a little bit of water to these other boats.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to tell between these second and third positions for sure, between West Point, Yukon, and Bowdoin, duking it out behind Drexel for the silver and the bronze. But it does look like Drexel is convincingly leading this pack down the race course as we're coming through the island now. These guys are going to be winding up for their sprints.
Rowing solid 36 right now. Have not decided to take it up just yet. Far side of the course, that West Point crew still seems like they're holding into that potential silver medal position right next to them. Bowdoin, I don't know if they're making up any ground or not, but they've got running out of room very quickly here.
Oh, this Drexel coxswain is just killing me right now. She looks like a little marshmallow with her hood up in that bright white hoodie, but man, what a marshmallow she's going to be when she's standing on the medals dock with a gold medal around her neck, leading her freshman crew.
West Point now with a full boat length lead over Bowdoin as they come down from the tip of the island. They got 150, maybe a little less than 200 meters to go.
Yeah, Drexel definitely leading the way here, and it is West Point that's going to be holding off a charge now from Bowdoin for that silver and that bronze medal. Does look like we're having a bit of a steering issue off screen with the Yukon boat just coming out of their lane into lane 1. I'm not sure what's happening there, but they are not in it for the medals, but they are going to be racing hard against Temple for positions 4 and 5 as our silver medalists, West Point, cross the line, and Bowdoin for the bronze in the women's freshman 8. Congratulations to our women's freshman 8 gold medalist, Drexel. Really well executed race in that women's freshman boat.
All right, we're going to scoot right back up to the starting line of the men's freshman novice heavyweight 8. This is the Toby Wallace Trophy for the grand final. Again, each one of these for the rest of the day going for the medals, bronze, silver, and gold. So West Point in lane 1, the Grand Valley in 2, Temple in 3, Rollins in 4. Those are your 2 favored lanes. Minnesota in 5, and Delaware in lane 6. On the medals stand, as these boats come in, right in front of the grandstand here, where all the people are watching, cheering them on, especially the coaches that are getting those medals. You're down on the docks. It's a really spectacular feeling to be down there with your crew, and they've come through with that gold medal.
And here we are up at the start riding with our men's freshman 8 as they launch into their 2K here. These high aggressive strokes, just getting these boats up to speed and ready to race here.
So we've seen Temple run the gamut down here on several races earlier on yesterday and early this morning. Some of the other events, different event sizes. We'll see if they can do the same thing here today. But Rollins should give them a run for their money. And we've also seen outside of that, lanes 2 and lane 4 throw some things out there that we hadn't expected before, just like we just saw with West Point coming in second in this previous women's freshman novice 8.
Yeah, exactly. So for those of you who are looking for underdog stories and upset stories, we love to keep an eye on these outside lanes just to see if we have any of these crews today who are going to rise to the occasion and kind of outperform their seeding or their early performance in the regatta to sneak onto the podium.
Absolutely. There's our shots through the bridge down there. Again, looking at the outer lanes on the far left of your screen, Delaware, and next to them in the middle is Minnesota, and then Rollins on your right side of your screen in that blue and white jerseys with the yellow and blue blades.
Yeah, from this picture, it does look like maybe Minnesota has lost a few seats to those other two crews on either side, the Delaware crew and the Rollins crew, maybe just taking advantage there in that first 500 over the Gopher boat. Nice picture of some of our medalists here. This looks like the guys from the Lafayette. Sorry, let me zoom in with my little eyeballs there.
So I don't know if they're throwing coxswains in the river here this time. I haven't seen that yet, so maybe they do it back at the docks where they take them out. So looking at this, we got Rollins here. We're still looking at the outer 3 crews. Rollins with a lead over Minnesota, but look at the far lane, Delaware. Maybe they're the sleepers that were in this event we were just talking about.
Yep.
And then you go back to Temple in the yellow boat in the middle of the course.
Oh, yeah,
Temple with a strong performance here.
Yeah, Temple with a nice margin over this Rollins crew.
And you can imagine down there, if they go past that 1,000-meter mark and past their boathouse, you could imagine the impetus they're getting from their other teammates that are there at the boathouse.
Oh, definitely. Being a local crew must be a huge advantage here, just being able to rally a lot of support on the shore and in the grandstands here at the end of the race.
Well, how many times have they taken these bridges? How many times have they made those turns? They know it like the back of their hands.
Well, maybe not as well as that West Point coxswain, apparently, in that last race. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, but really excellent shot here of this Temple boat. Looking really well coached. Just executing that rowing stroke and really making the boat move.
That was Grand Valley right next to them, just came through the foreground of our screen, the blue boat.
Yeah,
so you look at the women's freshman novice heavyweight 8s that are fairly well spread out in our lineups there and our times.
I'm right there with you, pal.
Yeah, from this shot, it does look like it is the Owls out in front there. That yellow Empacher just leading the way in this 6-boat race.
And Grand Valley tracking them right behind them.
Yeah, it looks like Grand Valley and Rollins probably having a nice little tussle there, deciding who's going to take silver and bronze in this race.
Already you're seeing the 2 outer crews on the outside, Minnesota, Delaware, have slipped back behind that lead pack. And also the inside, West Point on the inside, looks like they're a little, maybe in 4th position there, but probably not in a position to track down Rollins or Grand Valley for either one of those battle spots.
Yeah, I think the story here really is about this Temple crew out in front, just checking the blade work, even from a distance. That's looking really, really nice. Just a little bit of water that's coming off all those blade drops looks good. Even from here, Coach, in case you're listening.
Yeah.
Looks good to me in this Temple boat from a distance as they are leading their competitors from Grand Valley State. Looks like maybe a boat length there between Temple and Grand Valley. And then another margin back to this crew, the Rollins crew, who looks like they might be fending off charges from Delaware and from maybe even West Point on the near side.
So again, these are freshman novice crews. Some of these people are probably their first-time rowers this year. Although if you're good at recruiting, you can get freshman rowers in that have rowed in high school for several years. So this crew definitely has that look of experience as they come down the course here.
Yeah, and with this shot, you can see just what this margin has become between this Temple boat and the next place in this race. The Grand Valley boat, it looks like a full boat length or boat length and a half of open water.
Yeah, 37.
Temple just cruising now.
37 Temple, front of the home crowd with a 2 boat length open water lead over Grand Valley.
Yeah, Grand Valley doing a nice job in that second place position. But man, on the far side, Delaware is really cranking to see if they can sneak into that silver medal position. But it does look like Grand Valley is in a very, very good spot here,
Absolutely.
maybe able to defend. Delaware still driving all the way to the line. I think they are going to hold off this charge from Rollins in the middle of the course.
Yep.
Rollins maybe just left a little bit too late. Delaware driving for that bronze medal. And there we go. There's your silver medalists, Grand Valley. You see Delaware crossing the line under the bridge there, followed by Rollins. And then Minnesota and West Point bringing up 5 and 6 in this race. Wow, that was fun.
They're all fun.
They are all fun. But that was some really, really exciting racing. And like I was saying earlier, I just think the freshman racing is so interesting and so exciting because with these guys and gals being so early on in their career, sometimes consistency is not always a feature that we rely on in freshman rowing. So really, it can be anything happens.
I'm actually, it's pretty amazing to see the accuracy of these freshman boats come down, 4s to 8s, whatever it is. I mean, especially in the grand finals here, maybe they're half a boat, maybe half the boat's experience, the other half maybe got in the boat the first time this year, but they're all matching up, and it just really looks excellent, excellent rowing.
So up on your screen now, we do have many of our boats. Oh, there's our last boat. Locked on and getting ready to go for our next grand final, which is going to be the women's collegiate double. The boat that we see pulling in now is going to be our lane 4 crew. That's our crew from Princeton. But running through the lineups here, at the bottom of your screen, you see our crew from Gordon, Lucia Hopkins, and Elizabeth Romeo. Lucia, of course, having doubled up in the single final that we saw just a little while ago, so hopefully she's feeling fresh as a daisy, smile on her face there. Just hopping out of the single and straight into this double. Lane 2 is going to be MIT, Devin Reed and Mia Lang. Lane 3, Boston University, Lindsay Albert and Catherine Grabowski. Lane 4, Isabel Bailey and Casey Shashady. Lane 5, Grace DiMartino, I have to read my own handwriting, and Natalie Northrup. And lane 6, Sophia Stingle and Grace Denuncio. So all these guys just sitting ready. Last couple minutes here before we fire away in this women's collegiate double grand final.
This is got 2 minutes to go to their start, and if they're going to, a lot of times they'll go on early. The referee has to ask the crews if they're all ready to go a little bit early, but usually they won't start early unless they have approval from each of the programs in those stake boats. And as it looks like they're all sitting ready, so I would assume they're going to start any time. Once they're inside that 2 minutes, they can start any time as long as the referees feel that the alignment is appropriate. One of the things I look for in the line are the blades buried properly. Are they too high out of the water? Sometimes they're not squared up.
Yeah, and again, I am just, as a sculler myself, I am just so excited to be watching some sculling at such a high collegiate level and seeing these athletes have the opportunity to compete in sculling events at a cool event like the Dad Vail.
And you're absolutely right. Here at the Jefferson Dad Vail, it's just, we wanted so many times those scullers from way back when to have sculling in the collegiate ranks, and it actually was a little bit of a fight to get them in here because it would take away or potentially take away from the big boats, meaning you might have viable athletes in sculling events that could have been in a sweet boat. But I'm so glad to see sculling now as part of the mainstream of collegiate rowing.
And here we go with a start in this grand final of the women's double. Wow, that MIT boat really just shot out of there. did not waste any time getting the stroke rate up and getting that boat moving off the start.
That was the one in lane 5, I assume? Yes, that's what we're looking at, the outside lane. Yes.
It was actually lane 2, and that's why they're not in the picture anymore.
Okay.
But yeah, really good start from one of the 2 MIT boats in this race. Nice and aggressive. Let's see if that quick start pays off for them as we get into the body of the race. Pretty tough to see these tiny boats from this distance on this little split screen image at the moment, but we are anticipating our crews in the middle of the course. Our Boston University crew and our Princeton crew are going to be those favored crews coming into this grand final.
And you've got 2 MIT crews here in Wisconsin. These are all what we consider, I won't call them all Division I. MIT, I'm not quite sure what their category is. Do you know?
Touchy subject. They are technically classified as Division I, even though they're more of a Division III sized school.
Okay.
Don't ask their coach about it.
Okay. Well, MIT, FIT is kind of the same thing.
Yeah,
in a way.
exactly. So anyways, politics aside, we're just going to take a look at these women scullers coming down the course. One of the boats that we can see, tiny as it may be, on this course is this Wisconsin boat. Obviously part of a very large lightweight Wisconsin contingent that's here at the Dad Vail this weekend. The stroke seat of this boat, Sophia Stingle, is actually a self-taught sculler, someone who learned the sculling motion and the sculling movements off of YouTube during COVID quarantine. Holy moly.
Of YouTube, that's amazing.
Holy moly. I know from my experience as a sculler, I definitely needed more than YouTube to get it right. And some might say I still don't have it right. So props to her for getting to the point where she can row this well at this level in this event.
Yeah.
But cool little fact about Sophia there stroking this Wisconsin double.
Well, that also goes to show the importance of YouTube, but what you can learn on there.
And by the way, all of these events will be streaming live on YouTube and archived on YouTube. So if you haven't had enough of our really awesome commentary yet, you can always go back and relive all of these wonderful moments between myself and Casey and all these athletes on YouTube for the rest of your life. So we see this Wisconsin boat actually on the left side of your picture. They're maybe on a collision course at the moment, making me a little nervous here.
Oh, yeah.
With that MIT boat in the lane next door. Maybe the MIT boat just a little more aggressive on that dogleg turn as they're coming through the bridge, but it does look like they've avoided that for now. We're just going to put an image over that so we don't see any violence on the screen. But we see our results here from the men's freshman 8, that clear margin of victory in that Temple boat. 10 seconds ahead of Grand Valley.
There we go.
Yeah, so here we are back with our
Boston University. That's Princeton there. Boston University just went out of your screen on the right-hand side as that logo came down.
Yeah, and a nice job here by these Princeton athletes. Again, in one of those middle lanes, we do make them one of the favored crews for the medals coming through this grand final. And with the camera focused on them at this point, we are imagining that maybe the camera can see that they are the lead crew at this point in the race.
And we'll be waiting for that BU crew to come into view. They should be seeing as the camera comes more straight across the course. You'll almost always see that bow of that lane 3 start to creep into the screen on the right-hand side.
Yeah, really nice shot of these athletes. Isabel Bailey in the stroke seat and Casey Shashady in the bow seat.
And rolling 33 strokes a minute. Again, a little more rain coming back down here again. All the way down the course. There you go.
Yeah, and there's our boat from Boston University right up there with Princeton, giving them a nice challenge as we come through the middle of the course.
I was just catching Princeton at about 37 strokes a minute a little bit ago. We'll see if they maintain that through the body of the race. And if they are doing so, are they maintaining a lead as a result of that? But I think that BU crew is right on their heels, if not ahead of them.
Yeah, it does look like a nice close race between these two boats, the Princeton University and the Boston University boats. Maybe establishing an open water lead now between themselves and the next 2 lanes are boats from MIT and MIT?
Yep, MIT and MIT.
All right.
It looks like MIT in lane 2 might have that edge over MIT in lane 5, but clearly the BU and the Princeton boats are going head-to-head to each other.
Yeah, and it does look like our boats from Gordon in lane 1 and Wisconsin in lane 6 are off the back of the field, maybe out of the medals at the halfway stage here. And from here, with my little eyeballs, it does look like it is probably Princeton leading Boston University. Here's a shot from the back of the field. We're just looking at our Gordon boat there with the blue blades and the dark uniforms. Again, the stroke seat of this Gordon boat having already raced and medaled in the women's single just a few hours ago. Minutes ago? Not even hours ago at this point.
Minutes ago.
That's a real hot seat.
I think you put your little eyeballs back down there again. You might want to change that to Boston University. It looks like they are right with Princeton, and if they're down very, very slightly.
Okay. Yeah, but either way, good race for silver and gold here between these two crews. Princeton and Boston University leading the field in the women's collegiate double grand final.
34 strokes a minute by BU.
And I'd say 34 strokes a minute is a
identical.
pretty conservative and relaxed stroke rate in a double. We talked about what stroke rates might look like in some of these smaller boats, and the double does go and run significantly faster than the women's pair that we saw come down the track earlier. With those women's pairs coming down at maybe like 36 and 37 strokes a minute, we might expect to see these doubles, many of whom might be lightweight athletes, rating at least that higher, maybe even a little bit higher.
So that Princeton boat does look like they have that lead. If there was a lead change around, it wasn't for long.
Yeah, it does look like Princeton is rowing away with this now as they are mounting their sprint coming through the island and into the red buoys. Clear open water lead for the Princeton boat. Isabel Bailey and Casey Shashity rowing away with this.
And I think they just changed their rhythm a little bit, and you can just see the boat just motoring through the waters like they are just gliding along the surface. Very, very little check, very little drop back in the stern of the boat as they approach the catch and make that entry in the water.
Yeah, that's nice. Boston U coming up hard for silver now. Very clear margin from them. Back to third place. It's going to be one of these MIT boats. It's going to be the MIT boat from lane 2.
That's right. And MIT.
Devin Reed and Mia Lang.
And MIT from lane 5. In 5th? 4th? No, it's a 5th place position. Over lane 6, Wisconsin. Finishing up their last 10 strokes. And Gordon University here coming up in lane 1.
Yeah, but really nice racing again in this wonderful event, the women's double. Such a special event, just 2 athletes, 2 oars each. Yeah, I just love the double a lot.
One of the things you can see, and I've just noticed it in the Gordon boat, is you watch the stern of the boat bounce a little bit. I mean, it bounces down. That means the weight transfers maybe not quite as perfect as it was in some of those lead boats at Princeton, where you saw that stern just gliding right through that catch.
Yeah, I mean, we can go back and look and see what time that women's single final was this morning. It looks like it was just at noon, and now it is 1:20. So this athlete had maybe less than an hour between when she needed to get out of her last boat and into her new boat and up to the starting line. So that's not a lot of time to recover. Maybe contributing to that weight transfer that you're talking about, but. Still a really good opportunity and really fun for her to be able to double up in these really special sculling events.
Well, in that too, the last day where you might have rowed 2 races in each of those events, maybe more because you're qualifying. How many times has she would have been out of the water in the last 2 days? 6?
Probably she can tell us.
5 or 6.
She'll be happy to tell you if you ask.
Yeah.
So here we are looking at the men's double field up at the start. Looks like they might be having a little bit of rain up there as they're waiting for the officials to call them. And how fun for us this is going to be. Everyone's in blue.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I love it. All right, so let's look at our lineup here. In lane 1, we have Franklin and Marshall. Lane 2, Pitt. Lane 3, St. Thomas. Well, they're in purple, thank God. Lane 4, Oklahoma City. Lane 5, Gordon. And lane 6, Drexel.
Well, you got those heads up, the eyes forward. Lane 2 here in Pittsburgh, not quite parallel with the blades. I would say they're not just ready yet. Lane 3, they're still maneuvering around a little bit.
Yeah, you saw the stroke man from the St. Thomas boat there just have a towel in the boat for a quick wipe on his hands. Last time he's going to get a chance to dry any of that moisture off before they take off here. Again, just want to tell everyone.
There we go.
Oh, boy. And
Good
he was
start
really
there
ready
from
to go.
St. Thomas. You see that?
Woo!
Just nailed it.
Yeah, they really got the jump on it. Basically everyone else in the field, a whole stroke ahead. Wow, great job, guys.
What do they say? You can't win a race off the start, but you can lose one off the start. So let's see if St. Thomas is going to win this one right from the beginning.
Wow. So I guess that traction from that towel wipe he got really was a benefit there. But anyways, moving on to the racing, we're just looking at our crew from Oklahoma City here. And we've gone to the bridge shot, but even from here, we can see that flag waving on the Marshall launch. Not the first time, probably not the last time we're going to see it today, but does look like the flag is down, so our crews are maybe just back on track and where they need to be in this first 500.
Now, usually a double's not so hard to keep the steering straight. I mean, you've got the 2 oars on each side, and you can make little calls to help adjust that. But the 2 oars on each side really helps you keep that boat straight, much more so than a pair.
Famous last words.
Yeah.
Yeah, so here's our results from our women's double. Nice clear open water win for the girls from Princeton over Boston University.
Actually, fairly well spread out.
Yeah, and the 2 boats from MIT. Good representation for them. And of course then followed up with Wisconsin and Gordon. But here we are riding with the men's doubles. We're looking at the Drexel boat over on the far side on the left of your picture with the yellow uniforms. And then of course our boat from Gordon. And then our boat from Oklahoma City in the middle of your picture. And then the St. Thomas crew that's going to be closest to that bridge abutment on the right side of your screen.
Yeah, you got 4 boats in that opening there. So St. Thomas will go on the other side of the abutment as they get closer to that.
Yeah, and here we see that crew from Gordon, again, cutting this buoy line a little bit, just going right toward that orange buoy that signifies where the dogleg turn is.
I'm almost looking at this Drexel crew that might be a little bit far over to the outside of the course. Actually, that's a little bit interesting, too, because as the boats are heading down to the starting line, you can actually be close to them. It can be a distraction as a boat goes by you. And that said, you're supposed to stop your boat when a race goes by like that so you don't distract the people inside the crew.
Yeah, and of course, we always hate to see wildlife on the course when this is happening because these birds' brains aren't very big and sometimes they do not get out of the way in time. And it is a nasty surprise to hit one with your oar when you are in the middle of a race.
We've seen that in NCAAs. I saw it NCAAs where in a grand final, I think Harvard hit some geese and it was just tough to see.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that is just part of being an outdoor sport. There is not a rule that accommodates hitting wildlife in the middle of your race. So it's just kind of play it like it lies kind of situation here.
So it looks like Gordon getting flagged a little bit. You saw them make a turn towards their starboard or towards the inner lanes of Oklahoma City, and they get flagged right back out again.
Yeah, so we're looking at the Oklahoma men here in the middle of the picture. Here's the finish line docks and some rowers. There we go. And there's our Oklahoma City crew again in the middle of your picture there, just below the light blue boat, which is our Gordon crew. At the top of your picture in the yellow uniforms is our Drexel double. Yeah, you can see the Gordon man just taking a big look around there.
And where's that St. Thomas? That's the one that jumped that start nicely down there. We'll see if that helped them at all against this boat from Oklahoma City.
I don't see their wash leading this Oklahoma crew.
No, but there's their bows right there.
There they are.
Level with Pitt.
Yeah, a lot of looking around happening in this race, which makes me wonder if this field is actually pretty tightly packed with a lot of overlap and a lot of stimulation for these bow seats just to be checking where they are on the field.
Well, looking at down the course here on the screen, it looks like it's, I would say relatively close, but it's not quite as dovetailed as you would have seen before. You're looking at the 2 middle crews of St. Thomas and Oklahoma City, but just outside them, Gordon, and in lane 2, Pittsburgh. So you could see quite some frantic rowing here at the end trying to get in those medals.
Yeah, here we have a shot of our Franklin and Marshall crew with Pitt just off to the right there. Potentially with that Pittsburgh crew being up in the medal hunt with St. Thomas, Oklahoma City.
Yeah, your 3 in the middle there look like they're all in the medal hunt. Just behind them in lane 5, Gordon, and closer in Franklin Marshall. But this is definitely a medaling run for gold, silver, and bronze right now. It looks like it's St. Thomas that might have that edge. They're the ones that jumped good, but I think Oklahoma City is maybe up on them a little bit as well. Yeah, definitely Oklahoma City's up on them a little bit, but not much. And here closer to us, the pit crew certainly in the fight for this.
Yeah, we've seen some very good and strong sculling performances from this Oklahoma City program. So I would imagine that these gentlemen in the double are well prepared to have a good fight all the way down the 2K with these crews from St. Thomas and Pitt.
Look at Pitt now. Pitt looks like they're pushing themselves into a potential second place position.
Yeah, just working every stroke on that St. Thomas crew. Hopefully that St. Thomas crew didn't get too excited off the start and burn up too much energy here as we're coming through this third 500 is that crucial place where you're really going to feel it if that is a mistake that you did make early on. There we see the marshal flag again. We actually see both of them waving flags at this stage. Looking at the field, it does look like our outside crews, Franklin and Marshall and Drexel, are probably out of the medal hunt right now.
I'm wondering who they're flagging. No, they're flagging the St. Thomas boat. And you saw them make a course correction there as they come down the island. That's tough when you want to raise that rate of strike and you got to make a course correction. But look at Oklahoma City now. Yeah, striding out, just looking at their length. Again, they're reaching and grabbing that water. They're not missing any water. The blades are going right in where they're reaching. 39 strokes a minute. They are happy boys.
Yeah, and what a classic double lineup this is with the bow man being just a little bit smaller than the stroke man. Such a classic situation in a double, but it's a thing that you can get away with in a double.
So Gordon here pulling in for the silver medal, potentially if they can stay ahead of St. Thomas. St. Thomas a length down on Gordon over there on the far side of the blue boat.
I don't know. It looks like Gordon is getting a really good grip on the water and is just moving along really well in front of St. Thomas. St. Thomas is going to have to fight off this charge from Pitt. Gordon, I think, is pretty solidly into that silver medal position, and St. Thomas is just going to have to play defense for the last 5 or 7 strokes here. Yeah, nice charge from Pitt, but I think it is not going to be quite enough to get onto the podium today. Of course, our Gordon boat just having to check it down really aggressively to avoid that abutment, but still with enough time for a little handshake there between the stroke man and the bow man. Your silver medalist there in the Gordon boat.
Good job by Gordon. Oklahoma City, Gordon, and I don't know who the third was. Who was our third?
St. Thomas.
St. Thomas.
Our fast starters from St. Thomas.
That's right. So women's collegiate JV4 coming up here in the grand final of Bowdoin in lane 1, MIT in 2, Wisconsin in 3, Lafayette 4, Jacksonville in 5, and Colorado in 6. And the boats look like they're lined up. They'd be ready to go as soon as the referee feels comfortable. And we're actually a couple of minutes ahead, 2-3 minutes ahead, so they could start at any time as long as they're ready to go.
And again, looking at this Wisconsin boat, we have seen some of these athletes race already once today. They are doubling up in the lightweight 8. So we see them here featured again in a center lane in this women's JV4 event.
That Pittsburgh boat looks like they need to make it. Yeah, you got the coxswain's hand up there making a little bit of adjustment on their course correction. They get pointed properly here. Looking pretty good here from alignment standpoint, also a point standpoint. Coxswain's hand up in the Wisconsin boat. Again, the referee's behind may not be able to see that because the bow cox boat, your hand or your arm can be blocked by your rowers. So a lot of times you'll have your rowers themselves raise their hand if they're not ready. You can see Wisco raising their hand there. And in lane 4, Lafayette doing the same thing.
Yeah, some pretty significant adjustments still being made for alignment here, pushing the boats out quite a bit. Oh, look, it's the Broadfest again. We already saw this Wisconsin boat earlier.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
A lot of miles put on the Broadfest by the Wisconsin crews this weekend.
That's probably what you call hot seating when the boat, you know, the boat comes in, it goes right back out again, try to get the water out of it and go.
Keep it warm, that's right. Yeah, so this is a really special part of the race, is this really anxious, nervy time when you're up at the start and trying to stay calm, but you have all of your pre-race nerves.
So you can see that Lafayette number 2 lady doing what we call sculling the boat around. They're trying to push the bow sideways rather than pushing it forward. You see the Wisconsin boat just did a regular stroke trying to get that boat. And again, that tends to want to push the boat forward. You run the risk of detaching, but not this time. Good start by everybody, everyone right at the same instant.
Yeah, and again, we usually just go through a starting sequence in these boats where you take a couple shorter strokes in order to get the boat up to speed before you start taking the full-length strokes and get into your high sprint strokes to get the boat all the way up to speed.
We just caught Wisconsin in their high strokes, about 40 strokes a minute. And if they are the lightweights, that's probably a little lower. And we saw them in some of the earlier races.
Yeah,
There's
so
our men's collegiate double there on the medals, coming in the medals stand, Oklahoma City.
Yeah, and looking at this shot of these women's fours coming down, this should be our 4 outside crews. It's a look at our Colorado, our Jacksonville, our Lafayette, and the Wisconsin crew just rowing off your picture now. Oh, they're still on the picture.
Still
there
on
they
the
are.
picture.
Yeah, so these are your four outside crews, lanes 6, 5, 4, and 3.
So if you can discern from the picture here, again, the staggered start would be have your lane to the right, which would be your Wisconsin crew. Look to be a slight bit ahead, but that's because the staggered start. As they come around the bridge, then it should line right back up again. So Wisco and Lafayette, looking for them in the middle of course. As far as coming through that bridge, maybe first, maybe second.
We've seen some really good racing from these Lafayette 4s so far this weekend,
Yeah.
so we anticipate that they are going to be some very tough competition for the rest of these crews in this women's JV4 final.
Right before that screen cut a little bit there, it looks like that Lafayette crew was starting to do just what we thought they were going to do, is move out a little bit on the Jacksonville and the Colorado boats. And here comes that Wisconsin boat coming around that abutment.
Yeah, and on the right of your picture, you see the crew from Bowdoin, and in between the Wisconsin and the Bowdoin crews is that crew from MIT.
Mm-hmm. And you can see those boats making that turn. 1, 2, 3 strokes, 4 strokes. Trying to get around quickly, few strokes as possible. You don't want to overtax your port rowers to try and help them bring it around. You do what you can with the rudder, but you don't want to put too much rudder on, so you get a little bit of help from your rowers on that port side.
Yeah, so based on what the camera director decides to do here, we'll see if we can figure out what the margin might be between these Lafayette and these Wisconsin crews. It does look like our center lane crews are going to be our race leaders right now. Lafayette here in the maroon jerseys, certainly leading that side of the field.
Yeah, it's Jacksonville behind them, and back on the far end of Colorado as they're just about to leave the screen.
Here's one of our men's double.
Yeah, double the
gold medalist there.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we're back on a shot with our women's JV4 from Lafayette, potentially race leaders. Without a shot of Wisconsin, it is hard to say what the margin might be, but with the camera on this boat, we're suspecting that these guys might be out in front at the moment.
So even though these two middle lanes, lanes 3 and 4 seated, it appears to be that lane 4 may be your top seed, because we're seeing that again and again as they come through here. Now there's a good shot of all those boats going by, all parallel to each other.
Yeah, so it looks like it is Lafayette and Wisconsin out in front, but a good race that is shaping up between Bowdoin and MIT on the close side.
Mm-hmm. Wisconsin still holding that edge over Lafayette.
Ooh, I think I'd call it
You think the
Lafayette
other way
over
around?
Wisconsin. I think so. Yeah, I think it looks like
I
to
think
me
you're right.
that it's Lafayette here in lane 4, Wisconsin in lane 3, and then it's going to be close to call, I think, between MIT and Bowdoin and Jacksonville over in lane 5.
Well, that's pretty much the standard chevron pattern right out of lane 4. with Lafayette in that lead. But again, it goes back to second, third.
Yeah, from this view, it does look like maybe our crew from Colorado has dropped off the back of the field, maybe not going to be in it for the medals today.
Looks like the MIT boat is losing ground or has lost ground to that Bowdoin boat as well.
Oh, I think it's still on. I think for the bronze medal is going to be the race here with Lafayette continuing to lead and Wisconsin holding on to that second position, depending on what that margin might be and whether or not Lafayette is still within striking distance of the Badgers. It might be the race for bronze here. That is the story of this race.
Well, if I had to pick that story for bronze, I'm going to put it towards Bowdoin at the, Bowdoin at the minute. MIT's boat looks like they just had a little bobble of the blades right there, which is it's hard to get that speed back up once you lose that little bit of impetus there. But out in front, the Lafayette-Wisconsin duo going to town here. And still, as you mentioned before, it looked like it was Lafayette just a little bit ahead of Wisco. Bowdoin now in a much clearer position in the bronze medal position, followed by the MIT boat in lane 2.
Now let's see what Bowdoin has here as they come past the island and through this last 500 meters into the last 250, whether or not they can get that overlap on Wisconsin. It does look like between these three boats that there might be a boat length between Lafayette and Wisconsin, and then maybe Wisconsin leading Bowdoin by a little bit of open water.
Yeah.
And of course, like we mentioned earlier, these Wisconsin athletes have already raced at least once today. So good effort from them to show up and medal here in this event after already getting one race in their legs, and a good race it was too.
Lafayette rowing about 35 strokes a minute with about 20 strokes to go. Wisconsin with one boat of open water down to that Lafayette boat, and coming up here for potential bronze here with a little more than a boat length of water is Bowdoin in lane 1.
Yeah, and it's a mighty fight here for positions 4 and 5.
Absolutely, that's a half a length difference.
Not going to be on your screen. This is your Wisconsin boat now that is rowing to a silver medal behind Lafayette. Lafayette is going to come away with the win here in the women's JV4 ahead of this boat, Wisconsin. And Wisconsin leading Bowdoin as they went by the commentary booth, but it could be that we are having a very late charge on the far side from Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Cox and hand in the air, and the Jacksonville boat would signify something exciting is happening. We just can't see the margin down here.
I think that was she was happy with the movement of the boat, and you know that excitement is hard to keep yourself contained and not move inside that boat. When you want to let it rip, you're going to do it.
So I think we will have to wait for results. My guess is that it was Bowdoin. That was a big margin when they went by here.
Yeah.
And I see that hug there on the Bowdoin boat between the three women and her stroke. So. Yeah, probably a good result for the Bowdoin girls. Sorry, excuse me.
Sometimes you just have to exhale after and we sit here and watch these races. We've been out there so many times. It's exciting for us to watch these movements of these crews, whether they're changing stroke rating, whether they're going a little bit faster at the end here, whether they're slowing down. It's like you're out there all the time. We're just not sweating as much.
I'm sweating a little bit, trust me. All right, so here we are looking at our crews for the men's collegiate JV4. Another 6-boat race. This should be some more awesome racing for us to watch this afternoon. And we are looking at a lineup that includes Temple in lane 1, Bowdoin in lane 2, Stetson in lane 3, LaSalle in lane 4, Bowdoin again in lane 5, and Fairfield in the red boat in lane 6.
Now, one thing we didn't mention for those who aren't familiar with rowing, these boats have what are called wing riggers. They sit on top of the boat and they cross over the gunnels. It helps stiffen the boats up a little bit. In the previous versions of boats out there, which are still some out there, we've seen them in the sculling as well as the other boats, they're mounted to the side of the boat. And a lot of the boats would have ribbing like you would have seen in some of the older type of, any kind of boat that has ribs in it. But the wing boats are definitely the way to go these days. Sometimes it can present a problem and chop your water where you can, if your handles are getting moved around a little bit, your blades are bumping, you might be able to bump your hands on those wings, and that can be a problem as well. But the conditions we have here at the Jefferson Davis Regatta on these flat Schuylkill is just perfect, and there should never be a problem with any difficulty. No chop to deal with here today.
Yeah, I mean, rowing is a sport that is based on technological advancements. Of course, we've come a long way since wooden boats and wooden oars. But talking about the wing rigger as a more recent advancement, we've actually moved to bow-mounted wing riggers as being sort of the premier equipment in sweep boats. And here we are, lights out and away we go. If you know, you know. In this JV4 men's grand final.
This is for the Ken Shaw Trophy. Again, racing for medals. All the rest of them, we have about 4 races to go before we get into the women's 8 events and the men's heavyweight 8 event, the final race of the day.
And good news for us, I just watched our drone launch, so hopefully we'll be able to bring you some more of those incredible pictures from the drone as he flies away to go find this race in the middle of the race course. But right now we are looking at a picture of one of our boating crews alongside, looks like...
That would be LaSalle there in the middle.
Yep,
and way off to the other side, Stetson.
The Stetson crew, that's correct. Sorry, I'm squinting. I think I need some glasses. But yeah, we've seen some incredible racing from these LaSalle 4s. I've been really, really impressed with their program since coming here and seeing the racing happen this weekend. Looking to probably make them one of my favorites for this race.
Well, I'm sure they've got tremendous alumni support. Many of their older rowers from years past, back when I was back there, are running this regatta, have run this regatta for many, many years. So LaSalle definitely sponsored, one of the sponsors as well up there in the corner.
There they are. What a coincidence. So we're just seeing now this Fairfield crew on the left side of your picture, just coming off of the buoy line now, getting those port blades just a little bit too close to the line for me, but luckily they're back in the middle of their lane where they will be nice and comfortable and rowing in some clear water there.
You know, we mentioned before these bow cox boats, the coxswain can't see the tips of the blades. He has to guess that he's in the middle, and if he's been there for a long time, he has a sense of how far out those blades stick. But you don't want to not know where those blade tips are, because if you get him in the buoys, you run that risk.
Yeah, and as an athlete, sometimes it's interesting. If you tend to be going one way or the other and you get too close to the buoys, a lot of times your tendency is to ease off in order not to get caught in those buoys, which unfortunately makes the problem worse because then you're more likely to go into that line as you ease off to try not to catch them. So it can be a positive feedback type situation.
You're watching that Stetson crew come around the turn there, and you see a little bit of variation in the height of the blades coming around. Let's see if we take a look at LaSalle here. And their blades a little bit more level, very little variations in the heights, and that just means you might have a little bit more efficiency there. We'll see when they come around whether we have LaSalle and Stetson near each other or if that LaSalle boat is in fact rowing a little more efficiently.
Yeah, I mean, I think looking at this picture, we can see that LaSalle has gotten a lead over that boat and boat on their starboard side, as well as the Fairfield crew over in lane 6.
Oh, yeah.
So certainly leading that half of the course at the moment. But yes, we'll be waiting for the camera view to see exactly where our Stetson, other Bowdoin, and Temple crews are. Hopefully our drone is up there by now. I would love to see some drone footage.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, we just have to take the drone down when it is raining just to keep the camera and the equipment dry. So we do lose the ability to give you those really good pictures of our racing, but this is still a really excellent shot of the LaSalle crew going by there. It does look like they might be leading.
There's your Stetson crew.
Our Stetson and our first and second Bowdoin crews.
So there's your drone, and right in the middle of the course there, LaSalle in lane 4 with that lead over Stetson University in lane 3 with maybe an edge over the other Bowdoin boat in lane 2, but you look across over to lane 5, the other Bowdoin boat in lane 5, kind of pacing them. And the only person really dropping off, the only boat really dropping off, Fairfield in lane 6, just a couple of links off of that pace. Even in lane 1, the Temple University 4 still trying to hold on to the leaders here.
Yeah, so if you're in these two Bowdoin boats, what are you thinking when you're at this stage in the race and you're, bow to bow with your teammates in the grand final?
Well, have you ever been able to beat them in practice? If you've done that once or twice, can you do it here?
This is the time, if ever, of course. Yeah, so we are looking at LaSalle still just rowing in the lead here, leading this crew from Stetson, and then the two Bowdoin boats hot on their heels in lanes 2 and 5. And of course, our crew on the close side, this Temple crew, not out of it either, rowing on the shore side of the course.
Well, it looks like that LaSalle crew is just going to row away from it as they have been increasing their lead as they come down the course.
Yeah, really good performance from these LaSalle athletes to just move consistently down the race course and continue to extend their lead. This is exactly how you want your race plan to work for you. If you're not going to be neck and neck, you want to be extending that lead with every stroke that you take. And that's exactly what we're seeing with this LaSalle crew, just continuing to open up more and more open water between themselves and the next crew back, which is Stetson. And Stetson finding themselves more in that neck and neck situation with these two Bowdoin boats and also being chased by Temple as we come into the last 500.
Well, I'm not going to count Temple out because Temple is, one of their home courses. So just like LaSalle here, LaSalle certainly going to take the open water lead and hopefully all the way to the finish there. But Temple, we'll see if they can crank that up.
Yeah, at this point, I would say this is LaSalle's to lose. They have done a really good job to establish this margin and open up that margin of open water between themselves and Stetson. It will take a very mighty turn of speed from one of these three boats to overturn this this LaSalle crew at this point. But what a race we're seeing for silver and bronze.
Oh, yeah, look at the Bowdoin crew trying to pull into that Stetson. They're still overlapping here as they come in front of the stands here. Still overlapping. That Bowdoin crew could do it, but they'd have to do it now. They'd have to throw that rating through the roof in order to get through that Stetson crew. Stetson crew's really firing their guns. Look at the legs going down.
Yeah, it does look like Stetson is getting just a little harried here as Bowdoin is applying the pressure. The wheels are trying to come off in the Stetson boat. Two-man, keep it together, my son, as Bowdoin comes towards you. It is going to be a mighty, mighty battle between these two Bowdoin Polar Bear boats as they are chasing down this Stetson 4.
You had said something about Stetson. The wheels look like they're starting to come off. I mean, what you see is the guys in the boat starting to horse the blade, trying to get the boat to go faster, and usually it doesn't make it happen, but man, they held on.
Yeah, it's usually just a matter of translating that will into actual force. Just because the will is there doesn't mean that it's being translated correctly to the blade in order to move the boat. But in this case, I do think that Stetson came away with it and was able to hold off both of those Bowdoin boats. Of course, we'll wait for the official results. Everything that we say in the commentary box is unofficial. But really great racing. That was a really, really fun field to watch chase down that LaSalle boat in the lead.
Yeah. So we go on to the men's 3V Heavyweight 8 Grand Final. This is a 2 o'clock event. We are only a couple of minutes away from that, maybe 4 minutes away from the start time of that. Jacksonville University in lane 1, St. Joe's in lane 2, Drexel 3, Temple 4, MIT in lane 5. It's a 5-boat event, so we'll be not having anything in the outside lane in lane 6. Just so you know, following this, if you're listening to us on live streaming at the Dad Vail app on your phone, or if you're going to the dadvail.org website, it is the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta of 2022. We have 2 events left, the women's JV Heavyweight 8 Grand Final and the men's JV Heavyweight Grand Final, at least for the next few minutes. And then we got a few more races after that.
So looking at these 8s, we can give you a lineup rundown. This is our men's 3v8. In lane 1, we have Jacksonville. In lane 2, we have St. Joe's. Lane 3, Drexel. Lane 4, Temple. And lane 5, MIT. So not an uncommon thing here at the Dad Vail, but we are going to see a pretty filly race here. We have St. Joe's versus Drexel versus Temple in these middle lanes. And I wonder if there are just maybe some looks or some friendly rivalry words that are going to be traded up here at the start line between these 3 boats who I'm sure know each other all very, very well.
A little gurring going on.
Yeah, we don't mind that at all as long as it's all in good sportsmanship and friendship here.
We are expecting some heavy rain here in about 20 minutes. So as we get closer to that, as long as there's no lightning around, we will continue to go on. But we may have to hunker down here a little more. And they've been predicting that all day long about 2 o'clock.
All right, so here's our results from that men's collegiate JV4 that we just saw come down. Obviously, our winner is LaSalle with a clear open water margin over Stetson. Stetson just hanging on and holding off the charge from those Bowdoin boats, but only just.
Yeah, and the Bowdoin at third and fourth. The fourth Bowdoin boat just barely holding on as well, 1 second over the Temple boat. So good racing there. That's what we'd like to see in our finals. Now here we go in the start of that men's third varsity heavyweight 8.
Whew,
JU in the foreground here.
Flying.
Yeah, St. Joseph. Little splashing going on there.
Yeah, a lot of water flying off of the Temple blades, but it just means that these guys are really, really getting after it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, look at all this
Yeah,
splash coming off that Drexel blades. Woo! Yeah, but a really exciting start here to this men's 3v8.
If you're watching from the camera, you see that the jets of water come off the blades. Some are going high, some are low, but the higher it goes, it means you're missing a little bit out there. You're missing a little bit of the grab of the blades. So you want those splashes to be at most even, or at best even, but shoulder high or under. Least splash is better. As long as you're not missing water, you can make no splash if you don't row.
Let's not have anyone sitting out. We want everyone to participate today, and I'm sure everyone in the boats feels the same way. But looking at these men's 8s, these are going to be some of the fastest boats that we're going to see today at the regatta. Of course, maybe we're hoping that the JVs and the varsities are going to be a little bit faster than these 3Bs if the coaches have done their jobs. But again, the men's 8s, of course, the fastest boats in rowing, and obviously some very exciting and dynamic racing that we're going to see here. And hopefully we don't have any dynamic accidents in that MIT boat as they get just really a little bit closer to that starboard buoy line than we like to see at race pace.
And you may think these boats that are 55 feet long, they're easy to steer. They're long, they're skinny. Why won't it keep a straight line? Well, ask a coxswain. It's not quite as easy as you think, especially if you're learning how you tend to overcorrect and you tend to steer one way and the other. And it's hard to not keep your hands moving on that rudder. As a coxswain, you want to keep your hands off it. The boat's going straight, don't mess with it.
Yeah, and of course the other thing to consider is that the coxswain is the shortest, typically, athlete in the boat, and they do have 8 giant bodies between themselves and what they are trying to steer at. So it's not always the easiest thing to pick out something to keep the boat pointed on. And sometimes on these overcast days, it can also be very challenging to see the buoys. So a good coxswain is someone who has a lot of options in order to keep the boat straight.
And you hit a good point. You cannot see directly in front of your boat. You can't do it. I mean, the coxswain, unless he's leaning out, which is not a good thing to do because you're going to make the boat, the balance of the boat upset. But he can't see directly in front of him.
Yeah, so we're looking at our crews here. The Drexel boat, obviously, and the bright yellow unis there in the middle of your picture, and Temple just to their left, probably getting the better of the MIT crew that was just coming off the right side of your picture there at the top, maybe falling off the back of the pace now. Temple and Drexel here.
Oh, yeah. Coxswain's looking across. You look at the coxswains, how their heads bobbing at each catch. What they're doing is they're basically giving commands, urging their teammates on. They might be telling the 5-man, 5, great, no, just giving them something, impetus to keep them going. It's also the movement of the boat. The boat tends to slow down a little bit right at the catch, so you see them bounce a little bit there. But the goal is to keep that boat as level as possible. Those coxswains just giving it to them, trying to keep them going when they're basically tunnel vision.
Yeah, and the number of times that we're seeing the coxswains look over at each other tells me that the margins between these boats are very, very close and that they are doing what they can to keep a very good eye on what the status is between their own crew and the boats that are next to them on the water. And as you look at this picture, you can see that the race between Temple and Drexel and St. Joe's, not out of it either, is very, very tight as we're coming through the middle of the race course. This beautiful picture from our drone gives us a really good idea just of how close these margins are between these 3 crews.
So here, 38 strokes a minute, Drexel in the middle of course with a little bit of an edge over Temple. Yeah, we got a boat that's not in their lane back behind there. That would be the MIT boat that's back behind the Temple boat in their lane, in Temple's lane, but certainly not a factor. But to have a boat come down the course at 38 strokes a minute, that's about the maximum in the body of a race that I can see a crew sustain and still have something to go at the end. In other words, I've seen these crews go up to 43, 44 strokes a minute, sometimes higher at the end in a sprint. But if you're rowing 38, it's not easy to get that moving higher than that and still keep your length.
Yeah, there is a point where you have diminishing returns as the stroke rate goes up and up and up. Once you're getting into the 40s, it does get very, very hard to continue to get that traction and that run in the boat that you need to keep the boat moving at a really, really good, sustainable speed. Right now, it does still look like Drexel is leading this 3-boat field ahead of Temple and St. Joe's, but it does look like St. Joe's might be moving up on this Temple boat.
And Temple outstroking Drexel too. Temple starting their sprint at 500 meters to go because they know they've got to get that. There's no waiting for that, and 500 meters is a heck of a long stretch to try and sprint.
Yeah, at this point, it is just these 3 boats that are in contention for these 3 medals, so there is nothing to lose if you go for it now. You're in the medals no matter what. You might as well go for gold here. The Temple boat is just starting to move now on this Drexel boat.
Drexel rowing 41. They're not going to have any part of that. Drexel wants to maintain that gold medal status all the way in, and is still about a half a length with Drexel. Let's see if Temple's going up.
Yeah, this is a nice, tidy sprint that we're seeing here in the Dragon boat. Just looking like the blades are just dropping right in and moving them along, keeping them ahead of Temple.
Look at St. Joe's here on the inside. St. Joe's within a half a length of Temple. Now St. Joe's trying to pull in. They got 10 strokes to go. Can they pull half a length in that period of time? 40 strokes a minute for St. Joe's.
Yeah, it does look like Drexel is absolutely a freight train in this race. They are not going to be stopped by Temple or by St. Joe's, despite these great sprints and efforts from these 2 crews. It is going to be Drexel over the line, your 3V men's champions at the 2022 Dad Vail Regatta.
Excellent.
Wonderful racing. I have goosebumps. Thank you. Over on the far side, we do have the other 2 crews in this race. MIT finishing up now in the last 50 meters of the race.
And Jacksonville University here closer to the stands in lane 1.
Just trying to avoid this officials launch.
Ah, yes.
Who maybe is not paying attention. But really, really excellent racing in the men's 3V grand final.
If that is anything about what we're going to expect in these next levels, it's going to be pretty amazing.
Wow, that was very fun.
So, we're going to have the same kind of thing here coming up in the women's junior varsity heavyweight 8, the open event, and this is, well, it's a 3-boat race, Manhattan, Connecticut, and Grand Valley. We'll see if we have that kind of intensity coming down the end here, although we've seen this intensity all day long here. Nothing less than that. Coleman Boylan Trophy.
Yeah, so here we have a shot of all of our athletes who are just waiting at the start line, and we'll be back for this race in just a minute.
I get scared sometimes.
Of a lot of things.
Joining in.
Decisions.
The dark.
The dark.
But I once heard someone say,
But as I always say,
it's okay to be afraid.
as long as you face the fear.
And keep moving forward.
Wherever you are in life, count on the name trusted in insurance for over 80 years. Independence Blue Cross.
The JV women race yet? Okay, here we are, back again.
This will be the women's JV heavyweight 8. This is a 3-boat race. Again, this is a straight final for the trophy, the Coleman Boylan Trophy. So these crews would have raced earlier for lanes yesterday. And shows a little bit of depth out here. But sometimes these JV boats, the second 8s and NCAA thing, this is also an open event. So these are your entries in here, Manhattan, Connecticut, and Grand Valley. Depth of these programs, I'm sure they have the 4s in there. You might even have your smaller boats, your pairs and singles. But to put together 2 good 8s, 3 good 8s, as you've seen some of the 4s events going 5 deep in these things, 5 heats deep, it's pretty substantial out there. So
And here we are just looking at
gosh,
those
yes.
those margins from that 3V men's 8 that we just saw go by. What a tremendous race that was between Temple and St. Joe's for those silver and bronze medals. Really exhilarating for us. We were just, I'm jumping around the commentary box like a weirdo. Just so excited by the efforts from these athletes.
And we see again and again these crews that get challenged as they come down here, and they're rowing a sprint, and yet they find another gear, they raise it another level here, and they just take off. I mean, someone's challenged them, and they're like, nope, not going to do it.
Yeah, and here we go with a start in this women's JV 8. Maybe a little trouble with the blades there in the Husky boat in the center lane, the Yukon boat. But they're back on it now and rowing very cleanly, very sharp, I must say, as long as they can get away from those buoys, Coxon. And we're off.
Yeah, we see like the last race, we saw a bit of splash going on. Here's your JV heavyweight 8 for the women. And you see the jets of water coming around. That means a little bit of missing water where the blades aren't going in right where you're reaching. And also, as a boat rocks around a little bit left and right, trying to balance that boat. So again, they're rowing a high stroke, high rating. They're trying to hold those blades level. They're trying to balance the boat with their feet and keep their weight centered. It's a lot to do to keep these boats just right on keel and keep everything clean and accurate.
Yeah, and in these 8s, there's a lot of different responsibilities that fall to the different rowers who row in these different seats. Right now we're looking at the backs of the women who row in the bow seats of these 8s. Typically these rowers tend to be some of the smaller rowers in the crew, a little bit lighter sometimes, a little bit smaller. Sometimes the bow seat is actually physically narrower, so it helps to be a smaller athlete back there. But also a lot of times these bow seats get selected for those seats because they tend to be a little bit more technical and a little bit better able to help balance the boat with their body and their blade work, along with the 2-seat, their complement there in those 2 bow seats, the boat balancers.
And one thing in particular about the bow seats, the 1 and 2 seats in these 8s, is the bow rises and falls. And you go further back in the boat, in the middle of the boat, in the stern, it doesn't do that. So you're having this elevation and rise and fall of that. So you're right, they're technically proficient up there in the bow, and they usually can control a lot of the balance of the boat because of that, and they have to be able to adjust to that sense of rise and fall, although they may not really feel that, but it really is a big deal.
Yeah, and I can tell you from having rowed in plenty of 8s with very good athletes, the difference between a medium bow seat and a good bow seat is significant. So we're looking at people who have definitely earned these seats in these bow seats for their technical proficiencies. And of course, one of the best parts of being a bow seat in an 8 like this is that you're the first person across the finish line.
Well, that's true. That's true.
You're always the first winner.
And sometimes the people in the bow, they're like, oh, man, I'm in the bow. I mean, I really wish I was someplace out there. For me, I'm like, oh, you don't know. The bow is one of the most honorable positions out there.
Well, and you know what else about rowing in the bow? No one can see what you do. So you can do really whatever you want back there, and no one can say anything about it. But we are looking here at these crews from Connecticut on the right side of your picture, and our crew from Grand Valley on the left. Or did I get that backwards? I can't see the colors. It's definitely Connecticut on the right.
Connecticut on the right. It would be Grand Valley on the left. That's correct.
Excellent. Okay.
Yeah. Grand Valley in that light blue boat. And they're rowing very clean. I mean, again, these are the ladies that maybe wanted to get in that first 8, weren't quite there. Maybe their erg scores, ergometer scores were just a slight bit off or whatever, but rowing well.
Yeah, look at these ladies just moving all together as one in this boat, putting up a good fight against this Yukon boat here. Our Manhattan boat not in the picture at the moment. Not sure kind of where they are margin-wise. It's hard to see with the camera angle that we have right now.
Looks like they're off that mark a little bit as far as pace is concerned.
Yeah, so we might be looking here at a 2-boat race at the front of this 3-boat field between Grand Valley State and the Huskies of the University of Connecticut. And we've talked a lot about what the bow seats do in these 8s. We can also talk about the other end pair of this very large, very noble boat. The stern pair, our stroke woman, and the 7-seat. You've rowed up there more than I have. What can you tell me?
Well, I was always a 7-man as worked my way up from the bow seat to the 3 to the 5 during the course of my 4 years in college. But the 7-man, to me, you really had to be part of the mindset of the 8-man. I mean, the whole boat needs to be that way, but the 7-man has to be kind of tuned into the stroke man. So if there's a nuance going on, the stroke man needs to do something. Or if he's, I want to say, fallen asleep a little bit, the 7-man has to help him reawaken. And also, if he's going to sprint, you got to be right on top. You got to know him inside and out, know her inside and out. So if they're going to go, you got to go with them. You got to be their absolute shadow.
So if you're in a race like we're looking at right now, this kind of neck and neck, bow to bow race with another competitor, and you're rowing in that stern pair, what's that like?
It's really getting the stroke person to bring it on, you know, and you can't rely on him. I mean, that strokeman cannot bring this boat up by himself. You have the entire boat go at the same time, and even the 7-man, the 2 people in the stern, can't do it alone. And that's where who you're relying on behind you? Your engine room.
Mm-hmm.
Your 6, your 5, your 4, your 3. So that's where all your mental tightness comes together during the course of that boat.
Yeah, of course it is just those leadership qualities that you're talking about in that stern pair combination that can be so important and really turn the course of a race like this when you are coming down the course just side by side, really evenly matched with another competitor like we're seeing here in this race for the JV Women's 8 between Grand Valley State and the Yukon Huskies. They have really made it exciting for themselves and for us as they are coming through the island with all this overlap and hardly a margin between them.
So here you hear the crowd hollering at these two, Connecticut and Grand Valley, and it's overlapping coming in as they come to the tip of the island. Again, it's 150 meters to go from the tip of the island.
Yeah, and it does look like Grand Valley has been starting to work that sprint against the Yukon Huskies, and they are moving that margin now from what we saw on the drone to almost a full boat length over Yukon. You see the Yukon bow woman looking over, and she is seeing the coxswain and not the middle of the boat where she just was a few seats ago.
And you think that coxswain telling them, we've got it, you know, 3/4 of boat length lead, 10 strokes to go. That's got to be an exciting feeling.
Yeah, Grand Valley just executing this sprint now to perfection in order to come away with the gold medal now in the women's JV event at this year's Dad Vail Regatta. Over the line now for Grand Valley, ahead of a very fierce Yukon boat for the silver.
Well rowed, well rowed.
Yes, and of course our third competitor in this event, the Manhattan Jaspers, now just finishing up their race. Lady Jaspers, excuse me.
You know, we were talking about the stroke oars, the stern pair. To me, when I put a boat together, the stroke oar is very unique. They have to be what I call a little bit on the lunatic fringe. Because when it gets down to it, someone's got to, you know, it can't be all that person, but they've got to be able to do it. They've got to bring themselves out of their body and do this out-of-body experience type of thing and just throw. You've seen them throw these ratings out there. So you have the whole boat do it. A stroke can lead that for 1 or 2 strokes and before the people catch up, but you want everyone to be right there with you. But they got to have a little bit of craziness to them.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they need to have that kind of lunacy in their bones, but then they also need to inspire that lunacy in the athletes behind them that it might not come so naturally to.
And how do you be a lunatic and still be a metronome at the same time?
Yes, I think you're asking the fundamental question of rowing that people have been asking themselves for generations.
Yeah. Well, that's your stroke oar. They're a metronome. They're something that's easy to follow for the rest of the crew. They're predictable. If you want to change something, then they know how to follow that person. It's not going to be an unpredictable move.
Oh, and we have a cox toss coming up. This might be the first one we've seen today. All righty. And hopefully they'll help him back out now if he needs it.
Usually they tend to push everybody else in too.
Oh.
So sitting on the line here, the men's JV heavyweight 8, the Ernie Bear Trophy. This is the 220 event number 129. We got 1 minute to go on the official clock. So Jacksonville University in lane 1, St. Joseph's in 2, Drexel 3, Temple, and you had mentioned before the 3 city crews right there in the center. MIT in lane 5 and GW, George Washington University in lane 6.
So we saw some really incredible kind of friendly rival racing in these middle lanes in the 3v8 between these three schools.
Yeah. Same lanes. St. Joe's, Drexel, Temple in that order. Same here. So
at
let's
that.
see what happens here.
I can't wait.
They can't wait.
Well, unfortunately, they do have to.
Yes, they do.
Looks like we're still waiting for the officials to poll the crews, given that we don't have all the athletes sitting ready. And there we go. We got the Jacksonville blades in the water now. These athletes just getting their blades set so they're ready for that first stroke.
I remember sitting in the line many times where I start yawning. I'm like, no, not now. But your body getting ready for what you're going to put it through.
Yeah, everyone's body has a different physiological response to this nervousness and stress, and yawning is actually a very common one. Ooh, Jacksonville a little bit slow on the pickup there off the start.
Maybe a half
just
a stroke off.
Yeah, but Drexel right on top of it. Look at that, nice and clean in that stern pair like we were just talking about. Yeah, really exciting stuff coming out of there from the Drexel boat. And here's our wonderful women's JV8 graphic, just showing you again, it was the Grand Valley boat that took the gold medal here in this event. Chased nice and hard by Connecticut, but Connecticut coming up just a little bit short here in the last 250.
Yeah, about 2.5 seconds, a little over a half a length.
But again, looking at these eights, these are going to be some of our fastest boats at the regatta this weekend. Just so much power and speed in these men's eights. We're looking at the St. Joe's crew there, just going behind the abutment.
So just a little comment here about your body needing oxygen. Usually you have stored energy out here. Your body will start going into oxygen dead about 1 minute and 10 seconds into your race. So you've got to be breathing. A lot of times you'll find early on in your rowing careers, the rowers don't breathe enough, and you got to remind them to make sure you're getting this air going in and out. If you don't get a good volume of air going in or get a good warm up in, your body hits a wall about 1 minute and 15 seconds into it. And sometimes it's hard to get out of that. Might take you 10, 15 strokes to recover from that, but that can win or lose a race for you.
Yeah, and that's where those long, long hours of the aerobic training that we as rowers do come in to be so important in these races. Just training those aerobic systems to really do that oxygen transfer and make you an efficient machine when you're taking on these athletic feats.
So looking at those outer lanes, that's Drexel in the center of your thing, making their turn just to the left of the abutment, and on the right-hand side, Temple, the other way around, that is Temple making the turn in lane 4, Drexel on the right-hand side of the abutment making that turn as well.
Yeah, and again, because of the dogleg here, we're going to wait to call margins until these crews are a little bit straighter on the course, but having come through the bridge, Temple and Drexel do look like they've gotten their course straight down. It does look like they are 2 race leaders at the moment. Definitely over our crew on the left side of your picture in the red boat, MIT and George Washington there at the top of the picture, just off the pace of the Temple boat that we see here in this yellow Empacher.
Yeah, so if you can recall the men's 3rd varsity heavyweight 8 that went off 2 races ago, the blade work in these guys, the next level up as far as the 8s are concerned, is a little bit cleaner, a little bit more accurate, and that's why they're in this boat. They're probably a little bit faster, a little more experienced than the previous 8 that went down the course 2 races ago.
Yeah, so this Temple boat just stroking 36.5 strokes a minute. That's a nice, comfy base pace for an 8.
Oh, yeah.
But looking very sharp and tidy as they do so. Maybe just having the edge over the Drexel JV right now. But Drexel absolutely still in it, and with a lot of overlap with this Temple boat. Temple is absolutely not able to relax at this point with Drexel this close.
And look at these 2 boats distancing themselves as they go past the 1,000-meter mark between the crews on the outer and inner portions of the course. Open water now between lanes 1 and 2 and lanes 5 and 6.
And as I said that, and we transition to the drone shot, it does look like Drexel has moved through Temple and might just have the advantage at this point. Drexel also stroking 36.5.
Temple running about identical to that, within half a beat of each other.
Yeah, and
there's a good battle going on for that third spot. Look at that between lane 5 and 6. That's the MIT and George GW boat out there on the outside, but even on the inside here, lane 2, St. Joe's there. So bronze medal in contention here, gold medal in contention here. It's a matter right now. Looks like, as you said, Drexel might have that advantage over Temple at the moment.
Yeah, and right now it is only just about half a length between Temple and Drexel, and that is absolutely not enough of a safety cushion that you're going to need in that Drexel boat to be unassailable as you're coming into this last 250. Temple will definitely have an opportunity here as they're coming under the wires to turn things around.
Look at the GW boat over there in lane 6 is now moving out in front of the MIT boat, as well as the St. Joe's boat over there in lane 2. So it looks like GW is pushing themselves potentially into that bronze medal position.
Yeah, it does look like Drexel is pushing here to try and extend that lead over Temple, trying to create a little bit more of a cushion between themselves and the Owls as they're coming through the island now.
Oh, and Drexel just taking it to town here.
Yeah, Drexel looking very, very sharp and very committed in this JV boat to take this gold medal here at this year's Dad Vail Regatta as they're continuing to extend that lead. It does look like it's up to almost an entire boat length now that they've taken on the Owls over the last 100 meters or so.
And actually moving away from them as they go into this last few hundred meters, last 150 meters.
What a sprint from the Dragons here as they're coming past the grandstands. The coxswain actually looking over at the grandstands and not at his athletes as he is going.
Yeah.
Temple definitely solidly in that second place position. I do not think they are at risk from this attack that is coming from St. Joe's and from
St.
GW.
Joe's GW on the far side. That's going to be a race for the bronze here. St. Joe's come up pretty hard on GW on the far side of the course.
Yeah, it does look to me like GW is continuing to move. St. Joe's maybe not quite with the pace that they're going to need. MIT doing a nice job to finish up this race as well. But I do think your medals are going to be 1 Drexel, 2 Temple, and 3 GW.
Yeah.
Another great race here.
We keep having them.
Good coverage. Nice job, guys. Nice job on that one. I know it's a Drexel boat.
We have a little bit of
we have a cheering section behind us here.
Yeah, ribbing going on in the production booth. Everyone, if you're a Drexel alumni supporter, earmuffs, please. But congratulations to all these crews, our medalists in the men's JV event here at the 2022 Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. Your gold medalist, Drexel, silver medalist, Temple, and bronze medalist, George Washington.
So we have a little bit of a different event coming up here that we have not seen yesterday or today. It's a 2-boat race, but it's the quads.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, goodness is right.
So excited.
Yes.
Oh, wow. I thought that this event had gone away because we didn't have enough entries, but look at this. Oh, boy.
And we have a Delaware in lane 3 and a Gordon in lane 4. And the quads, no one's seen them on the course yet, yesterday or today. So here's our first opportunity to see 8 oars with 4 people, and these boats are really fast.
Yeah,
I mean,
wow. Sorry, Casey's probably wondering why I'm just like beaming up here. I do just love the quad. What an exciting event. Yeah, you're right. This is, again, going to be some of the fastest boats that we're going to see on the water today. I didn't even know they were going to be here. Oh, my gosh.
Could be. I've seen the quads be, just a little bit slower in some of the men's 8s. So they're right there.
Yeah, it is really incredible how fast you can get these 4-person boats going. Again, when we can get a picture of the quads, we'll see that we'll have 4 athletes in the boat with 2 oars each. And as we've talked about before with the sculling events, when you are sculling, you actually have more surface area for the blades that you are in control of. So the actual amount of power that you can apply per athlete is more than in a sweep boat.
Yes.
More per person.
So these boats also, like the pairs we saw earlier, do not have a coxswain. They don't steer with someone sitting in the bow of the boat or the stern of the boat. They have a tow steer, hopefully, because they go so fast. And if they get off course, I mean, you're going to be having a hard time correcting them if you have to do it with the power alone. So hopefully they have tow steering people that know what they're doing up there. Otherwise, you could see some flagging going on.
I'd count on it. But a nice picture of our JV women's
Gold
champions here.
There. So exciting.
Look at all those power braids. I bet there's 1 or 2 people in the crew who are good braiders who got selected to do all the power braids for all these ladies so that they would all have matching hair for race day. That's a pretty common race day ritual for the ladies. So good to see that they have that team connection there. Oh, good. Here we are.
Yeah.
Here's our quads. Yeah, again, so like we were talking about with the steering, it will be interesting with these boats to know, which we can talk about in a minute. We're going to go away for commercial.
Kendall, dinner.
Has anyone seen the pepper?
Is it macaroni, Nate?
It's mashed potatoes.
Hey, honey.
Why can't we just eat with the lights on? Because we're saving money.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
So how was everyone's day?
Looking for ways to save? Pico has energy answers to make saving money easier than ever, like discounts on LED lighting to help make your home or business more efficient.
What is that?
Harley, get down.
For even more ways to save for your home or business, call or visit pico.com/ways to save.
I get scared sometimes.
Of a lot of things.
Joining in.
Decisions.
The dark.
The dark.
But I once heard someone say,
But as I always say,
it's okay to be afraid
as long as you face the fear.
and keep moving forward.
Wherever you are in life, count on the name trusted in insurance for over 80 years. Independence Blue Cross.
We're back online here with the men's collegiate quad. This is can be a very exciting race. This is could be doubling up of the single scullers or double scullers in these two four-person boats, and we'll see what happens. But high stroke rating usually, much similar to the eights as far as their ability to keep the ratings up there. And hopefully we see the steering. We're seeing a little bit of steering going on already here from Delaware.
Yeah, again, I think this is going to be one of the trickier boats to steer down this course because, again, we are seeing a four-person boat that can be going very, very quickly down the course, and they do not have a coxswain to help them with the steering. So getting the toe steering right in a quad can be very, very tricky.
If you haven't practiced that in the quad, too, I mean, the least little change in your toe steering can make a drastic adjustment in your course. So if you're not familiar with it, it can be pretty tough.
Yeah, and you never know what these crews have access to before they come to the Dad Vail, how many times they're able to practice on an actual buoy line.
Yeah.
Not every facility has access to a full 2K buoy line course. So sometimes the buoys, even though they are there to help, they can be kind of a challenge if you don't get a lot of time to practice on them.
You know, a lot of people don't have access to buoy lines, but one of the things, if you have a body of water, sometimes just putting a single line down even for 1,000 meters, if you can afford to do that, anchor it in, stretch it tight, gives you something to go by, and the coxswains can learn how to deal those buoys, for the entire course of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. And another factor that can come into play here is where the toe in the boat is. Obviously, when you have 4 people in a boat, that gives you 4 options, 4 sets of shoes that you could attach the toe to. Certainly in my time, I have gone through many lineups where we've tried every single set of shoes in a boat in order to get the steering right, even at the elite level. Typically, you do still see it in the stroke seat. That's the most traditional place to see it. But sometimes it works better to let the stroke just focus on what he or she needs to do up there and then give the toe to someone else.
And that's true, because the stroke's thinking about a lot of different things. Everyone else has to follow that stroke oar. So if you can take one of those aspects out of the mind of that stroke person, let him concentrate on what he's doing. Be that metronome. Be that crazy person at the end when he's got to run that rating up. That toe steering is something you got to get used to. And there are people, and you've been there too, there are people you probably trust that, like, this person can toe steer, we'll let you do it.
Oh, definitely in a big camp, there'll definitely be a pretty clear line between the people that you are happy to see in your stroke seat when you get into a quad lineup and people that it's going to be a long day.
Yep.
But this Gordon crew that we're looking at right now, handling these very tricky quad blades very, very well. As you can see, we have these 4 athletes, each with 2 blades. The quad moves very, very fast, being propelled by 8 oars. And if anyone wants to disagree with me, come at me, but I do think that the quad is the most technical boat in rowing.
Well, with all those blades that close together, I mean, there's not much distance that separates them. You can't have, you want them parallel, and that's tough to do. This is like rowing with bucket rigs on both sides, all sides, you know?
Yeah, and when you get a good quad up to speed, the boat is moving incredibly quickly, and those blades are just light, fiddly little things. So even just one little flick out of line, and you can end up with a disaster. So you have to be very, very clever with your hands if you're going to be a good quad rower. We're seeing a good example of that here from this Gordon crew out in front, leading their competitors from Delaware now.
Now, I would suspect that Gordon crew, since we've seen them in a lot of the sculling events earlier on, that you might have doubling up in here, where you might have the single sculler out here. Maybe they were in the double earlier. Maybe they knew people entirely. You don't know. But my guess is, being a small program, you're likely to see some of the people in this quad may have already raced once, twice, maybe more.
Yeah, unfortunately, I did not do my homework to the extent that I have lineups for these quads. Maybe you remember from my surprise that we even had a quad on the program. I thought that it had been removed from the program, so I didn't think to look. But that is a very good point, Casey. I would imagine that some of these Gordon guys probably have already raced, given how small their program is and how much I would think that they would want to take advantage of the racing opportunities in these sculling boats here at the Dad Vail.
Well, it seems to me like because we've seen so much sculling from that group all along, that this is going to be their chance to win a gold medal here.
Yeah, this is definitely looking like their happy place in this quad. They are just ticking along here down the race course, coming up to this last 500 now.
Mm-hmm. And I will say something about the quad that's trailing behind. The Delaware quad might have a fin issue, because they seem to be tracking all over the place. Either that or they have no tow whatsoever. I mean, there could be all kinds of things, because these cables, sometimes they'll come loose and the rudder can be out of whack. You just don't know. It really depends on your equipment and whether you've checked every little detail of that.
That is definitely a possibility, and of course we did see that happen to some of our women's eights yesterday.
Oh yeah, 2 of them right next to each other.
Holy moly! Yes, we had a flight of 4 eights, and 2 of them in that same race lost their skegs before they came down. So, it is a river. There's always a possibility that you have debris or foreign objects in the water that could cause issues for these crews. Obviously, we hope that's not the case for the Delaware boat. But
well, look at this quad, this Gordon quad coming by. I mean, clean. Of course, they got beautiful water here.
Yeah, it looks like these 4 guys really like rowing together, to be honest.
And I'm sure they have.
Yeah, because this is just looking very tidy, very together. The guys just in control of their race and in control of their boat here in this quad. Again, one of the trickier boats to master in the sport of rowing, the quadruple scull here.
Well, I would also suspect that their coach is probably a sculler, because they've had an awful lot of sculling out here. And it's hard for a sweep coach to get the nuances of a sculling boat out there. And a lot of times they'll give that off to someone else who knows a little bit more about sculling rather than trying to figure it out.
Yeah, well, and as we've talked about, the majority of the events and the competitions that we see at the collegiate level are those sweep events. Mm-hmm. That's Gordon across the line there. Some celebrations that are off screen while we're looking at our guys from the JV8 here. But yes, the Gordon program definitely taking advantage of the opportunities to engage in the sculling events here at the Jefferson Dad Vail, and showcase their skills as sculling athletes. I think it's great. Personally, having done both, I think that sculling is a lot healthier on athletes' bodies in the long term. If it's something that you want to do for a really long time, if you want to be rowing when you're in your 60s, 70s, and 80s, I think sculling is a really good way to go, because it offers you a symmetry that sweep rowing doesn't offer. Mm-hmm. Keep you a little more balanced.
One of my longtime friends, Jim Dietz, who was an Olympic single sculler for a long time, he said, friends don't let friends sweep. But that's as we get older, too. But, I mean, there's nothing much more fun than rowing in a big boat like that. The speed and the power associated with an 8 or a 4 or something is different. But you get in a quad, you got the same kind of thing, and the speed is exceptional in those quads.
Yes, it is. And here's our Delaware crew just finishing up their race now.
Yeah.
section somewhere. Ba, 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 ba. I know, we're trying to... All right, and here we are picking up our next race. This is going to be the grand final of the women's lightweight 4.
The Robert Espizeth Trophy. Robert was one of our former Olympic rowers back in, I think, 1988 in the 4. Might have been a straight 4.
Yeah, and we're looking at a 2-boat race here. Lane 3, we have Georgetown, and lane 4, MIT. So it should be pretty easy to tell these two crews apart. Looking at them from the back here on the left, you can see the T's on the MIT blades.
Yep.
And you'll see the Georgetown crew to their right with the gray and blue blades. So these crews still in the first 500 here, coming up to the bridge and getting ready to execute this turn that we've been talking about all day. And of course, we're talking about lightweight rowing here. Just these two boats representing the lightweight 4. The lightweight class, of course, only open to athletes who weigh in at a weight of 130 pounds or less.
So one of the things, Megan, we've seen in the last several years is the lightweight rowing basically reduce its size, the number of people, the status. And I know in Olympic rowing that was eliminated a little while back, but you're also seeing it in collegiate rowing as well. Why do you think that might be?
Oh, I think there's a lot of different ways so that you can answer this question. You know, from my perspective, I've rowed with a lot of different women who are a lot of different sizes. People who might be considered natural lightweights who are able to keep up with open weight rowers.
Absolutely, yeah.
And that was always a part of rowing at Washington, and why we were always told we never had a lightweight program was because if you're a good rower, you can make it as a lightweight or an open weight. And you know, one of the reasons that we saw the lightweight men's 4, I think, removed from the Olympic program was because the lightweight men's 4s were oftentimes going the exact same speeds as the open weight men's 4s.
Yeah. And you know, that's a good point. Lightweights, pound for pound, can be as tough as anybody out there, and I loved having my stern pair be lightweights, or at least not your biggest people. Of course, that's another thing that goes into the 8s, the big boats, is the stern pair usually aren't your biggest people in the boat because they tend to be more in the middle of the boat. But tough as nails. I mean, I just loved having lightweights, and I've lost many lightweights out there. So
yes.
Anytime I have someone who's not the stature heavyweight, if they want to row, boy, I'm happy to have them.
Yep. You know, one of the things that we were talking about yesterday with these lightweights is, you know, the component of the weight requirement for these athletes really is meant to kind of level the playing field for athletes who are of a certain size. So by requiring them to be, in this case, 130 pounds or under, it really makes the boats very, very even in terms of kind of the physical tool set that the athletes are going to be able to use when they're out on the water. So like we were saying yesterday with some of the lightweights that we saw come down the course, it really comes down to very, very small differences in technique, maybe in fitness or conditioning, potentially in just a crew chemistry kind of thing. But it's definitely not kind of the physical differences that we see in some of these open weight crews that makes the difference.
Well, they do say sometimes size makes a difference, and I always believe that, man, if you can get through the training and stuff like that, I don't care what size you are. You know, you know, I'm happy to have you. I think rowing teaches so much to people, no matter what. You talk about tall people, you talk about this, you talk about that, different types of body types. Rowing teaches so much to these people for their self-esteem and you know, to look back on themselves and say, look, I really put a lot of effort into this. It was so rewarding. I can accomplish anything.
Yeah, I've always had a lot of respect for these lightweight athletes for the discipline that it takes both to do the training, but also to maintain a very disciplined kind of nutrition plan and approach to maintaining that weight and doing it in a very healthy and responsible way.
That's the other thing is part of the reason was how do you manage the healthy and responsible way for lightweight rowing. You get some people that are a little bit bigger and they're taking themselves down where they shouldn't.
Yeah. And that's where it's really important to have an experienced and very knowledgeable person that's managing a lightweight rowing program so that they can help guide these athletes along with the help of nutrition professionals to make sure that they're doing things the right way in order to maintain those weight standards in a healthy way and in a smart way and in a sustainable way that will allow them to continue perform at a very, very high level.
So we've been talking about our lightweights because we have the women's lightweight 4 on the course here with MIT in the lead here with a multiple length open water lead as they come into the island. Georgetown trailing back at the wire at the moment. So
yeah, we are seeing these MIT athletes just coming by the commentary box now and maybe even just adding a little bit of bump in the rate just for a little thrill.
Oh, yeah.
You know, as they're coming into the last few strokes of their race now, well into the red buoys. So less than a minute to go here for these athletes before they become Dad Vail champions in this women's lightweight 4.
Well, if this is their last race of the season or possibly the last race of their collegiate career, they want to have a good memory of winning this gold medal. They want to know that we really ran it through. We sprinted well, all things going down the course. They want to pat themselves in the back, and it could be their lifelong friends for decades to come.
Yeah. This is certainly going to be a happy memory for them on this rainy, gloomy day as they come across the line here. Gold medalists at the 2022 Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta, your women's lightweight 4. MIT leading the way. And our crew from Georgetown now just finishing up their race.
For that silver.
Yeah, just about 10 strokes to go here for that Georgetown crew. And taking a look here at our monitors, well, have some rowers getting back in the boats. This is our guys from the quad that we saw come down just a bit ago. There's our Gordon head coach, just giving them a fist bump there. Big smiles from her.
So our next event we see on the right-hand side of the screen there, a 5-boat race. This is the men's lightweight 4. The Lynch Trophy. Lane 1 nearest to us, Fairfield, and Lane 2 is LaSalle, Lane 3 Mercyhurst, Lane 4 Iona, and Lane 5 Fordham. When we talk about lightweights with the women's program coming down, these are your 160-pound maximum average. They can weigh anything less than that. Coxon's still at 130 or more.
Ooh, I think for the men it's 120. For a male coxswain?
You're right, excuse me.
Yeah, and of course, there is lightweight rowing here at the collegiate level, and we also have it for the time being at the elite level. I know the weigh-in process for collegiate lightweight rowers is a little bit different than we would find with our elite lightweight men and women. Typically what we'll see at a collegiate regatta for our lightweight rowers is that they can weigh in the day before their race.
That gives them an opportunity to hydrate, get a little bit to eat. And I think that's kind of the way it is anywhere we're finding people, especially in the junior programs where they're able to weigh in the night before. We do it also with our ergometer races where you don't want people being in there maybe low on fluids.
Yeah, and we can talk more about weighing in when we come back.
How do you make the impossible possible? What if you and I didn't settle, but come together with different perspectives to ignite new ideas? It's not enough to just ask. You have to answer too. To disrupt, to invent, to solve, to redefine humanly possible. Dare to ask, dare to answer. Jefferson.
We are back here with the men's lightweight 4 event, and the 5-boat race is off the starting blocks.
Oh, and some of our boats getting away much, much more quickly than the others. And of course, there's our famous Dad Vail flag out again here for this lightweight men's 4 start. And of course, here's our graphic for our results from our women's lightweight 4. 7:01, that's a pretty good time.
For a lightweight 4, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
A little bit of current. The tailwind is fairly non-existent out here. Had a little bit of a tailwind early on.
Yeah, so here we are riding with these lightweight guys.
Oars in the buoys here.
Yeah, looks like that Fordham boat is going to want to get out of those buoys as soon as possible, just to avoid any unfortunate accidents there. And we're just panning over to our crews on the other side of the course, looking at our Fairfield boat there in lane 1.
Yeah, rowing 37 strokes a minute as they come into the bridge. That's Fairfield. And sitting right next to them, LaSalle. We'll see what they're getting since we have a good view of them right now. Still about the same, about 37.5. So these two crews up there in the first 500 meters, or going in the first 500 meters of the race and going out of that 500-meter mark.
Yeah, again, so like we were saying during the women's race, of course, these athletes are meant to be all the same weight. So that does reduce kind of the variables that you're dealing with between crews by quite a bit. And it can make for some very exciting and very, very close racing with tiny, tiny margins.
So interesting. I ran ratings on each of those 3 crews in the lanes, Fairfield, LaSalle, and Mercer, all about 37 strokes a minute.
That makes sense. Again, with the conditions here staying as they have been for most of the day, with just maybe a puff of tailwind, or maybe not even any wind at all, and maybe just a little bit of assistance from the current. We call these extremely favorable lightweight conditions, where these guys at a lighter weight and maybe a slightly smaller stature can just really tap the boat along at a nice high rate and just kind of keep it flying down the lane.
Yeah, you're seeing the Georgetown women's lightweight 4 leave with their silver medals off the awards dock on the left side of your screen. That crew on the outside there looks like Fordham actually rowing very well. They're in the lane 5. We'll see what happens when we get some of these boats that come up on the right-hand side of the screen and get a little more direct look. Look at the coxswain looking back, actually looking back. So is that a good sign? She's not looking across. She's actually turning and looking back a little bit to see where these other boats are.
Yeah, well, there's no guarantee that we're looking at a traditional seating in this race, given that we only have these 5 boats. It might be that if we did or didn't have a race for lanes, honestly, it's slipping my mind right now because we had so many yesterday that these crews might just be randomly assigned to these lanes.
So Mercyhurst there in this men's lightweight 4 right in the middle of the course. So I'm watching that coxswain from Fordham over there look about every 3rd stroke. Where are they? Where are they? Where are they? And are we able to maintain where we're supposed to be?
Yeah, so it might be that Fordham boat is out in front and being challenged by that Mercyhurst boat in the center lanes.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. And, you know, for that matter, too, you've got LaSalle right there, too. It looks like Mercyhurst could be out in front. Iona looks like they've dropped back a little bit, but Fordham in the outside. I think Mercyhurst is the one that is commanding here early on, first half.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. I think it could be one of our boats in one of those outside lanes, which we do love to see here in the commentary box. A little shake-up of the world order here, not necessarily giving everything away to those middle lane crews. But definitely, I think we have that Mercyhurst boat in lane 3 in this race and contending for the medals.
I was watching those 2 crews, Fairfield and LaSalle, in lanes 1 and 2. They're getting a little bit close together. I saw that referee launch come over behind them just in case he needed to get that flag out. But apparently they recognized the fact that they were merging somewhat and cleared themselves back out again.
Yeah, it does look like the LaSalle crew just needed to maybe move back into their lane. It still looks like they're maybe a little bit closer together than they need to be at this stage of the race.
Well, look at this. You know, Mercyhurst, we said we're the leaders early on, may still be, but LaSalle's right there. And even Fairfield isn't far off of LaSalle, maybe a length down, maybe a little bit open water down. I think you're far side of the course. Fordham has slipped back a little bit.
Yeah, I think you might be right. It does look like Fordham might have given away that early lead, and it does look like Iona might be off the pace of these lead crews. And my best guess now is going to be that it is Mercyhurst that has moved into that first place position in the middle of the race course.
LaSalle trying to change that, but I don't know if they're going to have enough to do it. Here we go. We're past the wire. We're 350 meters to go, maybe 300 meters to go, and it's time to be thinking about, it's maybe past time to be thinking about the sprint if you're going to pull yourself into this gold medal position. LaSalle has the best chance to do that right on Mercyhurst's heels.
Yeah, it does look like the energy in the LaSalle sprint is at a slightly higher level than what I'm seeing in the Mercyhurst boat.
41 for LaSalle.
Mercyhurst currently still holding on to that first place position, but only just over the boat from Fordham and facing this ferocious charge.
Look at that by Fordham. Look at that fairly level between Fordham and LaSalle. Mercyhurst in the middle, though, rowing very cleanly, very smoothly. Going to hold on to that gold medal position.
Yeah, I do think that LaSalle has rowed through Fordham at this point. Mercyhurst doing their best just to stay cool as they see this LaSalle boat coming at them.
Doing a great job of levering that boat by those last few strokes. Tired as they are, they're really pushing it through that Mercyhurst boat.
Fordham still in it. It's going to be an unofficial call for us. It does look like Mercyhurst hands in the air. And LaSalle also celebrating, but are they celebrating silver or bronze? We'll have to wait for the original, for the official.
I was watching the Fordham crew over there on the far side. They're celebrating as well. So that was Mercyhurst, excuse me. And LaSalle, they're all congratulating each other. So I think they're very happy with how they did.
More great racing. So back up to the start, we are looking at our grand final for the women's varsity 4 division 2 and 3 grand final.
Grand final, yep. Lafayette in lane 1, Jefferson in 2, Embry-Riddle in lane 3, Florida Tech in lane 4, Barry University in lane 5, and Milwaukee in lane 6.
Yeah, so even though we don't really have much wind down here at the finish at all, we have been seeing quite a bit of tapping and adjusting happening at the starts with a lot of these crews in basically every event.
Could be a little bit of current because we have had some rain. We've had more rain further up the stream, but could be a little bit of current pushing them off to the coxswain's left towards us.
Yeah, but pretty consistently just using these.
You see a stick floating by this lane 1 right here. Just a slight bit of current, but it can affect how they're lining up.
Yeah, but just a lot of tapping happening on the port sides of these boats just to keep the boats pointed more to the starboard side because it's looking like they're wanting to drift now towards us here. And there's your results from your men's lightweight 4. It is Mercyhurst that came away with a pretty okay margin over LaSalle. And LaSalle holding off, rowing through Fordham actually for that silver medal.
So as you're sitting on the line here, I mean, your nerves are there. I always said it feels like my stomach is up out of my throat, like waving around the air. And as soon as you start, it's just like all business, boom. I mean, you're nervous there. You know, like I mentioned before, some people are yawning to start, like, don't yawn now. I don't need to be yawning right now.
Yeah, a lot of times you'll find that athletes sitting at the start will have like a start ritual that they'll go through, similar to what you might see with a basketball player on their free throw routine. Whether you want to dribble the ball 4 times and then spin it once or something like that. You'll see athletes in these rowing boats doing something similar where maybe you'll see them slapping their legs or maybe going through a stretch or maybe squeezing their handle really tight and then letting it go. That was something that I always like to do. Just going through those things over and over so that their race routine is the exact same thing every single time.
So I just want to mention here in the middle, of course, Embry-Riddle, FIT, and Barry, all Florida crews. They've seen each other in the Sunshine State Conference Championships, the Florida State Championships, and it has been quite the battle down there. And Embry-Riddle has typically come through ahead of that, but I've seen FIT won their heat yesterday in very strong fashion. And it looks like everyone's sitting ready. And there's a little late on that FIT boat.
Yeah, and a little bit of mist water there in the bow seat of the Jefferson boat, but off they go now in this grand final of the Women's Varsity 4 Division 2 and 3. Yeah, and here we can see most of our crews in shot now as they're taking off through this first 500 and running through their high strokes in order to get their boats up to speed. Usually running through that sequence that takes about 250 meters, maybe a little bit less in these fours, running through those high strokes and then kind of lengthening out that rhythm that you're in from those high strokes, maybe up towards 40 strokes a minute, lengthening maybe somewhere in the middle, 38 or so, and then maybe lengthening down to about 36 or 37 for that base pace.
So these fours, typically you'll see in a flat water course that may not be affected by any current or whatever, would run in the mid sevens as far as time is concerned, 7:30, 7:35. Really depends on what conditions are like, but that's typical for a women's four in this Division 2, Division 3 category.
Yeah, and the boats we're looking at right now, and that's just your Florida Tech crew there on the right with the striped jerseys. We're looking at the Barry crew next to them to their left, the middle of these three crews that we're looking at, and then, of course, Milwaukee on the left of your picture in the red jerseys. Because we did have preliminary rounds of racing for this event, we will expect that we'll see some very, very good and close racing from these crews in the middle two lanes, Embry-Riddle and Florida Tech.
Oh. I was taking ratings on them, and I just missed it as it flipped over to the split screen.
Yeah, but what a nice picture that is of our men's lightweight four there.
Mm-hmm. Nice reflections coming off the right-hand side of the bridge, so it just shows you how calm the water is down that way.
Man, if we make it through this whole regatta with water like this, what a blessing.
Yes.
So, of course, we're looking at the crews on the other side of the course now. These are our crews from Lafayette on the right of your picture. Your crew from Jefferson in the center here of these three crews, and then Embry-Riddle with the yellow blades just closest to the bridge now.
Riddle running about 34 strokes a minute, and looks like they're doing that turn prior to your Lafayette and Jefferson boats. As you can see them make that switch over to the long course.
Yeah, I think you're right. It does indicate to us here in the commentary box that Embry-Riddle is leading these two crews on the close side of the course, leading Jefferson and Lafayette right now. It does look like maybe they also have the advantage over the Florida Tech boat, one lane over.
Definitely looks like that. And pacing FIT out there, Barry University in lane 5 as well.
Yeah, and looking at this picture, it does look like the crew from Milwaukee is maybe just off the pace of these three Florida crews coming down the course at us in the middle of your screen. Embry-Riddle again in these blue uniforms closer to us. Florida Tech in the stripes. And then Barry on the far side in the white uniforms there.
Florida Tech, 33 strokes a minute. We caught Barry right before, Embry-Riddle right before the bridge at 34.
Yeah, this looks like Embry-Riddle is moving themselves out to a pretty nice lead as they're coming up to this halfway point of this race. That's a nice margin to have when you're halfway gone here. Or maybe not quite at this stage, but certainly approaching the 1,000 sometime soon. But a nice race here that's shaping up between Florida Tech and Barry. Barry maintaining that overlap with Florida Tech as they come by the camera here. And then the crew from Jefferson and Lafayette
right there in the early part of the screen. So look down the course, that is Embry-Riddle that has taken that lead there. So the crosstown rivalry of Embry-Riddle from Daytona, Florida Tech from Melbourne, Florida, and Barry from Miami, cross-state rival. Embry-Riddle looks like they're doing a heck of a good job out there.
Yeah, and just looking out on the course, it does look like we do still have light rain coming down here at the finish line, so that does mean that we are not going to be able to launch the drones until the rain stops. So for this race, we're going to be relying still on these static cameras and these distant shots of the crews for now.
Trying to take a rating here in the middle of the looks like FIT's knocked their rating up by about a beat, maybe up to 35 strokes a minute. I don't think it's going to do any damage to Embry-Riddle. Embry-Riddle looks like they've got open water on the field here.
Yeah, Embry-Riddle doing a nice job, again, to just establish that position early on in the race so that they can cruise, hopefully, in the second half of this race.
They're still holding that 33.5 stroke a minute. They haven't changed that since before they got to the bridge. So at this point, there's no reason for them to do so. They've established that open water lead. They're in the groove. There's no reason to change that groove.
Yeah, it does look like the boat closest to us in lane 1, the Lafayette boat, just going in and out of the port buoy line just a little bit.
Yeah, but look at there's quite a race going on for this silver medal here. Lanes 1, 2, 4, and 5 looks like they could be all in there. Barry maybe just a little bit behind that group, but even the nearer lanes 1 and 2, could be in contention for, I don't know about silver. FIT looks like they've now moved out on those other crews and maybe in a position for that silver if they can hang into there.
Yeah, I would give the advantage to Florida Tech right now behind Embry-Riddle. But definitely Jefferson still in this race, and Lafayette, I think, does have an overlap on this Jefferson boat, despite having some run-ins with the buoys a little while back there.
So Embry-Riddle still 33 and a half, have not shifted out of that body of the race. And again, they're just applying that power. That power curve is just propelling that boat down the course with that 2-3 link open water lead currently over FIT. It's actually very close now. I think too close to call here between lane 1, which is Lafayette and Jefferson, and FIT. But on the outside of the course too, Barry University still pressing too. Embry-Riddle now, all they have to do is finish this race out. Even at their 33 strokes a minute, they can pull this off with a gold medal here today. FIT with a length lead over Barry University on the outside, and looks like FIT is in a fairly solid position for that silver medal. It's going to come down to whether Barry can throw a sprint out there and can FIT answer it. They're overlapping as they go into the finish here. Nose to nose here between Jefferson and Lafayette for the 4th position.
Yeah, it does look like Barry still has that overlap with FIT. That's blood in the water for them. If they have it, they can still continue to move in these last 10 strokes, but FIT, I think, has done enough maybe to have it run out of river before Barry can get there. Of course, Embry-Riddle across the line, your Dad Vail champions on your screen right now in your women's varsity 4, Division 2 and 3. We did not get to see that close finish on the screen between FIT and Barry, but it was very, very close, and we are going to have to wait for the official results.
Barry throwing water up, arms in the air. They're very, very happy. So I wonder if they squeaked by FIT or if they're just happy to get in the medals, period.
I think we're going to have to wait and see.
I think so. Nice solid row by Embry-Riddle there, though. Just 33 and a half all the way down the course.
That's definitely a situation where those athletes were in command of what they were doing. All right, so here we go. We're looking at the heavy hitters in this women's 4 event, our open varsity 4, the McNiff Trophy.
Yeah, Margaret McNiff. She was a University of Tampa rower way back in the day.
All right, we're looking at a 6-boat race for this grand final in the women's varsity 4. Lane 1, Colorado, closest to you on your screen. Lane 2, Boston University. Lane 3, Lafayette. Lane 4, Wisconsin. Lane 5, Bowdoin. And lane 6, again, Boston University. So this has been a really fun field for us as commentators over the weekend. Some really, really close finishes and some great racing. Once again, we're looking at a whole lot of either black or red crews, so this is going to be maybe a headache for us to try and keep everyone straight as we're going down the course. But we'll make note that we do have 2 Boston University crews competing in this event. We've seen some really good results from both of them, firing shots back and forth over the course of the weekend so far, so looking forward to this matchup.
They're also in the same color boat, so at least you'll know who's who. The Boston University and the black boats in lane 2 and lane 6.
I need all the help I can get, as anyone who's been listening will tell you. But again, really looking forward to some very competitive racing in this women's 4 event. Oh, and here's our results.
FIT still holding the lead. That's 2.5-2-second lead or so over Barry University. So your medal winners, Embry-Riddle, FIT, Barry, followed closely by Lafayette and Jefferson. That was very close there, half a second difference between those two. And Milwaukee bringing up the rear there.
And here's our start I would say Wisconsin definitely getting away with the most strokes most quickly, but whether or not that got them out in front, it's hard to say with this camera training on the Colorado boat here. But of course, as we mentioned over the course of the regatta this weekend, these Wisconsin athletes that we're going to see are going to be representatives of their lightweight program, having doubled up already today in the lightweight 8.
42 strokes a minute for the Wisco ladies.
Love to see that lightweight rating in this 4, because a Cox 4 is not always the most forgiving boat when you want to get the rate up really, really high, because it is just a little bit more weight to move per person, given that it's just the 4 people in the coxswain.
I see the wildlife moving across the course. Had to get out of the way of the Wisconsin boat.
Yeah. Yeah, but here we are in this first 500 of this women's varsity 4, just focused on the Wisconsin boat here. And we can see the Bowdoin boat just to their left. And we can see the
Lafayette just out of the screen on the right-hand side. They're rowing 34. Let's see if Wisco has come down at all, but not necessarily expecting that. Nope, they're still up there, 38 strokes a minute.
Awesome. Yeah, I just love to see that. And we're just going to move over and take a look at one of these Boston University crews in the outside lane. Just riding with the Bowdoin crew, maybe just a seat or two down at this point, maybe a little bit more.
Bowdoin run 34.
Yeah, it does look like between these 3 that Wisconsin probably has the advantage, but Bowdoin definitely up there with the Wisco women. Boston University not out of it, but maybe just a little off the pace of these 2 other boats in picture right now.
As camera scans back across, we'll look at see if we can pick up our lane 3 on the inside of that abutment.
Yeah, and here we can see the Lafayette crew there on the left-hand side, and the other crew from Boston University there in the middle as we pan back, and we can see our crew from Colorado as well here on the right of your screen. I like the way that these blades look in that Boston University boat, except for that little bobble there that's happening up in the front of the port side. They are just really, really evenly matched.
That was a nice quick turn,
Super
too.
clean.
That didn't take them long at all to get around that bend and line up.
No, and I wonder if it was just maybe the turning of the boat that caused that little blade disturbance that occurred right when I said that.
So that BU boat at 35. Let's see if we are keeping up with that 37, 38 stroke a minute with Wisco crew. They're up there, 37.
And a little more flag action in the Marshall's launch there. But everything looks like it's going okay. Everyone seems like they are keeping a respectable distance.
Looks like flag action might have been for that Bowdoin boat.
Yeah, but looking at this picture, it does look like that Wisconsin boat is leading the Bowdoin and Boston University crews on this side of the race course. Should be just a minute before we can get an idea of kind of where they're stacking up against this Boston University crew that's closer to us here.
We should see that bow come into line here in just another stroke or 2. Usually there we go.
There it is. Yeah, so it does look like it is
misleading. It looks like that boat just screaming past everybody, but it is the angle of the camera.
Yeah, so a really nice race that it looks like it's shaping up to be between that lead Boston University boat and Wisconsin, but absolutely not out of it are the crews from Lafayette and Bowdoin in the middle of the course there. There's our Colorado crew going by. Yeah, so your race leaders here are going to be Wisconsin and one of our Boston University boats occupying those 2 middle lanes. Oh, I apologize. No, they're not.
Well, that looks like that BU crew from lane 2 is the one. Lafayette is a little bit lagging behind that group.
Yeah, but Lafayette absolutely still in it, along with this Bowdoin crew over in lane 5. It did look like our camera angle that we got just as they were crossing through the middle of the race course, the Colorado crew maybe not quite up with these leaders, Wisconsin and Boston University.
I look at you look down the course down there, Megan, it looks like that BU crew might have overtaken that Wisconsin crew. But the other boats across the line there, Colorado as well as the Lafayette crew, and then you go over to the Bowdoin crew. And Wisconsin crew, Wisconsin, those boats are fairly level across. It looks like that BU crew in lane 2 has taken a little bit of that advantage.
Yeah, I'm not sure if these Boston University women also doubled up in any other events this weekend, but I know doubling up can certainly take a toll on these athletes physiologically, and so asking them to race multiple times today and multiple finals for multiple medals is a lot of stress, both emotionally and physically. So these Wisco athletes are absolutely feeling it. I know with Vicky as their coach, they will have been trained and prepared to handle this volume of racing, but certainly it's gonna be a big ask to get back into that gold medal position against a crew that has fresh legs.
Now you watch that BU crew, and they're very, very accurate with their blades. They're rowing 36 strokes a minute. They've got that lead. It's a matter of just holding their heads together, not letting anything get out of the boat. Don't be looking out. Don't be looking at the other crews. Stay in tune with your own boat, and they can pull this through.
Yeah, really nice execution here from this Boston University crew.
Very clean.
Yeah, the blades are still looking just really, really good on this port side.
Bodies are very nice together too.
Yeah, but I don't think Wisconsin has let them run away with it just yet. It does look like they still have some overlap with the Badgers. This Boston University crew leading the field at the moment, but maybe only just.
And Wisco going up again, 39 strokes a minute. Maybe they can pull this off.
Yeah, it does look like the Badgers are mounting a pretty fierce sprint now, and it does look like they have again taken the lead over this Boston University
look at that.
boat.
What a sprint.
And are moving away here just an inch at a time. And they do still have some overlap. Boston University still has time to turn it around in case the Badgers have gone too soon.
That was amazing. That was a sprint right in the middle of the island that Wisco took BU right down there. And
you can see these lightweight women just really using the rate to their advantage to take more strokes than these Boston University girls are willing to take. Lafayette also chasing this Boston boat very, very hard.
Oh, man.
Yeah, but look at these Badgers go. It looks like they have taken that spot, and they are not giving it back. They've got this race by the throat, and it is over.
Yep. What a run by them as they come through the island here.
Yeah, the Badgers take it. Your women's varsity 4 champions at this year's Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. The University of Wisconsin chased very hard, and a good fight from the Boston University crew in silver, and a nice effort from the Lafayette women as well to take bronze.
Good racing. You love to see someone come from behind, and you love to see the people up front just give them everything they can to try and hold them down, and just to fight right to the end. That's the kind of where you look over the other crew and congratulate them for a great race, one that's memorable for a long time.
Yeah, really great racing.
All right, let's up on the starting line. You can see on the screen here the men's varsity heavyweight 4 second final, petite final. 6 boats: Loyola out of Maryland, Lafayette in lane 2, Fairfield 3, Mercyhurst 4, West Point in 5, and in the far side of Vermont.
Yeah, so again, this is a B final. It's been a minute since we've had a B final on the course today. I've had a lot of grand finals lately. So these guys are going to be racing not for medals as they come down the course. They're going to be racing for positions 7 through 12.
I want to make a comment on the Embry-Riddle boat that's pushing off from the dock there for their gold medal in that women's D2, D3. The boat named Constellation. If you look at some of their other boats, they're things that have to do with the Space Center down there, and they're from Daytona Beach. So they get to see all the space shots go off every time.
We'll have to ask the Wisconsin women what the story is with Bratfest. A slightly different story than Constellation, it sounds like to me.
I would think.
Yeah, so
could be Bratfest.
No, we wouldn't make our women race in that kind of boat, would we?
You being a Wisco lady?
So again, we're looking at gentlemen who have earned these positions in this B final in a very, very deep and our most heavily subscribed event here at the Dad Vail this weekend, the men's varsity 4. The most entries of all the events. I think we started with,
20?
I said 26. I think we had 1 scratch, so we're going to be racing from 1 to 25 today. We've had several finals already to decide those lower positions. But again, we're looking here at boats that are going to place 7 through 12 in this event today.
So they're sitting in the line. They're sitting tall, open up their lungs, getting some deep breaths in, trying to oxygenate a little bit before they go into oxygen debt that minute and a half or minute and 15 seconds into it. See if they can escape that and not have that little body shudder, if you will, as they go right through that period.
Oh, man, a really big variation in the reaction times there across the board. It looked like the crews closer to us did a little bit better job just getting on it with the drop of the flag. Maybe the crews over on the far side not quite as on it.
Yeah, you got to be paying attention. That strokeman has to be paying attention, especially in the Babcock's fours, and everyone has to be ready for him. Because once he starts that movement, they all have to be going off that flag. You can't be waiting for, oh, is he going to go? You have to put it together and go.
And there's our marshal signaling our crews with the flag again. Looks like that could be the Fairfield boat receiving that flag.
And other flags going. A lot of white flags moving things around.
Are we missing a boat in that lane where the launch is? It's hard to see with this graphic that we're looking at for our women's varsity 4. Oh, I see. We were missing a boat because, yes.
They kind of got in the wrong lane there.
That all worked out. We're back in our lanes.
Yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen. That answers my question. Okay, so we're looking at the crews here from West Point, Mercyhurst, and nope, I'm getting it wrong. I'm sorry. This is so hard when they switch lanes.
Yeah, it is. I can't really tell what. I mean, we would assume that we're looking at the 3 outer lanes, Mercyhurst, West Point, Vermont. So is that Mercyhurst
I think
over
it
here
is.
on this side?
No,
here?
I believe this is the Mercyhurst crews. This should be the West Point crew, and I think this is Vermont. Sorry, they went right off screen, and I couldn't see their uniforms, but that is the Catamount green there on the left side. And we're just going to pan across and check out what's happening on this side of the course, and we can take a stab at these crews as well. We're looking at the Lafayette men there on the right.
Fairfield rolling very accurately going into that bridge there. Very little wobble to anything in the boat, so they should be performing quite well coming into the bridge and coming out of the bridge.
Yeah, and then, of course, we see our Loyola crew here on the far side on the right with those green blades.
So I actually noticed the turns on these 3 boats on the right-hand side. It was Loyal that made the first turn, but then the stagger shows them they would be first on that stagger, but they also had a very good start. They were right on the money. You had mentioned that as they came off. They weren't one of the ones that lagged behind on that flag.
Yeah, but as we're getting a picture of all these crews, it does look like we have this Mercyhurst crew in the middle of the course that's doing a good job getting out in front. You see the coxswain there just sitting up and taking a look over, possibly just to establish that they are or are not in the lead. Maybe taking a big look. If it is that Loyola crew on the near side, that's going to be several lanes away from this Mercyhurst crew.
Do you recall which of the ones on the start were a little bit off the line? Was that Fairfield in the lane 3 that was not quite on the...
No, to me it looked like it was these crews that we're looking at now over on the further side of the course that were just a little bit slower. But here's a nice shot of this Mercyhurst crew just cruising along now.
What, 1 or 2 more strokes? See that bow coming in on the right-hand side? Not. That means Mercyhurst really doing something here.
Yeah, that's the Vermont crew. On the bottom there goes the Loyola crew.
Yeah, so
Fairfield in the red boat and Lafayette there in the red jerseys.
Fairfield definitely lagging behind. Wouldn't expect that at this point of the race.
Yeah, I suppose there's always a chance with some of those steering issues that were happening with Mercyhurst leaving their lane and maybe entering the Fairfield lane, that there were some issues that Fairfield had to overcome with that. I guess we won't know because it was off picture.
Mercyhurst clearly distancing themselves from the field. The field itself looks fairly even across down here. Even lane 1, Loyola, which was one of the good starters off the Loyola, doing a great job there in lane 1.
Yeah, again, given how deep this field is with entries, being in the double digits and over 24, so we had to have an E final for this event. We would expect that the guys that are even in this B final are going to be at a very, very high level, and it should be very, very close for these top positions in this race.
I'm looking at Loyola and currently what could be that second silver medal position.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's a good call. It does look like Loyola is right up there, hanging on to maybe even some overlap with Mercyhurst, and if not some overlap, pretty close.
Pretty close. And Lafayette and Fairfield looks like Lafayette may have that edge. They had edge on Fairfield early on in the race, but it looks like Fairfield may be pulling up a level with them. And the two outer crews, West Point and Vermont on the outside, just a little bit behind that, but even Vermont looks like they may have the edge over West Point.
I don't know. It's really hard to tell given how far apart these crews are in lane 1 and lane 6, but I'd almost say that Vermont is maybe having some overlap still with this Loyola crew. It's so hard to tell because they're so far apart, but no matter what, we have a very, very close field with probably less than a boat length and a half separating these crews that are trailing the Mercyhurst boat.
So look at this. We got Mercyhurst in the lead. Loyola out of Maryland in second. A strong second here. Open water over their next nearest competitors are Lafayette, Fairfield, and even on the other side of the course, your West Point and Vermont as well.
Yeah, and again, I know we're very excited for all of these athletes, but we have to remember that this is not a grand final. This is not a medal race. This is
that's
just
true.
For 7 through 12. So I need to remember not to say gold, silver, and bronze as we're going along, but definitely Mercyhurst, your race leaders, and rowing extremely well. That boat looking like it is really
40
slick.
strokes a minute. Here's Loyola and Vermont. Vermont basically almost dead level. Loyola with a little bit of edge, maybe half a length at the best over Vermont on the far side of the course.
Yeah, Vermont doing a good job to hang on to that deck overlap with Loyola on
and
this
Lafayette
side.
coming up.
Yeah, Loyola giving a good challenge to these Fairfield guys. Let's make sure that we don't have any more steering issues, gentlemen. But really, really nice effort. A couple of races happening here between two green boats and two red boats. Oh boy, in case you relate to colors. But yeah, I think it is going to be Loyola over Vermont, and I think it is going to be Lafayette over Fairfield.
I would agree.
With West Point bringing up the 6th position in this race for 12th overall at the Dad Vail.
Good racing there.
But of course, again, we have to emphasize that everything that we say here in the commentary box is unofficial. We do have to wait for official results for all of these races because we are not even with the finish line.
No, we're a good 100, 125 meters away from the finish line, so we're judging the angles as best we can from here.
Yeah, so great racing for our B final in the men's 4.
So on the screen here, the men's varsity heavyweight 4 with the Cox. This is the grand final, the Thomas Curran Cup. And Bowdoin in lane 1, FIT in those striped jerseys in lane 2, Embry-Riddle in 3, Oklahoma City 4, LaSalle in 5, and Drexel in lane 6.
Yeah, so hopefully that got your appetite ready for some more very, very good racing in this men's varsity 4.
So we saw earlier the women's varsity 4, D2, D3, Embry-Riddle won that one fairly completely. We'll see you in lane 3 here whether Embry-Riddle can do this in the men's 4 as well. But the challenges, you know, are going to be from Oklahoma City and FIT as they did quite well in their heats. You wonder if anyone saved anything for this grand final? I guess we'll see.
I think that would be the goal.
I would think.
If you can, if there's any way that you can reserve any energy, but if not, you got to do whatever it takes to get here. So anticipating that a lot of your competitors would have had to have done the same, it's still going to be it's going to be what it is.
You know, and you look back in the semifinals to get in this position, if you were well out in front, you would not have been pressed hard by someone else. But if you look at the compression of any of the boats that were being pressed, you burning energy up. That's always a factor.
Yeah, that's right. And just a reminder to people that maybe are tuning in later in our program today, a lot of these guys had to race their all of these guys, I'm sorry, had to race all of their semifinals as the first races of the day today. So going off at 8 or so this morning and then turning around and coming back and racing for the medals again this afternoon. So just a pretty short window for these guys to have a maximum effort in order to get into this into this final through the semis and then come here and then do it again for the medals.
Hard, flat-out races in both cases. We say so many times the semifinals are just like a final because if you don't get those, especially if it was 3 semifinals as some of these were, you had to be top 2 positions. And I think that's what it was to get in this event here. You had to be top 2 in your semis.
Yeah, it's very, very tough progression to go top 2 for a semifinal race. So certainly what we're looking at is athletes and crews that have absolutely earned these lanes in this final. And we would expect it to be very, very good racing due to the work that they had to put in order to be sitting here right now.
So you notice a lot of these gentlemen are sitting there with their heads down. They're getting their minds together, getting their mindset. Of course, we're all getting their position right now for the start. Let's see if we all start the same instant. Pretty
it's
much,
a little
yep,
bit closer.
yep.
I would say maybe giving the edge to the Oklahoma crew there, getting the blades through the water the quickest.
You know, and we didn't talk about this, but you can jump the start. I mean, if you don't go at the right time, they can call you back and they can give you a warning. If you do that twice, you can be excluded.
Oh, and that's a really, really unpleasant thing to go through as an athlete, to let all of your emotions and your nerves just peak and get ready for that release on the first stroke, and then you start to burn it up and then have to stop dead because of a false start and come back and try and do it again is oof. Yuck, that's an uncomfy feeling.
And we don't see false starts nearly as much as we used to in previous years. I think previously it was, I don't know if it was the commands or the flag, but we would see false starts pretty often. Sometimes you do it on purpose, just to rattle the other teams.
Yeah, look at this beautiful action that we can see off the back of this Oklahoma City boat. Wow. The directness, the purpose, and the urgency that you can just sense from the rowing that you see from these guys is very, very apparent. It's definitely giving me a different vibe than what we're seeing from these, oh boy, Drexel. Mind our manners here, Drexel. We'll stay in our lane, please. But the urgency that we can see and kind of sense with the tidiness and the cleverness of the blades here in the Oklahoma City boat is just very, very striking to me next to the LaSalle boat and this Drexel boat, who are going toe-to-toe in the lanes next door.
Yeah. If you're watching on the screens, you look all the way over to the left side, you see the blade, the shafts of blades at different heights during the recovery when they're in the air. And they also come out of the water a little bit at a different time. And those are things that make it slightly less efficient. But look over to the Oklahoma boat, and they're much more accurate in and out of the water. The shafts of the blades much more parallel.
Yeah,
and so let's go over and look at the next three boats over there. Embry-Riddle and FIT. Embry-Riddle nearest to the abutment there in lane 3, FIT in lane 2. Starting to make their turns. FIT making their turn already. You haven't seen lanes 1, Bowdoin and Embry-Riddle make their turn just yet. Who's right on that turn?
Oh, we have a little bit of a converging course choice there. Hopefully there's enough of a margin between those boats that we won't see any clashing with the blades.
Bowdoin.
But just as we said that, the flag has come out and the megaphone is up in the Marshall launch. The camera's going to pan away from that.
And we don't know who that was. We don't know if FIT was out of their lane or whether Bowdoin was cutting into the FIT lane 2.
Yes, and we will never know. But we're getting another nice shot here of this Oklahoma crew. Wow, I just really do like what these guys are doing in this Oklahoma boat. Whether or not that's keeping them up and on level with their competitors from LaSalle here in the white uniforms. We can't quite tell from this angle yet, but it looks really, really nice.
Now, we've seen many times in this kind of a camera angle where the lane 4, you see that line of pattern going back, but LaSalle's breaking that pattern a little bit.
Yeah, maybe we can get a little bit better angle here and see kind of what the margin might be, whether it is LaSalle that is leading this race or if it is Oklahoma that might be up with them.
LaSalle 37 strokes a minute. I did catch Oklahoma at that earlier on. There's your FIT boat coming in the picture.
Yeah, and Drexel at the top of your screen now, of course, in the yellow uniforms. There goes Embry-Riddle in the blue and Bowdoin.
So what are we looking at? We're looking at potentially FIT, Oklahoma, and LaSalle as what could be your top 3 here.
Yeah. I'd like to see another angle to see whether it is, in fact, that LaSalle crew, oh boy, that has taken the lead over this Oklahoma City crew.
Yeah, look at LaSalle out there in lane 5. This is not a usual picture what we see in a grand final of these 4s. And in lane 3, it's Embry-Riddle that's lagging behind, so highly unusual how we see this coming about. But it does look like your leading crews are Oklahoma City, LaSalle, and FIT, but we can't tell you at this point where they are relative to each other.
Yeah, it does look like Drexel is maybe out of the picture at this point, maybe not pacing the crews from LaSalle and from FIT the way that they need to be in order to be challenging for the medals as we come to the middle of the race course. I would say maybe the same with Bowdoin off the back of the field.
Looking down the course, I would say your FIT boat may have that lead. Looking across to the Oklahoma City boat, I don't want to say that because I'm kind of partial to that crew, but the way I see this thing here, Megan, FIT's got that lead.
Yeah, well, I still am taking a look over at these other 2 boats on the other far side of the course. I think you might be right that FIT has moved into the lead, but it is Oklahoma and LaSalle still in this fight for the medals in the grand final of this men's varsity 4 event.
Now, I'm going to call this now. There's no question FIT has an open water lead on the field here as they come into the wires at the tip of the island. rowing 35.5 strokes a minute.
I think you're right. This is looking like a very impressive third 500 from these guys in the FIT boat, doing a really nice job to just stretch out that margin that they started to build from the bridge. So they now have that open water lead that you mentioned over these crews from Oklahoma City and from LaSalle over on the far side of the race course.
So LaSalle looks like they actually could be overtaking Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City might have been level with them early on, but that LaSalle crew has been breaking the mold all the way down the course, just like this FIT crew has in lane 2. So you have your two outer crews. FIT coming down the line here with 150 meters to go. In the lead, maybe one length over LaSalle on the far side of the course.
LaSalle just maybe hanging on to, maybe just an inch of overlap there. Bow astern with the FIT group, and it does look like FIT is hauling on it in the best possible way. They are just cruising to the finish line. LaSalle right behind them, and the guys from Oklahoma City, that early lead apparently did not pay off. They are going to come away with a medal here, fending off this Bowdoin crew. But there you go, hands in the air.
Hands in the air by the FIT
guys. Yeah. LaSalle with the silver.
LaSalle.
And Oklahoma City there, your bronze medalists in the men's 4.
Wow, good race. A lot of hollering going on down at that finish line right now.
How do you make the impossible possible? What if you and I didn't settle, but come together with different perspectives to ignite new ideas? It's not enough to just ask. You have to answer too. To disrupt, to invent, to solve, to redefine humanly possible. Dare to ask, dare to answer. Jefferson.
Kendall, dinner.
Has anyone seen the pepper?
Is it macaroni, Nate?
It's mashed potatoes.
Hey, honey.
Why can't we just eat with the lights on? Because we're saving money.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
So how was everyone's day?
Looking for ways to save? Pico has energy answers to make saving money easier than ever, like discounts on LED lighting to help make your home or business more efficient.
What is that?
Harley, get down.
For even more ways to save for your home or business, call or visit pico.com/ways to save.
Okay, remember, you gotta get in and get out. And I mean fast. There's no time to look around. You just gotta grab it and go.
I think I can handle this.
You can't think. You have to know.
Stop.
Go.
Looking for ways to save?
Happy.
You saved a lot of energy, honey.
Pico has energy answers to make saving money easier than ever, like rebates when you upgrade to eligible Energy Star appliances. We'll even recycle your old ones for free.
I hear energy.
For even more ways to save for your home or business, call or visit pico.com/ways to save.
All right, well, welcome back. We had a little bit of break there between a couple of events. We're now getting ready for this men's varsity lightweight 8. There's 2 boats in the heat here, or excuse me, the grand final of the Tommy Loshiavo Trophy. Tommy was one of the grand poobahs, if you will, of the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta way back when, and he was a name on the Schuylkill River here when I was rowing for Vesper ages ago. So we have MIT in lane 3 and Mercyhurst in lane 4. Back in the lightweight, we've had some discussion about lightweights in the past along the way, but it still goes with the guys here. You see the stature of these rowers almost identical right down the side, right down the boat. You look at the heads, there's hardly anyone taller than another, no one really shorter than the other, especially when they're sitting up. But the stature of all these gentlemen, and they want to be right at, if you can, they want to be right at that weight limit, about 160 pounds if they can, and it gives you every bit of ounce of strength possible and still stay within the weight limits.
And if you look down this boat here on the side closest to us, you can see a number of these guys with whoops on their biceps or something similar. These are fitness and body metric tracking devices that will help them get a good idea of kind of their energy expenditure for the day. Just another tool that they can use for nutrition guidance as they're trying to maintain that very difficult 160 pounds.
That is something I've been unaware of.
Yes. It's just a bit of technology that has gotten more popular in recent years. That's accessible to athletes. Use it with an app, et cetera, et cetera. So just another tool that you can have in your toolbox as a lightweight or any athlete really to just monitor your food and nutrition intake output.
All right, we have that the race is taken off here. This is the varsity men's lightweight 8 for the gold and silver in this case.
Yeah, and just a powerful start from these guys. You're going to see the stroke rates from these lightweight athletes just really skyrocket off the line because they are those smaller athletes. They can handle those higher stroke rates, especially in the beginning quarter of the race with these fresh legs going into this 2K. Just a fearsome pace often set in these lightweight 8s, given how quickly they can get the boat up to speed and then how fast the boat is going once they are up there.
And we saw that with the women's lightweight, women's Wisconsin 4 just a little bit ago, assuming they were lightweights, that they were able to just throw that rating through the roof at the end and with finesse and power and precision.
Oh, there's nothing like getting the rate up and looking good doing it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so here we go.
Especially for your coach.
Yeah, so we're looking at these 2 boats coming down the course now. Again, of course, we're looking at these crews representing MIT and Mercyhurst. Just 2 boats in this grand final for these lightweight 8s.
Well, as we were talking about ratings and lightweights here, let's see if we can grab a couple and see what we have. Yeah, 37.5 strokes a minute coming in for Mercyhurst in that lane 4. And on the other side of the bridge, other side of the abutment is, let's see what we have here, MIT at 36. So both within a stroke of each other. We'll see what happens as they come through the bridge. That Mercyhurst crew in a number of the events and boats in the past have had some very good results. So looks like Mercyhurst making that turn into the bridge just a little bit ahead of MIT. Again, with a stagger on the race course, it would tend to think that Mercyhurst might have a little bit of an edge here as they made that turn first into the bridge.
Oh, what a cool shot there with the zoom in on the bridge. It really gives you a sense of the scale of this bridge as the athletes come underneath it, just towering over the race course. And it is unusual to have a 2K course that goes under a bridge in general. Of course, adding the element of the turn makes this course even more exceptional. But wow, as they're coming around, it does look like these crews are still just neck and neck.
Yeah. And if you look at the blades on the port side of MIT's boat, it's very accurate. They're splashing even. Again, both boats are rowing very precisely, as they should. Yeah, we're talking about the level of the heads. There's not a big person, no small person in the boat. They're all basically identical.
Yeah, that's right. We would expect, given how equal these guys are in size, that given that all things being equal training-wise and preparation-wise, that this race would come down to just the fine details of rowing and the pursuit of perfection in one's technique in order to get the boat to go. So,
and don't let that camera angle throw you, as it showed that inner boat scooting up on Mercyhurst, but that's just the angle as they go by. It makes it look like the one boat's going much faster.
Yeah, so from here, it does look like these two crews are still quite even from this distance.
Still at 36.5, we have the MIT crew. And again, looking at the angles, I'd almost say the MIT crew has overtaken Mercyhurst. I don't want to call that just yet, but they were very, very close as they came through the bridge. .37 for Mercyhurst. Oh, definitely the MIT boat has overtaken Mercyhurst. And that's kind of what it looked like as they straightened out down the course. As they both made that turn, Mercyhurst made the turn slightly ahead of MIT, but once they came out on the straight line of the course, it is the MIT crew that is now putting Mercyhurst behind them with 500 meters to go, maybe 600 meters to go.
Yeah, and of course we've talked a bit about this strategy for dual racing, as we've had multiple events where we've had two boats coming down, just the two of them side by side, and even a few events yesterday where it was just one. But here we have these two boats just duking it out all the way down the course, and what a mental game it can be when it is just you and one other competitor on the water.
So I'm watching this blade work of the MIT boats, and even 1,000 meters back when they came through the bridge, it was very, very clean, very accurate. And look at them now, it's identical. These guys are a precision lightweight 8.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what you're always striving for as a lightweight athlete, is to be considered a precision athlete, given that you just don't have the same variability in your strength, size, and power that you would maybe see in an open weight crew. But what a great race these athletes are giving us as they come by the commentary booth now. MIT with just an edge over Mercyhurst now, but I don't think it's too late for Mercyhurst if they decide they want to finish up this race with a charge.
We're 39.5 for MIT right now. See if Mercyhurst can run it up. We've seen boats go 43, 44 and overtake this half a length deficit in the last few strokes, and they are at 43. Mercyhurst now 43 strokes a minute.
Yeah, beautiful execution from the Mercyhurst boat. I think it is going to be a little bit too late for them to turn it around, but it is going to be so close between these two boats over this 2,000-meter course.
Now I'm watching that MIT stroker just reaching way out there and grabbing. He's just doing a fabulous job, and they are happy. Gold medalist for the Tommy Loshiavo Trophy.
Yeah, there you go. Your Dad Vail champions in the men's lightweight 8. MIT with a great challenge from Mercyhurst. Mercyhurst, of course, disappointed, but still hands in the air there from the three-man, acknowledging that great race and that great competition between these two rivals.
I mean, when you can come down the course like that side by side and you're within half a length, it's so exciting because you're grinding it out for every inch, every stroke.
Yep, it's one of those situations where you just can't back off even for a second. And just a really cool part of our sport. So here we are back up at the start with some women's 8s. We're looking at the varsity 8 from Division 2.
That's correct. The back trophy, and you see the striped jerseys FIT in the foreground there in lane 1. Barry University right next to them, same as we had in the 4s before. Barry and FIT next to each other. Then Mercyhurst in lane 3, Jefferson in 4, and Embry-Riddle in lane 5. And again, these are qualifying races. They'll be judged by the NCAA as to which of these programs can make it into the NCAA championships. An 8 and a 4 is what is the category for Division 2.
Yeah, so a lot on the line here for these ladies in these D2 events. Obviously, the season is not terribly long in rowing. It's usually just the spring season, maybe from February until the end of May, because we'll see the NCAA championships taking place in Sarasota over Memorial Day weekend, May 27th through the 29th. So these crews obviously will be striving toward that goal kind of all season long, but obviously at this point in the season, the urgency and the importance of some of these races does come up as you're looking for that NCAA bid.
So once this time thing clears out of here, I want to point out the coxswains in these boats. As soon as it clears out, I'll point it out.
But what a lovely graphic it is, and thank you
I
for
know.
sharing with us that we had such a tight race in that men's lightweight.
Look at the lane 3 here, which is Mercyhurst, the coxswain in a tank top here, but the other coxswains in rain gear trying to stay warm. This can be a chilly position for a coxswain, especially with the rain out here and the breeze going by. I mean, these crews going down the course, there is wind on them. So if you can keep yourself from getting what do you want to call it? Jittery? That'd be a big thing. But that Mercyhurst, though, from up in Erie, Pennsylvania, that probably is just another day for them.
Yes, I think we are talking about some climatic differences here, or at least some differences in opinion in what tank top weather is.
Look at the Florida crews. They're all bundled up here.
That's a good shout. You can barely even see the coxswain here in the Barry boat. But shout to all these athletes. We know that it's not always our preferred conditions to be rowing in the rain. It is actually, despite what you're seeing on the screen, it is actually quite warm here in Philadelphia. I think the temps were supposed to be in the mid-70s today, despite the rain. Obviously, it's never fun to be wet while you're racing and training, but the athletes are okay. Don't worry.
I'd rather be wet like this than in rough water.
Yes, absolutely. I don't think that's a hot take.
All right, we seem to have everyone ready here, and our time is right at 4 o'clock. This is right at the start time, so let's see if they're going to go.
There we saw that nice synchronized blade flip into the water from the Mercyhurst boat. I like that.
Mm-hmm. Everyone sitting ready?
Even the coxswain, man,
there
she
we
is
go.
Poised for action in that Mercyhurst boat. Boom. And off we go with these women in the D2-8s. Yeah, beautiful start there from the Barry boat. That bow seat is after it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and look at that beautiful blade splash in the Barry boat there on the starboard side. I love that. It looks great. Nice and aggressive on the Barry blades. Comparatively in the Mercyhurst boat, just a little tiny splash. More of a diver splash, if you would say. But yeah, nice shot here of our crews as they come off the line and are now, you can see, lengthening out into those mid-rate strokes and then into their race pace or their body pace here that will take them through the middle of the race.
So on the left side of your screen, on the split screen there, that is Embry Riddle with the yellow blades, and Jefferson sitting right next to them in the center of the screen. Mercyhurst a little bit over to the right of your screen. So the 5-boat event here, we won't be seeing anyone in lane 6 as we have seen in previous races. So as they come down here, Mercier is just now leaving the screen as we pan over and catch them a little bit more. Almost seems like there's a big gap there, but that could be Jefferson. This is Jefferson right here?
It is.
It is Jefferson.
Yeah, it might be.
Yeah, and you know what? That's right, because they got to go around the abutment. And it just looked, there was a big gap in between, and no, that's clearing the abutment. So my bad there. That's Jefferson we're looking at rather than Mercyhurst, but Mercyhurst was way off to the right-hand side, now out of the picture.
Yeah, of course, this turn is just challenging for everyone in more ways than one. It's challenging for us as commentators looking at this view kind of head-on for these racers as they approach the turn at an angle before they get into the main part of the race course. And, of course, it is a challenge for these athletes and the coxswains, as we've seen many times today. Although, have you seen the Marshall flag yet in this race?
No, I have not.
How about that?
Isn't that amazing?
All right.
So Barry made that turn, Mercyhurst made that turn prior to Barry, and we have not seen the FIT boat yet over there in lane 1. And there's your Jefferson boat with that lead over Embry Riddle as they come through that bridge.
Yeah, Jefferson looking like they're doing a good job just staying up with the pace here, potentially being up in a very good position given that the camera is focusing on them. Maybe just holding on to this Mercyhurst crew now. We're getting them in shot here. And, yeah, a good look at this Jefferson boat now just trucking along through this second 500. And you can see your Embry Riddle crew there in the background with maybe the tallest two-seat on the river.
That is a big two-person there.
Yeah, that is a tall lady in the two-seat. But But here we're just going to focus on the Jefferson boat. We would imagine that maybe they are the race leaders with the camera focusing on them as they row by here.
Rowing at 35 strokes a minute.
Yeah, and we'll just get some
and
images
there's your Mercyhurst.
The rest of our crews here. Yeah, Mercyhurst going by. And your Embry-Riddle crew there.
Now, the camera angle is looking back towards the starting line, so it's not going to be a good sense of what that looks like, but I think it's a good enough sense, and that Jefferson and Mercyhurst are the two leaders in the middle, of course, as we would expect.
Yeah, but it does look like these two crews out in front are starting to distance themselves from our positions 3, 4, and 5.
And it looks like the Jefferson crew is the one that is doing the distancing.
I think you're right, Casey. That sounds good. It is the Jefferson crew that we can see from here out in front of that Mercyhurst crew. And of course, we do still have the rain coming down here in Philadelphia, which is preventing us from getting those drones out in the air to give us those good, accurate depictions of what these margins might be as these rowers are coming towards us on the course.
Jefferson at 36, 36 and a half.
Yeah, with these two lead crews out in front, it does look like we are going to have a pretty serious situation on our hands for that bronze medal race. It does look like we have the other 3 boats in this race all in contact with one another.
Yeah, the 3 Florida crews are unfortunately trailing, but they are all in contact with each other.
Yeah, so that could make it very, very exciting as we get down into the closing minutes of this race as we're looking to figure out who is going to come away with the bronze medal in this event.
Would you venture to say we've got a little bit of an edge of FIT over Barry is what it looks like to me? Definitely, I'd say that's the case.
I think that's a good call at this stage. Looking at these crews coming toward us.
Who's getting flagged here?
Oh, we spoke too soon.
We did.
We do still see this Jefferson crew in the dark boat out in front with a nice margin on Mercyhurst. I don't know that I would call it open water. It does look like there is still some overlap from here. Mercyhurst doing a good job to hold on to that overlap and maybe start to move through Jefferson.
Oh, absolutely. Mercyhurst is moving.
Coming through the island, Mercyhurst putting on a good push here. Jefferson's going to need to come up with an answer.
I think Mercyhurst is now turning themselves into the fastest boat in the water right now as they come into this line.
Oh, yeah, we just saw the Mercyhurst crew take a step on, and they are indeed walking through this Jefferson boat in the closing seconds of this race.
Jefferson now scrambling, trying to stay ahead of them.
Yeah, we're well inside the red buoys. We're talking about 100 meters to go now, and maybe less than 20 strokes for these crews.
Mercyhurst moving like unbelievable. Bucket rigging there, they're really jumping on it. Look at the clean rowing here. They just jacked that rating up.
It is going to come down to the very last stroke between these two crews. Mercyhurst absolutely charging through the Jefferson boat. Every single stroke they are moving. And behind them coming up in the field, it is going to be Embry-Riddle that has moved through these other 2 crews, Barry and FIT, to take the bronze medal. But what a great race we have still on the course between Barry and FIT for those last 2 positions in this race. Wow. We're going to have to wait for official results, I think.
I think.
We got very excited. I'm on my feet here. Casey did a better job of staying in his seat. But I am up and craning around just to see if I can figure out what is happening down there at the bridge. Very, very exciting stuff from all of these women in these D28s. Great, great racing between Jefferson and Mercyhurst. We're waiting for those official times to figure out who is going to be your Dad Vail gold medalist in these women's D28s. Oh, hello, boyfriends. I'm being told by my commentary team that I have some boyfriends here in the box. Hello. Hi. Are there any fans for Casey?
Not yet.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
We love you.
What?
So you are a Olympic?
Excuse me.
American Games, we were 4th in Pan Ams.
And here's those fantastic results that we were waiting for from that women's varsity 8 Division II. It was Mercyhurst that got through that Jefferson boat with that fantastic sprint effort in that last just few seconds of this race. Wow. And a great effort from Embry Riddle to get the better of the back of the pack here for that bronze medal. So very, very good racing from these ladies throughout the field.
So 6:25 on a course like this, the Dad Vail course, that's pretty quick for Division IIs. That's probably faster than I would have expected them to come down.
That's a decent time, absolutely. But, you know, you end up with times like that when you have these really, really close races and the athletes are extending themselves maybe past prior points that they've experienced before.
I get scared sometimes.
Of a lot of things.
Joining in.
Decisions.
The dark.
The dark.
But I once heard someone say,
But as I always say,
it's okay to be afraid.
as long as you face the fear.
And keep moving forward.
Wherever you are in life, count on the name trusted in insurance for over 80 years. Independence Blue Cross.
How do you make the impossible possible? What if you and I didn't settle, but come together with different perspectives to ignite new ideas? It's not enough to just ask. You have to answer too. To disrupt, to invent, to solve, to redefine humanly possible. Dare to ask, dare to answer. Jefferson.
Kendall, dinner.
Has anyone seen the pepper?
Is it macaroni, Nate?
It's mashed potatoes.
Hey, honey.
Why can't we just eat with the lights on? Because we're saving money.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
So how was everyone's day?
Looking for ways to save? Pico has energy answers to make saving money easier than ever, like discounts on LED lighting to help make your home or business more efficient.
What is that?
Harley.
For even more ways to save for your home or business, call or visit pico.com/ways to save.
All right, Megan, we're back on here. On our schedule, we actually had another event in here, which is, I think, was not supposed to be there. But anyway, we are moving on to our women's varsity heavyweight 8. This is the Division III grand final, 6-boat race. Marietta in lane 1, and they are lining up on the starting line right now. Simmons in 2, Washington College in 3, Bryn Mawr in 4, Stockton State in 5, and Washington College, their second entry in lane 6. So we've got a couple of boats yet to get on the stake boat in lanes 4 and 5. That would be Bryn Mawr and Stockton. The other ones are all locked on. You can see if you're a fan of those who are on the medal stand here from that previous race, it looks like the Mercyhurst girls. Wait a minute. Jefferson girls.
Yep. Here's a Mercyhurst crew just pulling up now.
Coming in for their gold medals. So we're getting the last couple of 8s on the starting line for that women's varsity Division III grand final.
Yeah, and this gives you a sense of kind of how, I don't know if tedious is the right word, but trying to get these really long, heavy boats lined up in this very precise position for these stake boat holders. They're just kind of big and clunky, it can feel like at times.
Well, consider, there's probably close to 1,500 pounds there and trying to maneuver those 55-foot-long boats into position.
Yeah, and you can see here just with our last boat that's getting locked on, you're trying to maneuver this entire boat, usually with either 1 or maybe 2 rowers at a time, rowing backwards or backing here.
It's like bow thrusters on a yacht.
It is exactly like that. Yeah, so it can just be a little finicky and can take some time for these coxswains to get those commands out to the rowers and make sure that it's executed right and get onto those stake boats and say hello to your stake boat holder.
And this is relatively easy. The officials, unfortunately, when we have a crosswind that's blowing across the starting line like that, it's very difficult because these rowers are really having to point upwind and be ready when the boats drift back into the center line of the course. It makes it much more difficult for the officials as well as the rowers themselves, because they're constantly tapping the boats around trying to keep them in line. So we have everyone, looks like everyone's sitting pretty much in the ready position. I wouldn't say everyone's quite ready, but it looks like they're trying to do that.
Yeah, some interesting hand motions coming from our coxswain in the Washington College boat there. And even more still, not sure what she's communicating there.
Well, you saw the referee launch come up to the stake boat line and then backed off again. So maybe there was a question that someone down there in lane 4 between lane 4 and 5 had. Also looks like the points of lane 4 a little bit off. Bryn Mawr.
Sorry, the Bryn Mawr coxswain. My bad.
Yellow boat, Bryn Mawr. Washington College, easy to tell because that logo on the side.
Casey's just taking shots at me up here because I can't ID a yellow boat.
And I'm colorblind.
That's even worse. Don't tell them that.
Oh, I didn't. That leaked out.
So again, I think we're seeing a little bit more of what you were talking about earlier with the Mercyhurst coxswain being us. Sun's not out, guns out. We do see the Simmons coxswain here. Of course, Simmons coming from Boston. This is probably quite fair weather for these Boston ladies. Coming down and having it be 70 and raining. So coxswain is absolutely guns out. See if you can get a tan while we're down here.
You can get it through the clouds.
Sure. Yeah, so everyone just sitting ready here. Well, almost. We're still seeing those port side adjustments in a couple of these boats.
Well, again, it says on the screen here, so the next race will start at 4:20. They can start early if everyone agrees to it. And usually the starter has to ask them, are you lane 1, are you ready? Or lane 2, you're ready. Is each of you ready? If they're pulling the crews, we will start the race, early if you're ready. And you can say no. You can wait until the very last second until your race time is ready to go. So if they have agreement, they can run early. I see everyone sitting in the ready position. Heads are up, eyes are forward. A little bit of tapping around up there in the lane 5, lane 3. Getting their final points. Everyone getting all their hands on the blades, on the handles, getting ready. Straighten the boat out up there in the far lane. Washington College in the far lane, getting their point back again. And the officials behind the boats can see if they're pointed properly. They don't want to start this race if someone's off their point, and they will give them the opportunity to make sure they get on line. That'd be the last thing they want is a collision, which has happened in some races. As we see the flags come up in the following launches. But you don't want to have any collisions off the start. Usually you wouldn't have anything like that in conditions like today because the winds are benign. But when you have heavily windy conditions, that happens a little more often.
Yeah, and especially an event like this. This is a varsity level event for these D3 athletes, and we would expect that these coxswains can handle their business and know what to do at the start line of a major event like this.
So let's watch and see as they start here, do we have anyone that lags or whatever? Because sometimes you'll see someone a half a stroke behind off that start. Maybe they weren't quite ready.
What's going through your head right now?
Looks like we got the Simmons women just flipping in
There you
here
go.
for
Good
the start.
Good start across the board there.
Yeah, I think it's that Washington College crew in the center of the course that got the better of that start command. But we're going to ride here with the Marietta crew as we take off down the race course for the grand final of this D3 Women's 8.
Marietta on their high strokes, 44 strokes a minute, which is typical for any of these 8s in their first 10 to 15 strokes, maybe out to 20 strokes.
Yeah, and here's a shot of all of our crews, including Bryn Mawr in the yellow boat, which we will not make that mistake again during this race, I hope. But next to them, we can see our Stockton crew and Washington College. And then panning over to the outside, we can see our other Washington College crew.
So a little bouncing around going on there in that Bryn Mawr boat. You can see the boat wobbling a little bit back and forth. Them trying to find the balance of that boat. Maybe their movements haven't been exact as they shift into the body of their race pace.
Yeah, and you can actually, just as we drew our attention to that Bryn Mawr boat, saw a pretty major adjustment from the coxswain there.
Yeah. So if you're watching this, you can see the riggers tilt a little bit left, like there, tilt a little bit right, Stockton boat. That makes it hard to get the length in on your stroke. If you're low to the water like that, sometimes you have to cut your stroke off a little bit in order to get something on the water, some kind of purchase out there.
Yeah, it does look like this coxswain is again tempting fate there with the port buoy line in this Stockton boat. But we also see this Bryn Mawr boat maybe also coming in that direction as we move to the other side of the course just to check in on our other crews, our crews from Simmons and Marietta and our other Washington College boat here.
So these boats also in Division III, they would be vying for a bid for the NCAA National Championships in Sarasota. And their first and second 8s, in this case Washington College in the grand final of this Division III championship, their first and second 8s are going to be ranked here. So it's important for the Washington College crews, whether it's the second crew, to score as high as possible against these other ones in order to get a potential bid into the NCAA championships in, 2 weeks? I think that's what it is.
Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a nice shot here. These three crews as they're just coming out of the bridge and finishing up their turn, coming through this second 500 now. Really nice shot of the Bryn Mawr boat closest to us with all the yellow.
Yep.
And the Stockton crew, of course, just immediately to their left. And then, of course, our Washington College boat on the far side. And just as they go off picture, we see our other Washington College crew coming into picture. And I would say, Casey, we're looking at maybe Bryn Mawr and this Washington College boat on our right side, possibly being our race leaders.
Clearly the Bryn Mawr over the two crews on the outside, Stockton State and Washington College in the second Washington College boat. But there's the bow of the Washington College boat in lane 3. And as we get more of a direct line across the course here, we can't really tell where that is, but we have to guess that. But here we come up. Looks like Washington College is moving really fast, but that's just the camera angle where the camera sits static as the boats come across. You can get a better picture of it, but I would say the Bryn Mawr may have that edge on them.
Yeah, there's a nice field there for you. It looks like 3 boats out at the front here. We didn't stick with that camera angle long enough to get a sense of where our other crews from Simmons and Marietta and Washington College might be at this moment, but it does look like a Bryn Mawr leading crews from Washington College and from Stockton. Yep.
All right, the typical chevron pattern, 2 center lanes, Washington College and Bryn Mawr leading the pack. Bryn Mawr leading the Stockton State and Washington College in the outer lanes, and Washington College leading Simmons and Marietta on the inside lanes.
Yeah, that's a good call, and it is, I suppose, what you would say, what we would expect to see in these races that have had preliminary rounds of racing, these middle crews having earned those priority lanes in the middle of the race course. Lanes 3 and 4, of course, put you right in the middle of all the action when you line up for your grand final. So those are considered the desirable lanes for our seeded crews.
And, you know, usually you will not see a drastic difference. If a crew goes down the course at X amount of time, you're not going to see a boat length or 2 difference from one day to the next, one race to the next. I mean, you'll see small incremental changes depending on when they row more accurately or not, but you're not going to say, oh, this week so-and-so, the same lineup's going to be 2 or 3 boat lengths faster. It just doesn't happen that way.
Yeah, typically we don't see that amount of variability in these crews who are training pretty full-time as student athletes, taking a pretty professional approach to their training, and in addition to their studies at school. Usually they end up getting trained to be very, very consistent and very, very professional.
So they're allowed up to 20 hours of supervised training a week, but I'd say most of these Division II, Division III crews are under that, if I recall, more like 14, 15, 16 at best of supervised training, whether it's on the water, on the land with the weights, or on the rowing machines. But here we go. Look at this. We've got in the middle of course Washington College and Bryn Mawr. Looks like leading the pack inside of us here in Marietta in lane 1. Also challenging for a potential, looks like a bronze medal, but there's potential if they can run that rating up to get up there into maybe a higher level medal.
I think you're right. Looking at this field, it does look like our second Washington College boat and the boat from Simmons are maybe just out of contention now as we're coming through the island. It is Bryn Mawr that is leading our first Washington College crew as they're coming past the commentary box, but Washington College is taking their rate up to try and charge back on Bryn Mawr as they are coming by us here. Really good effort from this Marietta crew on the close side to try and get back on terms with Stockton on the far side.
Yeah, full boat link there for Bryn Mawr over Washington College. That's going to be, I would say, not something that Washington College is going to be able to pull down. They're going to be looking for that silver medal. But look, we got Marietta here, and on the far side of the course, Stockton State. What they can do for the bronze here, that's going to be, could be one of those close finishes. We're not going to be able to tell from here, that's for sure.
Yeah, we can hear that Marietta Coxon, she is absolutely all in for these women as she is urging them to try and steal that bronze medal away from the Stockton crew.
And they're sharpening up as they come through.
Yeah, but you have your winners on screen right now in the yellow boat. Bryn Mawr, gold medalist in the D3 women's varsity 8, followed by a very, very fierce Washington College crew who chased them very hard down the course to the line. We'd like to wait before we unofficially call the bronze medal because it was quite close. Really good efforts from crews, the Stockton crew and the Marietta crew for that bronze medal.
I was watching the stroke oar of the Washington College boat that came in second, basically burying her head, and you don't know whether it's just exhaustion or we didn't get it. We tried everything we had. We just couldn't hold on to that.
It might be both.
Yeah, might be both.
Yeah, I mean, we all know, having been out there, or if you're a fan or supporter who hasn't ever been a rower, coming to these regattas and watching it, rowing is an extremely emotional sport.
Yeah.
With the amount of commitment that these athletes put in, and the few opportunities that we all have to get out there and race these short races compared to the hours that we put in, it becomes very, very emotional for us.
There can be tears of joy, tears of sorrow in no matter what boat.
So here we are back up at the start line with this grand final for the heavy hitters in the women's varsity 8s. We have a full 6-boat field here for the Bergman Trophy.
That could be Stan Bergman or Evelyn Bergman. Don't know.
I'll take your word for it. Yeah, so looking here in lane 1, we have Purdue closest to us at the bottom of your screen. Lane 2, Boston University. Lane 3, Princeton. Lane 4, Georgetown. Lane 5, Grand Valley State University. And lane 6, UConn. Yeah, so again, looking at this field, this is going to be our open varsity women's 8. So these are going to be the fastest women's boat that we're going to see here at the Dad Vail Regatta. And given how the conditions have been and continue to be for probably at least the next 7 minutes, I would hope, we can expect to see some probably pretty quick times from these boats as they're coming down.
A little bit of misty rain you can see up above the bridge up towards the starting line, but you really don't see it in the camera here. But just a little tiny sprinkles on the water, same as we're getting down here. Hopefully we'll get through the rest of the day with just this kind of a mist.
Yeah, so all these athletes just sitting ready here, making some final adjustments over in lane 1, or maybe just letting go of our boat, stake boat holder. Whoops. That was not the plan.
No.
Yep. Usually you want to hang on to that.
Well, we've detached in 2 others as well.
Yeah.
So what's that usually signify is if one's detached, you've got time to reassess. If you don't like your positioning, you don't like your angle, you come back in. So that's what we're seeing here with Princeton and Georgetown in the middle. After Connecticut, UConn on the outside, detached from their stake boat.
All right, I'm looking, before we start this next race, looking at these results from our last race, our D3 women's 8s, and it was Marietta who just edged out Stockton for that bronze medal. Marietta, 7 minutes, 0.3, and there they are on your screen for you.
3 tenths.
Yeah, Stockton,
4 tenths, yeah.
7 minutes, 0.6. So very, very close, very narrow margins for that last medal in that D3 women's 8. But looking at these times again, we have some times from these other women's 8s fields that we can look at and compare when we get to the end of this race. We looked at 6:25 for our D2 8s.
Yeah.
And I think 6:52 for our D3 8s. And we're looking at athletes here representing a lot of D1 programs.
Oh, good start again, even across the board.
Who may or may not be lightweights. And off we go. Yeah, so we're looking at the Purdue crew here, lane 1. And, of course, our Boston University crew in lane 2. Yeah, and we're just getting a good shot here. We can see the Princeton crew here with those orange and black blades. They're just approaching the right side of your screen now. And then Georgetown next to them.
Yeah. Grand Valley in the center of your screen right now.
And then UConn on the left side of your picture.
UConn blades a little bit close to those buoys. Again, probably a little harder to lose a blade in those buoys with the big blades and sweep boats. It's certainly easier to lose it with sculling, but you don't want to be in those buoys because that's going to be a shock to your system if you clip one.
I'm going to throw out some anecdata here. We've seen a lot of these crews over in lane 1 ending up in the buoys off the start here. I'm wondering if there's maybe a little bit of current on that side of the river that tends to push these crews in, because we've seen it in many, many of our races today that we see those crews in lane 1 just dancing with those port buoys as they come through this first 500.
And you would think that because there is a curve that would push the water towards the outside of the course. And the current's not very strong, but it is a little bit there, so you might be seeing that.
Yeah. Luckily, we don't know that it's caused any major incidents. We haven't seen any big crabs or any major problems over on that side of the course, but it is maybe just something for these coxswains who might go back and watch this video to remember for next year.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember how wide these lanes are supposed to be. I think they're 40 feet, but I'm not 100% sure. But you can imagine the length of the blades, the width of the boat out there. You probably have about 10 feet on either side of the tips of the blades if you're dead center.
Yeah, so just these athletes are always going to be relying on these coxswains to do their best to keep them in the middle of the lanes. They don't want to get too close to their competitors lest they have some sort of blade clash. That's never a fun feeling.
And that Princeton boat looking very clean, making the turn a little bit ahead of BU. That means they've approached the bridge. The stagger would have put them behind at the start, too. So if they're making that turn ahead of them, That puts him on par with what we think would be the leaders in the middle of the course.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. It does look like coming out of the turn that we have this Princeton boat probably leading that Georgetown boat to their left. I'd like to get a look at this Boston University crew that's going to be on their right and see how we are lined up with these crews.
The Yukon over there on the far side has gone. It looks to have gone past Grand Valley in lane 5, but you also see the Princeton and Georgetown crews getting past the Grand Valley crew as well, but still trying to stay in the hunt there. Yukon on the far side, but these two crews in the middle are just too fast for them. Princeton and Georgetown are just moving away from those two outside programs of Grand Valley and Connecticut.
Yeah, so Princeton just at 36 strokes a minute. I guess we have not confirmed with our homework and our lineups whether or not these are some of the lightweight athletes that we've maybe seen in some of the other entries from Princeton. But nice 36 strokes a minute from the Tigers there in the middle of the race course, which is a really, really nice race pace in an 8.
When we had that side shot of them just a second ago, I was watching the Princeton, and just the pry of their backs against the legs. And that's a hugely important thing. Your back is incredibly strong. It doesn't have to go very far, but it has to be able to hold that leverage against the push of the legs. And they were doing a great job of that.
Yeah, the biggest thing with the ergonomics of rowing is having a core and an upper body that can just handle the stress of all the strength that your lower body is producing and exerting on the upper body levers that you have. So that's where we end up with a lot of those issues that manifest in lower backs or in ribs in rowers, is just that those little muscles in your upper body tend to not be able to withstand the force that you're prying with the biggest muscles in your body, your glutes and your quads.
You know, for those uneducated in rowing, a lot of times I talk to people who've never really seen this before, and they're looking at it for the first time. They think you're doing it's an arm movement, and it's not. The arms are the least of everything out there. They have to follow through the acceleration. You start with your legs and your back itself, but they will tire out if you're using them too soon, and then you can't really finish your stroke out efficiently.
Yeah, that's a really interesting concept to try and grasp as a young rower too. Just trying to control the blade through the water with your upper body, with that fine dexterity in your hands and your arms, and not trusting your lower body to do that work for you. But it looks like the Princeton athletes have figured it out. They are in front here and leading the way in this grand final of the women's varsity 8 over their rivals from Georgetown on their starboard side. And it does look like these two crews are well out in front of the rest of the field. The rest of the field maybe being led by Boston University there in lane 2.
Princeton now past the wires, 300 meters to go. They're rowing 40 strokes a minute.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say this might be the lightweights. What do you think?
It might be.
No matter what, 40 strokes a minute at this stage in the race in an 8 is very, very impressive and definitely worthy of a grand final in a women's varsity 8 race. So here they come, the Tigers of Princeton University, into the last 250 of this grand final. And they are leading the Hoyas. The Hoyas absolutely not out of it. It is a very small margin, all things considered. We're looking at maybe 4 seats here.
And look at those backs prying through, just whipping through against the legs. The legs are pushed as hard as they can, and they're accelerating the backs through to send that boat past.
Yeah, look at that beautiful blade work in the Tiger boat as they are moving toward the line. Georgetown definitely still in it. It could go their way if Princeton does not stay on offense here. But Princeton continues to lead the Hoyas all the way to the line. They are going to be your Dad Vail champions. Can see that smile starting to come across the face of that Princeton stroke woman. She knows that she has led her crew to victory. She takes a look over, and it is a big grin.
And you've got that Boston University and Grand Valley for the bronze, and I don't know which one. That was too close to call as they went by here as well. So that blade work on Princeton was spectacular.
It looked just phenomenal as they were executing that sprint, just in the thick of it, and just really, really in control, looking so, so savvy. All right, this is a time for me to sign off. Casey, it's been a pleasure. I'm going to go catch an Uber. I got to leave town, guys.
All right.
I think some of my commentaries, the cops are after me. No, I'm just kidding. Actually, big thanks to everyone who's tuned in. Dad Vail, this has been incredible. I've loved every minute of it. And Casey, thank you so much.
All right, Megan, it's been my pleasure to have you here. And if we can get you back here again next year, maybe with me, maybe. We'll see. The Jefferson Dad Vail will be here waiting for us, I'm sure.
All right, cool. Back to these athletes and these two amazing races that we have left. It should be truly incredible.
All right.
Peace.
Have fun. Drive safe. All right, Megan's got to go catch that Uber. She's heading to Indianapolis for announcing it at one of the major regattas over there tomorrow. So she's busy, and we're going to keep going here. We got two more events: the men's varsity heavyweight 8, the petite final. We'll give a quick rundown here. West Point in lane 1, Stetson in lane 2, Marietta in 3, Jacksonville University in 4, Rutgers in 5, and Minnesota in lane 6. And joining me on the podium here, on the announcer's podium, is Brad Endegard. And Brad and I have announced in the past many times. He's the one behind getting all the sound and visual setup for the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta.
I'm so pleased to be here. I got, Casey, we'll talk about this for a moment, but, you remember what it is to be sitting there. I mean, you just are so tense. It's hard to relax right here in this moment. Everything that you've trained for the entire year, I mean, you're talking 9-10 months of training just for this start.
Yeah. So I was telling Megan a little bit earlier, a lot of times I'm sitting in that line and you're nervous. I feel like my stomach is like going around in circles and circles. And finally, when that first stroke starts, it's like, boom, all business.
It is, that one stroke, that first stroke. Now, I can tell you, I'm being a little graphic, but, everybody's got to pee right at that one moment right there.
Let's not do that.
Let's not do that. But anyway, there you go.
You start talking about pee?
All right, so there you go, and we're off.
Yeah. All right, Brad.
All
We've got look in the middle of the course. We're going to see whether it's Marietta and JU in this this petite final that are going to pull this out, because that's the seeded crews in this petite final. It should be Stetson and Rutgers just outside of them, but we've seen upsets from the outer crews more than once today.
Yeah, on the petite final, let's just start with that. So we're talking about 7th place through 12th place. So the grand final's coming up, but they have earned every moment of being in this petite final.
Oh, they've gone through heats, they've gone through semifinals, they might have gone through repechages. I mean, they may have raced 3 times before they even get to here.
And what a nice field. You got a couple from Florida, you got West Point, Minnesota, Marietta, Ohio, Rutgers, New Jersey. What a great field.
That's a good cross-section of the eastern United States.
Yeah, and this is what the Dad Vail, we start off right away with, you come to the Dad Vail, you're guaranteed an opportunity to row. And that's been the fun. But the cream has risen to the top, and here we are watching the next 2 races. The last one exemplary about how good it is.
So we're looking in the screen right now on the right-hand side of your screen as we pan across, and we just lost them. We're going over to lanes 1, 2, and 3, which is West Point, Stetson, and Marietta. You're just seeing Marietta's blades come around the abutment there. And again, this is the magical little point between Marietta and Jacksonville where whoever's getting there first or second, you can make a move and get a couple, 2, 3 strokes in that can change the look of this race as you come out of that turn. But it's not just the hiding behind the abutment, it is also making the turn exactly right.
There's no question. I mean, you can already see Jacksonville starting to make the move, and the Rutgers, that
was Marietta there.
Marietta making the turn. So those two approached the turn earlier than some of the others. So Jacksonville might be the leader there, but you also look across into lane 4, and they turned right at the same time as well.
Well, as you can see from the camera angle here, Jacksonville clearly has an edge over Rutgers, but look over on the far side of the course of Minnesota. Minnesota looks like they may be pacing them to a degree, but my guess is as the camera gets more opposite them, you'll see that JU has the advantage over those 2 outer crews, as you would think they would.
Which is kind of fun, I'm an alum of Jacksonville University, but they brought three varsity 8s, which is a big deal for a program to have 3 varsity 8s. But these are the top of their top, and they are moving well.
37 strokes a minute for JU. As you can see them have that lead, probably open water lead over the 2 boats on the outer side, which is Rutgers and Minnesota.
Yeah, and so as we go there, we got Marietta right there on the inside of them. In lane 3, right beside them, and really trying to set their pace on Jacksonville.
So it's a little bit of a mist out here. We can't run the drones at this time, so we're running static cameras on the shoreline. So you see them like now. We're having a long shot down the course, kind of from where we're sitting here. And in many cases, your eye gets trained to see what's going on. But if you look down here, it looks like to be Jacksonville that should be out in front at this point, and Marietta should be right behind them. Although we've got other boats out here too, lanes 1 and 2. This is West Point and Stetson. Those are battling out for some of those other positions. Rutgers there, probably in line with them. But JU looks like they're doing a good job. Marietta looks like they're doing a good job. Marietta has...
Yeah, I think the Marietta is the one that's challenged. If there's a challenge there for second, they are in that spot. Now third may be the one that is being contested between lane 2 and lane 5. And lane 6. Look out there. Minnesota is not out of it over there. One that's back might be the West Point.
So lane 3, Marietta has that advantage as they come towards the tip of the island. They're probably now right at 500 meters to go. The coxswain's going to be looking at giving the crews their cues. Here's the tip of the island. The rowers will see in their peripheral vision the island start. Then they'll go under the wires. They'll know they'll have 400 meters to go.
Yeah, so it's Jacksonville, the leader. We've got Marietta in the inside lane 3 that is clearly in second, but I'm going to say third is really contested between lane 2 and lane 5.
Which would be kind of what you would expect in our typical seated pattern here, your middle crews. JU looks like they're powering up here a little bit. We'll see if Marietta is able to move with them. A little bit of extra movement in the bodies of Marietta, not quite synchronized together body-wise. JU looks better synchronized body-wise.
Look at Rutgers come. Look at that lane 5. It's the red shirts, yellow hull. They are probably the fastest boat on the water right now. Look at them move.
38 strokes a minute for Rutgers. JU running the rating up here.
And they are really pushing it back. My goodness, they're doing a nice job out
40
front.
strokes a minute, JU. They want to keep that open water important. Look at Marietta run their rating up as well. We'll see what Marietta's doing here.
Yeah, and Rutgers right there. And they're Rutgers doesn't always come to Dad Vail, and they're right there right now, currently third. But look at inside Stetson making a push on the outside lane, Minnesota.
Marietta trying to get through at 43 strokes a minute, couldn't quite do it. JU holding them off for that win in the petite final, the men's varsity heavyweight 8.
That was a fun race.
They're all fun.
Yeah, they are all fun. It doesn't matter what race, what event, they all are shining. They're giving us their best. Here we are again on starting line. So, we've got the coxswains all sitting on the right-hand side, roughly 120 pounds for the men's event. And they do actually get weighed in like a jockey in horse racing, and they carry a sandbag if they're not 120 pounds. So they have, there's fairness there. And then the stake boat itself is a kind of a pontoon boat, which allows the stern of the boat to slide back so all the bows actually get very, very much aligned. You'll see some hands come up and down as we get closer to the start with the coxswain. If they're ready, their hand is down. If their hand goes up, they're not ready yet. So they're pointing their last few commands, a little bit of strategy that they're thinking about. Everybody starts to breathe, to bring on some oxygen, get your blood as oxygenated as you can, and you're getting ready to go.
If you notice, you got 5 yellow boats in here, Brad, and those are Empacher boats made over in Germany. The boat nearest to us in a white boat is a Vespoli that's made in New Haven, Connecticut.
Yeah, and you don't see the Empachers that much. I mean, obviously they're terribly expensive. One is because of importing. But they have been notoriously a very, very good shaped hull. Now, Vespoli, one of our sponsors, and has produced a fabulous boat that I always found was very stable, gave the best opportunity for the athlete to move it.
The buzzword out there amongst the crews was, if we could get an Empacher.
That's right.
That usually requires someone with a little bit of funding to donate a boat, especially to these programs. These are smaller colleges than your Ivy Leagues or whatever that have pretty much deep pockets or people ready to donate a boat.
Well, every one of those boats you're looking at is 40,000 plus.
Yes, Carbon fiber,
space age, baked in an oven. They're 60 feet long, round number.
200 pounds.
200 pounds, and that's because there's a mandatory minimum. Otherwise, they'd make them lighter.
Yeah, well, some of these boats are lighter, and if you had to weigh these boats in, you may find that out. You'll see some boats that are 185 pounds, 190 pounds. The international weight standard for men's 8s is 211. So if you have a light boat, think about riding your bike up one of the mountains in the Tour de France.
And then you put. I mean, you got 8 guys that are 200 plus, so you got 1,800 pounds of oarsmen in a coxswain at 1,900 pounds on a boat at a couple hundred pounds. This is 1 ton of weight.
Yep.
And you're going to get it to 20 miles an hour.
Yep.
With literally, they say that it's a half a horsepower per athlete is the maximum horsepower that a human can put out. So you got a 4 horsepower engine, goes 20 miles an hour. Pretty astounding.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, pretty astounding. But here we are, and this is coming up. This is the culmination of the Dad Vail Regatta, Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta 2022. Casey, you've been fantastic all day. You and Megan brought us all the way through the live stream, doing a great job of announcing, and I really do appreciate it.
Thank you, Brad. I think Megan and I both will recover for at least a few hours with our voice, so if I'm not talking to you tonight, you know why.
Well, and Megan was drinking honey all day, trying to keep her voice together.
All right, so if we didn't run through this, I want to run through it's on the screen now. St. Joseph, you can see in lane 1, Colgate 2, Drexel 3, Temple 4, GW in 5, and Delaware in 6. So the Temple-Drexel battle has been ongoing this year, and I know Drexel has.
All right.
We've had
crews
it detached.
now sitting ready. They're all sitting ready now. So here we go.
We had a detachment.
We'll see what happens here.
Nothing
yet. They're stopping.
Referees caught it. I don't know if you saw on the screen, but Drexel had actually detached from the stake boat prior to the start. That wasn't a false start. It might have been just the person wasn't able to hold on to it. Again, this person's holding with 2 hands on a small stern for a 1-ton boat, and anybody making a little adjustment can yank it right out of your hands.
On a slippery Kevlar skin, you're holding on to something that's just a shiny surface. So it's easy to detach. Now, when you detach, you obviously move forward a little bit, and you're no longer in line.
Well, did they actually detach, or did they jump the start?
Yeah, right. And so that will happen. So you can see everybody's going to back in. So we're delayed for 2 or 3 minutes, maybe 4, to get a restart, which is kind of fun,
If they jumped the start, if it was actually they made a move prior to that flag coming down, they will give a warning to Drexel.
Yeah, they'll be awarded what is called a false start. If you false start twice, same crew, you're disqualified.
Yep. So if that was in fact just the stake boat person had to let go for whatever reason, or if there was a kind of like a track meet, where someone bolts expecting the start of the gun and they go a little bit ahead.
Jumps the gun.
Yep.
Yeah. So, and honestly, it kind of settles everybody down. I mean, you were all nervous. You were, really tense. And now all of a sudden they took that first stroke. Now you're going to come back. The one that's going to be nervous is the one that's assessed the false start.
Yeah.
Because if you flinch wrong, you're out.
In many cases, those, if you do a false start, I don't think there was a false start so much because you didn't see anyone really take off like crazy. So you see one boat move like that, and I think that it does take the butterflies out a little bit. You go back in there like, oh, I didn't have my blade quite ready, and I'm the 5 seat in lane number 4. So next time you're going to make sure you don't have that issue.
Yeah, I mean, you're really, really, really high on adrenaline right there in that start just before this one. It just kind of settles down a little bit now, and they're going to get to business a lot quicker.
Well, let's hope so, because it's starting to rain a little bit more up here. Nothing of consequence. It's not going to be enough to put any water in the boat of consequence. That is something, though, because these boats are wide open. 45 feet of open cockpit, and if it's raining, they start putting water inside those, and you're talking 1 gallon of water is 8 pounds. That can make a big difference.
Well, and it starts sloshing back and forth, and that becomes the issue. Now, for the people that are not that familiar, you can see that the athletes are actually sitting down inside this boat. So these boats at the widest point, right in the dead center, is 24 inches wide. Down in the coxswain seat, that coxswain's hips are pinched.
Yeah.
That is a really narrow seat. We talked earlier this morning about singles, and the singles you're actually sitting up on top because
Yes.
the boat's only 9 inches wide.
Yep.
You know, so these are, quote, the big boats. And you see, again, right in the middle, lane 5, it's mismarked, but it's lane 3, Drexel University right on the side of that Empacher. So I guess you know who they are. But, you know, here we are sitting, and the edge is off a little bit. Everybody's a little bit relaxed. You can see they're actually sitting a little less tense. But now the aligners up on the shore are making sure the bows are all even. And
you may be looking across the screen here and you see the stake boat labeled number 3. Looks like it's out ahead of the other ones, but what the stake boat person's doing is pulling the stern back underneath there to get the bows exactly in line.
Right, so the Drexel boat is the one that detached. So you and I don't have a real understanding of whether it was a false start or not, but we'll watch.
And I don't think so. I think it just kind of slipped out.
That one looked like a good start. Yeah, and they're coming off in the high 40s. You can see their short strokes. They're trying to get that 1 ton of weight up to speed. It doesn't happen instantaneously.
48 strokes a minute for Colgate. Colgate, by the way, won the Southern Intercollegiate Championships 2 weeks ago by a good margin. Quite a formidable crew, so I would expect them to be right in there with Drexel and Temple.
Yeah, and I remember watching that race, and they were really strong in the last 500 meters. So, you know, they might be in the thick of it, but they have a really good kick in that last quarter of the race. And I like the water being a little rainy because it does hold it flat. You know, there's all sorts of conditions. Could be windy. But, you know, I just say this is water-cooled engines.
So we're looking at the crews from Delaware on the left side of your screen, George Washington in the middle, and Temple to your right. You can tell the Temple because they have the T on the back of their red blades. And now the camera's going to scroll over and you're going to catch the crews on the lanes 1, 2, and 3. The Drexel crew just now going behind the abutment out of sight. And now you can see Colgate just to the right of the abutment and St. Joseph's over there in lane 1.
You can see that Drexel is out in front of it, that the counterpart of Colgate at the moment. At the moment, Drexel really came off very nicely there. That's Colgate, isn't it?
Colgate there in between the two.
But Drexel, look at they're still out in front of the Colgate. And as I said, Colgate has a really good fourth quarter.
And as Drexel starts making their turn under the bridge, Temple's making their turn under the bridge. So is everybody. We've got GW making their turn under the bridge. Again, this is a staggered start. So if they're all turning under the bridge at the same time, that is, I think, the outside lanes. Lane 6 has what we consider kind of a shorter turn.
Yeah, I think Temple and Drexel, they made the turn kind of together. So, I mean, they're both very, very competitive. And Temple out in front of their George Washington, Delaware. And I'd say Drexel in front of Colgate and St. Joe as they came through that bridge.
Temple at 38. And again, these varsity boats, both men and women, they are trained to go down the course 38 strokes a minute. And if they have to go a little bit more than that, they can. I mean, as the boats get through the course, you want these boats to be going about the same speed through the first quarter, the second quarter. And if you start to slow down, you can adjust your rating just a little bit to hold that speed together.
Yeah, so, you know, if you're, mom, dad, grandma, you're taking a 100-pound weight and you're picking it up from the floor and bringing it up to your chest 38 times a minute.
Yeah, and there's that Drexel boat. They look like they're dead even with Temple. Again, the camera angle doesn't give you an exact line across there. Now here we go, looking across the field down there, your two middle lanes, Drexel, Temple, but not to take Colgate out of that. Colgate's going to be a factor in there.
Yeah, I think Colgate, they've got themselves in a disadvantage, but we do know they're strong in the fourth quarter. Now, the question is, do you get too far back that you can't come back?
Well, that's what it's looking like right now as they're going past that 1,000-meter mark. Colgate looks down to Drexel, and I can't tell how much they're down, but they're definitely down to Drexel a little bit. So as you mentioned, Colgate has a good second half, and that's aerobic conditioning. I mean, you've already burnt up your stored energy out there.
Yeah, you've used up the adrenaline, but I'm going to say Colgate's down one full length. That's 60 feet. Now, can they move back? Now, that's a couple, 2-3 inches per stroke. Can you do it? We've seen it done. I've seen it done in miraculous ways, but the two leaders, Drexel, Temple, out in
I don't
front.
know about that anymore. Look at Temple. I think Drexel has distanced himself from Temple. I think it's Colgate that has overtaken Temple. Temple in the far side over in lane 4.
Here comes Colgate.
And look at St. Joe's. St. Joe's is right up there as well.
Yep, you're exactly right. The inside lane, St. Joe's, Colgate, Drexel on the move. Temple actually sliding back a bit.
Colgate raising the rate of striking already. They're 41 strokes a minute. They're not even to the island yet. That's a long way to go at 41.
All right, so we come to the tip of the island. It is Drexel, Colgate, St. Joe's. Then we go to jump to the outside, Temple.
Drexel at 40. We had Colgate just a second ago at 41. We'll try him
Temple's
again.
starting to move again. Temple's coming up. They're in front of St. Joe's now.
Colgate still 41 strokes a minute. Drexel holding the lead. Temple right there. It's going to be a battle. It looks like Drexel's going to move all the way to the gold medal here in this men's varsity 8. Temple and Colgate neck and neck here, going for the silver. I don't think either one of them can catch Drexel though.
No, I think Drexel is going out as long as they can finish it where they are. Now Temple's out in front. They're in second.
Look at that,
Colgate.
Temple.
But here comes Colgate. Look at Colgate go. Wow, they're going up. Wow.
Temple at 42 strokes a minute.
Look at Colgate go. I told you they're fourth quarter. Here they go.
Now 44.5 strokes a minute for Colgate. Colgate trying to get past Temple. Temple 43.
Knows it. They're going.
Yep.
Drexel's got it.
Drexel's got
now,
it.
I think Colgate looks pretty happy, but boy, did they pay.
I don't think they know. I think that's too close for them to call.
Yeah, the coxswain doesn't know. The coxswain doesn't know.
Well, he's happy with the race, that's for sure.
Yeah, it was a great race for Colgate. And Temple and Colgate, we don't know how they finished second, third, but boy, what a finish. It's great job. Great job. Colgate's had a good year.
We've had 83 years of this for this Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta.
Yeah.
And, it's what a great time to be back here again.
It is, and we've had a great weekend. We did 143 races, and thank you, Casey Baker, good friend, long time. We competed, we were coached against each other, and having Megan Colmo from California come in, 4-time Olympian. She carried the load of announcing. It was a fabulous job, and thank you so much for your effort and time during the announcing. We look forward to having you all back. We're going to be live streaming again next year. We'll be here at Dad Vail, the 84th version.
Medal Dock.
And we're going to be going to the medal dock, and make sure you don't miss the ceremony that will be happening for this Varsity 8. So don't sign off. The medal dock and the camera will move over there, and you get to watch and enjoy. And here we go.
Yeah, 5:30.
Oh, look at the times. 4 100ths of a second.
2 100ths there between second and third.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God.
Excuse me, 0.2 of a second, or a little bit less than that.
Yeah, it was
so close.
5.33.016 versus 2.
Yeah. Oh, man. So Colgate, like you said, they ran to 45 strokes a minute here. Temple wasn't able to get it quite that high, and that last few feet that they had going into it, Colgate squeaked through.
I mean, you got 3.5 seconds for a length. So when you're down to a 4 100ths of a second, you're talking inches.
Oh, yeah.
Inches.
Yeah.
And they've disappeared now. They're coming back to the medal dock. So, don't go away. It's going to happen, and you're going to want to be a part of that. I mean, these races are life-changing, I think, to the athletes. I think it was for you and I, anyway.
Oh, yeah.
I raced here first time in 1973. You were here in 1972.
I was here, raced from 71 to 74.
Yeah, so...
I never saw the medal stand, though.
But it is life-changing. You know, you get up every morning and try to be better.
You know what I first saw when I started rowing was the people involved. This were the kind of people I wanted to be around. I mean, there's a lot of people I should not have been around back at that time. But when I found out what rowing was about and the drive that these people had, that's where I wanted to be. And I said, if I got to be around these people, I got to do what they do.
Well, I talked to a pair of parents today, just random parents, and they said my son graduated today or this week, and he said we got 2 degrees. We got one from his degree, and he said we got a good degree from rowing. He said I think that the rowing degree will serve him better.
Well, you know what? As people come back as alumni 10 years later, you know what they come back and usually are for? They're there for the rowers. They don't come back because they got a degree in chemistry, or they don't come back usually because of something like that. It's the camaraderie and all the sacrifice they did over those, whether it's 1 year or 4 years or whatever it is, the sacrifice they gave together. You can't beat that.
No, you get emotionally involved. It's it's no longer you're getting an A or B or C. It's these are my buddies, these are my friends, these are my pals, these are my gals. It is amazing brotherhood. And like you and I mean, we've known each other 50 years. We raced against each other, we coached against each other, and now we actually row together. So that brotherhood and sisterhood is one of a kind.
So we're seeing Temple University approach the awards platform. The other 2 boats, the silver medalist Colgate University and Drexel, will be lining up behind them. These gentlemen will come up to the dock. They'll have their medals presented to them. I don't know if they'll have them step out of the boat. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
Just one. Usually we've got Temple, so they come into the dock, bronze, silver, and gold. So generally the bronze and the silver will sit in the boat, get awarded their medals, and they're beautiful medals, by the way.
Yes.
They're like 3-inch diameter, really beautiful. Dad Vail has done a nice job of making sure, and they have a food tent, and they feed the athletes during lunch during both race days. So it's fabulous, the support they do. 83 years that this regatta has been going on.
Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta, yeah.
Yeah. And thank you for our sponsors. I'm going to say Jefferson, the title sponsor. We have Pico Gas. We have Independence, Blue Cross Blue Shield. And then we have the Vespoli, Temple, LaSalle, Jacksonville University, Florida Tech, Coca-Cola. They've all done a great job of, supporting us and making this regatta possible. We've gone through 3 years of really tough time. 2019, we had 115 programs here, 3,500 athletes. The next year, we had no regatta whatsoever.
Yep.
Last year, we had a regatta, had 40 programs instead of 120. And this year, we're double. We're up to 74 programs with 1,500 athletes. But we have a lot of growing to do. The pandemic has been a tough time, but Dad Vail has not wavered on the quality of service and the opportunity for these students to compete at the highest level.
So, Brad, I'm just looking at these gentlemen get their bronze medals, and I was watching earlier the 50th anniversary of the 1972 gold medal winning 8 as they come down here. And those were people I raced against. They were from Coast Guard Academy. So 50 years from now, these Temple University guys, the Colgate guys, the Drexel guys, they'll probably still be one in a boat.
They will come out. I'm going to say your Drexel program, 50 years from now, the Dad Vail will be at 100 and 123 years in, and they're going to, and the guys won't look like this.
No.
They won't be quite as buff. They won't have as much hair.
But they will still be able to row very well.
Oh, my God. When I watched Coast Guard go by this morning, it looked
amazing.
Their oars were off the water. They rowed really comfortably. They rowed really well. I was proud.
So you can imagine the coxswains. Do you guys want to do a power 10?
You get one. Get one, not 2.
Yeah.
I'll give you 10 strokes is what I'll give you.
So that's the Temple Owls leaving the dock with their bronze medals in this men's varsity heavyweight 8. And coming in next will be Colgate University.
Which is kind of cool. They're going to row right past us because their
Yeah.
boathouse is up towards the bridge, Strawberry Mansion Bridge, so they're going to come right by us. And, again, this is a big day in their life. They just don't know how big it is until probably 10 years from now. And I love that sound. You can listen to the oars as they roll up in the oar lock. Click. Click.
Matching that sound is a sound of perfection.
It is. It is. Go out and I know maybe an older movie, but there's the movie called The Boys in the Boat. It's a PBS film, and there's a book called The Boys in the Boat. And I think the film is actually The Boys of 36.
Mm-hmm.
Fabulous. It took me a couple of years before I actually read the book, but I'm going to tell you, it is a really good illustration of what oarsmen go through. And George Pocock is quoted many times in that book, and he eloquently put into words something that's very important for all of us of why we do what we do.
Well, that's
Here we
it.
go.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's. These are the guys. They're getting the silvers. And this is Colgate, and you've seen them a couple times this year.
Yeah, they've been spectacular every time I've seen them. I saw them for the first time at the Southern Collegiate, I think, 2 weeks ago, and we hadn't seen them before.
Right. They came down to Oak Ridge, Tennessee.
Yep. Had a fabulous race there, challenged all the way down the course, and but came away with a gold medal there.
Yeah, I mean, it as I said, they don't understand the impact that this win right here has on their life. Second place, I know it's not first, but they earned every inch of that. I mean, you said 48 strokes a minute.
Yep, 48.
I mean,
and
that's
they
amazing.
didn't have it. They didn't have it going by us. Temple had them. Temple could not go up that high, and Temple stayed about 42, 43. Just weren't able to crank it up like that. And then Colgate just throwing it out there.
They're the Drexel Dragons, well deserved.
Yep.
I mean, they were out in front, right from the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they came through the bridge and had a Temple. Remember, and Colgate was back.
Yep.
And Drexel, I mean, it's not easier. It just may be mentally better to have that lead and be able to see your competition behind you, but you still got to row it.
You got to row. You got to row perfectly.
Yeah,
you really do.
Yeah, and it is absolutely a symphony in motion has been used a lot, but there's a lot of power and a lot of discipline. You just don't pull on it. You have to row together as one.
Well, I've always said a good rowing eight, if you watch them go by like these boats you saw here today, is very much like, you said, a symphony in motion. Well, imagine the violin section or whatever, and all the bows of the violins going up at the same speed, changing angle, going back down the same speed. And we're doing the same thing, only we're doing it 44 strokes a minute. We're blind with pain, or the heart's beating 200 plus beats a minute.
It is.
And you're trying to insert this blade in a very, very tight area out on the water that you can't see. It's pretty incredible.
Well, and you do this one single rowing motion literally a million times or more to start to get it correct. And all you're trying to do is do 250 of them exactly the same.
Which almost never happens.
Never happens. So the race is 1.25 miles. It takes about 250 strokes. And your goal is to have perfection on only 250, but you literally practice millions of strokes to do that. And so, again, for those sitting home, you're literally picking a 100-pound weight up off the floor and bringing it up to your chest 48 times a minute in that last 20 strokes.
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive.
Yep, that's pretty impressive.
I don't know that I could pick up the weight one time today.
Not now.
Not now, but back in the day.
In the day, we probably could, but not now.
Not now. Not now.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm so pleased. Let me tell you that as being, I'm going to say, the director of the live streaming, we're pleased to be able to provide this on the YouTube. You'll have day one that was already archived yesterday. Today, this race and this day of racing will be archived tonight. And then first of the week, we'll be separating the archive and we'll be labeling each and every race separately and allow you to watch and rewatch forever the 83rd Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta.
Brad, thanks very much. It's been a pleasure.
It's been an awesome time.
And you're right. I'm sure I'll be looking at some of these races again, but we've seen a lot here in the last 2 days.
You have, and you've worked your tail off. I mean, you've sat in that chair literally all day without hardly moving.
Sometimes we're jumping up and down here in the announcer's booth as well, as these races are very, very tight and exciting as they come by.
Yeah, and you and Megan have done a great job, and I thank you so much. And I'm going to sign off and just watch the emotion and the friendship that is being developed here at the highest level.
All right, Brad, I'm signing off as well. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, sir.